All right. How we all doing? Is everybody happy? All right. Sorry about the inconvenience there, folks. It's just that, well, you know, things happen. And then things happen. But we're ready to start another broadcasting day in playing video games. As you know, we're playing The Night is Gray. And so far, well, last time I got stuck. We stopped because I got stuck. I didn't understand what was going on with the game. But I did a little bit of reviewing, and I think I understand what's going on now, because there was a few minor things about the game that I didn't know, but I do know now. So
there were some pretty interesting observations from people in court about the jurors today at Donald Trump's hush money trial. It has been a long week, we've said that, but our folks say they do seem at times enthralled at this fourth day of testimony from David Pecker. They've been seen taking notes while their eyes are bouncing back and forth between Pecker and defense attorney Bovee. One juror has been seen chewing on the end of a pen while eyes are focused on Pecker. These are the kinds of details that jury consultants may be looking at closely during the trial, because remember,
mostly during the trial,
only needs to convince one juror.
Just convince one juror.
This case from having a conviction. Joining me now, MSNBC's Katie Fang.
All they gotta do is get one guy on that jury, one gal.
Tristan Snell is back with me.
To say
you, because you
not guilty
about this. What do we know about jury consultants and how they're being used in this case?
That's it. He's going to go.
We do have reporting from NBC News that the Trump defense team in this
beyond a reasonable doubt,
a jury consulting firm out of Philadelphia. Now, interestingly, that jury consulting firm was used in the second defamation trial that was brought by.
This trial has like about another 3, maybe 4 weeks to go. It just started. It's scheduled to be about a 6 to 7 week trial.
Depending upon their retention agreement.
I'm saying it's probably going to be about 6 or 7 weeks.
Before the
this is the second week, so we got about another 5 weeks to go.
Meaning from
4 or 5.
Day one of their retention, they sit down and they consider what would be the profile of a perfect juror in this case, considering all of these.
This is America, folks. Look, it's going to be a unanimous vote
it's
to convict.
It's a perfectly choreographed investigation.
And
dive into what the issues are in the case to be able to try to find.
If only one has a reasonable doubt,
this trial, but it doesn't end.
Donald Trump goes free again.
Sometimes they stay all the way through the verdict.
Well, he's lost all his civil cases.
You want to be able to look at the jurors.
Let's see if he's going to win all his criminal cases.
And certain things like body language that would indicate that they're either buying what or they're not.
With that, are we ready?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Play The Night is Gray.
What I've read, and not just from sources within NBC, we don't know if there have been any jury consultants actually in the courtroom on either side.
Yeah, well, we do know that.
So let's go. The Night is Gray.
Jury consultants, whether or not they were physically located inside the courtroom is not a requirement. They could be communicating with the defense team outside of the courtroom. But more importantly, we don't know if the prosecution has one. Sometimes it's an expense that just cannot be afforded by the government, or even more importantly, a state agency like the DA's office in Manhattan. And so we don't know if the prosecution has been doing it. But you know,
the 24. What happened to the 25th?
Alan's amazing and does his job impeccably well, but if you don't have the resources, you can also do your own research in terms of the social media history, etc., of the background of these jurors.
So, Alan, I'm going to make an assumption. Tell me if it's right here. That going into this, again, going back to the idea, you only need one juror to hang this thing, right? Only one to say that they have questions. They don't know that this has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt.
One of the things that I had wrong was I thought
the defense knows going in who the likely juror or jurors
it was supposed to be 76.
That's what they
but
hope
it's
to
actually
do.
77.
How they try to structure the questioning and reviewing the process and determining personalities of the jurors and what it is about their backgrounds, what they do for a living. So there's a whole wide variety of
considerations 14 people,
to play
not 50.
when you're helping not really select a jury, but deselect a jury, because your job
I
as a
read
jury
the,
consultant, or at least one of them early on, is to make sure that if jurors are going to be biased against your client,
I read the thing wrong,
sure
so
that
let's
let me
see.
To express that bias, and then you try to get rid of that juror.
We need 77. Okay, so
you use a peremptory challenge on that juror.
31 and 26
is negatively
57.
Disposed to your client in your case at that
and
early
10
stage
is 67.
So that part's done. There's nothing you can do about it. The jury's seated. So tell me, Alan, assuming that they've kept on a jury consultant, what are they listening for?
Is 71 and
if
6.
If they're not in the courtroom, can they watch? How important is it for someone
right?
to be in the courtroom?
And see, I thought these were not connected, but they are connected.
Reacting, sort of what, how much
Just kind of
attention,
threw
for
me off a
example,
little
they
bit
pay to
here.
Donald Trump.
I thought they weren't
Right, and
connected
it's
yet.
important to dispel the notion that jury consultants think they can read minds or that we stalk jurors. None of that
57.
happens. We have to rely on reporting.
10
what
is
goes on
67.
Transcripts are certainly valuable, but if you can't
And
be in the
2,
courtroom, it's certainly an important
68.
factor. Now, once the jury's seated,
And 3,
litigation jury consultants
71,
they bridge the gap
6
between
to
lawyer
77.
and jury.
So this should
in
be
a
it.
sense, most of the jury consultants have a background in psychology, persuasion.
No, it's not.
And so the key is to understand how the lawyer's arguments are going to be received, what words should be used, what themes should be put forward. Lawyers are so immersed in their case, they often overlook the fact that these are lay people, even though there are 2 lawyers on the jury, but lay people are going to be deciding the key questions in a case. So jury consultants have to empower the lawyers to make the right arguments, and then during the questioning of witnesses, they want to make sure that certain questions might get asked, and also if litigant consultants can be in the courtroom, yes, they will try to pick up on things, what's going on with the jurors, but it's a difficult task to try to know exactly what they're thinking.
54 and 10
but
is
I think with
64
experience,
and 2
you can
is
understand how certain testimony is received by jurors in a case.
We hear often, Tristan, that prosecutors, and Katie mentioned this, that
And
prosecutors
9
often don't have the money that a defense team has to have a jury consultant. Does that put them often at a disadvantage?
66 and 9.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
75.
I think that the prosecutors, good prosecutors have been doing it for long enough that a lot of them have a good sense. They're in a whole office with a lot of other people who do these kind of cases all the time. The prosecutor's office does go to trial.
What did you do anyway? You supply power to the electricity, I guess?
So they may actually not have
So if he goes this way, he's going to die then, right?
as we might think that they would have. They are trying to get
did
people
it.
to plea, they're trying to get some kind of settlement or some kind of other arrangement to
Yay.
get their client off the hook. Like
What
a
did you
really
do?
good white-collar criminal defense attorney.
I
they're
turned
not
this thing
necessarily
on,
going to
and
trial
now
all
the
time
gate
if
has
they can
power.
help it. Somebody in the prosecutor's office is
Oh,
always
cool.
going to trial. So you've got a
Will
wealth
this
of
take
trial
us to
experience there.
grandma's?
So I would not say that just because they can't hire jury consultants,
eventually.
you don't have folks that are veterans of the jury process and veterans of being in trial and being able to suss that out.
What is it, kid?
I want to read something.
We are
have people who are
getting further away from mommy.
Alan. And it was
specifically
what happened today. Bobby's cross has been sharp, tightened to the point. Whether or not
and since
he
we're
has
talking about safety,
sufficient holes in
don't
Pepper's
touch the
story,
gate
it's
or
yet to
you'll
be
die.
seen. But again, he is looking to convince just one
That
juror.
always scared you
If
more,
you're
I guess.
there, again,
All right.
not a mind reader, but can you tell when something has connected?
You'll be fine, trust me.
generally?
Just don't touch the gate.
By listening to the answers
It's
and watching
electrified.
the witness, I think a lot of us can have a good sense of how it's being received by the jury. And I think what the questioning is intended to do is
so if it's electrified, it means you can't go through the gate anymore.
Behavior and underhanded antics on the part of this
Right?
the Trump world, but
does he get killed if
it's completely
goes
different
there?
than what the
He
legal
says,
question is in the
what
case.
the hell
So
that?
that's what the defense has to do in cross-examination.
All that work, I can't cross while it's on. I'll turn it off
Other
then.
clients that he did this for before Trump, and that he even did
into
this
barbecue.
with Trump before the election. So that's just what they have to do, and I think it's
Yeah,
also
what the hell is
crucial
that?
from a defense
Oh,
perspective
keep
and from
turning
a
it
jury
on.
perspective
Okay.
that you want to make sure that the demeanor, and this is from
maybe
that the demeanor changes from direct across, then the jurors are gonna
that
think,
card
well,
reader.
There's something maybe that makes me think that he was coached in the beginning or he has an agenda. So
the card reader has power now.
We would keep an eye on, and we would wonder how the jury would react to that testimony.
Alan Turkheimer, Katie Fang, thank you both. Tristan, you're sticking around. Appreciate that. And up next, David Picker may have been first out of the gate, but there is a long...
Well, here's another thing I found out is that you can right-click,
keeping a close eye on how
back on that, and it'll show you the card.
Long-standing friendship with Donald Trump and
Augustine Amar.
And hours ago, President Biden agreed to something Trump has been asking for that could have a major impact on the race for president.
He's a safety engineer. 1938?
After a quick break.
And pictures from what? From 50 years ago? ID number 14358 CAF 81978. And then on the right, different 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, okay. So if you right click on stuff, it gives you information about it. Left click chooses it. It's not just for writing. There's wax in this. It might come in handy. What does it say about the tape? It can do everything except math, I guess. And then my cigarettes. I don't have a lighter. Either way, it's the last one. So, why are you carrying it around with you? Better save it for later. When will you need to smoke a cigarette? Alright, so card reader. Let's look at the jackets again. Nothing fits me, shame. This time I'm sure I've checked everything. Okay. It's for reading cards. Right? Ah, okay. I get it now. So, let me see what the card says. The card says, yeah, you look like you've seen some stuff, Augustine, but I'm one to talk. Seems like someone that was very happy working here. Eesh. You look like you've seen some stuff, Augustine. But I'm one to, but I want to talk. Okay. So, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So 1 is dark blue, and 2 is red, 3 is yellow, 4 is light blue, 5 is magenta, or pink, and 6 is green. All right, so do I press the buttons first and then swipe the card? Or swipe the card and then press the buttons? Let's try swiping the card first. Alright. And it's red. Okay, so I need dark blue, it's this one. And then red, which is this one, because that one he said is pink. Then yellow, and then light blue, and then the pink magenta, and then green. I got it wrong. Okay. Someone would call that magenta. But you can't fool me. That's pink. Oh, that's pink. So, let me see. Pink.
David Pecker is just the first in what is expected to be a long line of witnesses who, on the surface at least, might seem conflicted.
Red.
Pecker has described Donald Trump as a mentor and a friend.
Yellow,
but for the
light
prosecution, he is a key part of the story they hope will lead to Trump's conviction. And under oath, Pecker and those who follow him are compelled to tell the truth, even if it hurts Trump's case, of course. And even if they consider themselves to be loyal to him.
Would call that magenta.
Joining us now, David Jolly, former Republican congressman from Florida and an MSNBC political analyst. Vaughn and Tristan are still here with us. Vaughn, you've covered Donald Trump for a very long time.
It's lost its color.
And for every Michael Cohen, who I guess you could say has turned, there is a David Pecker.
So this
who
is
says,
blue, like the sky.
I think he's a great guy.
Unless it's dark.
What is it about the
cloudy,
people in Trump world that make them so devoted to Donald Trump?
And this was a fancy shade of blue.
What is it about Donald Trump?
It's color of envy. Beats me.
What is it about Donald Trump is a good question,
yellow.
Chris.
Nobody
Donald
likes
Trump
yellow.
has staying power
Don't know
in
why.
so many ways. While you may lose an election like the one in 2020, you also continue to have a following that is indignant upon any efforts to undermine him or the prestige of the Trump organization or the political following. One that did garner 80 million votes in 2020. And folks are not naive to that. So even when Donald Trump loses an election or endorses candidates in 2022 who do lose, he continues to hold power to a great extent, and also financial power. And that is what Michael Cohen, for all those years, had a full understanding of.
Yellow.
Hope Hicks is going to take the stand here as a witness, and she has never met the ire of Donald Trump. Those two individuals who have caught his frustration are those who have attempted to step away from him. And when those individuals step away from him, Donald Trump, like Bill Barr, you are all but gone from his orbit here. And that's where folks like Alan Weisselberg has not been attacked by Donald Trump, but look where Alan Weisselberg is. He's serving time at Rikers jail because he never testified against him. And in the current situation, perjured himself under his own guilty plea as part of his civil fraud trial just last year. And so despite being in the late 70s now, serving time at jail, this is for Donald Trump in his orbit a clear line that no matter how many years pass, those that are in his orbit now are those ones who I would contend are the greatest loyalists. They know what they are a part of. They've seen what has happened to those who worked in his previous campaigns, in his previous White House, and that those that are making a commitment to him now have a clear understanding that crossing would be the end of their political relevance to Donald Trump.
Including one who's in court with him now, we are told, who just yesterday was indicted in Arizona, but that's another story for another day. So, David, coming out of court yesterday, this was Donald Trump's review of the trial, again, yesterday.
Today was
let's see what he says about
this room. You saw what went on.
That's yellow. Nobody likes yellow. I don't know why.
Testimony. This is a trial that should have never happened. This is a case that should have never been filed.
Beats me.
And it was really an incredible day.
Amazing testimony. The only testimony was David Pecker's, and given that most analysts believe it set up the prosecution's case well, you wonder what he was so pleased about. Is it just that David Pecker said at the very end of the day in direct testimony that he was a mentor and a friend?
Once it's dark.
Chris, I see that differently. I see Trump always the showman reaching for a narrative that he's trying to sell. But he even realizes in that moment he doesn't have anything to sell. So for people who have said Trump looks weak and feeble and hollow, that's what I see in this moment. He is always going to try to project a counter-narrative, alternative facts tell you that it's great when it's really not. It's not going great for Donald Trump, and that was a man trying to convince himself and convince America it is.
Why am I doing this wrong?
We are 1 week into this. The longer this goes, and the more the other trials begin to pop up, I think there's
maybe
some
I got to do
questions
the
to ask.
buttons first.
What does
So,
Donald
okay,
Trump
let's do the
look
buttons
like going
first.
into
So
a
let's
Republican
do
convention after months and months
dark
of
blue,
facing legal scrutiny and trials like this? America
then
could be looking at a very
red,
different form of president.
David Fenner, one of the things he testified about was this highly unusual meeting at Trump Tower in 2017 when Trump was president-elect.
and then
His future Secretary of
light
State,
blue,
his Chief of Staff, the FBI Director James Comey, all in the same
and
room with
then
the publisher of the National Enquirer.
pink,
And Trump is thanking Pecker for bearing the McDougal story.
green.
He apparently made a joke about him knowing all of his secrets. Even
Yep.
as a
You gotta do the
breaker
card
of
first.
norms that Trump is, understating it.
all right,
What do you make of it,
flashing. So it's
David?
that,
Well, what I make of it is a bit of vanities, right? Donald Trump himself always finds the silver lining and thinks that Pecker might be doing his bidding, even though he's sinking his legal case in this environment. But I think it's also clear as we continue to see, as you were talking with Vaughn, the people who are closest to Donald Trump who are either breaking with him or staying with him as they're telling the real truth. To me, it is affirming that the number of people, as Vaughn said, including voters, who just accept Donald Trump for who he is. Either someone who aggrandizes his own sense of self-worth despite his legal culpability, or somebody that they just accept for his failures, but recognize that he's somebody they're going to support. Many of Trump's relationships are relationships of convenience and mutual benefit. You see that in the business world, you see it in the political world. And a number of voters across the country who have never met him say, I still like what I get from this guy, and I might vote for him to return to the White House.
Well, I heard about
David Jolly, Vaughn Hilliard,
one of those
both.
new
well,
thingies.
This morning, Donald Trump once again complained about being stuck
they
in a
work
courtroom
like
for his
keys
criminal
for
trial.
doors.
But at the same time,
Pretty cool.
he is planning to hit the campaign trail next
Some
week.
color code
He will
of
spend his
sorts.
day off Wednesday holding back-to-back rallies in Wisconsin
Some
and
color code
Michigan.
of sorts.
And he may be getting closer to something he's been saying he wants, a debate with President Joe Biden. Here's the president as he talked to Howard Stern just a couple of hours ago.
I am doing that.
I don't know if you're going to debate your
dark blue,
opponent.
red, yellow, light blue,
I'm happy to debate him.
pink, and green.
Joining us now, NBC's
And why is
Dasha
it wrong?
Burns. So two interesting stories there. Trump on the campaign trail, and Joe Biden says, yep, bring it on. We'll debate.
Why is that
interesting
wrong?
and related stories, Chris, because while Trump is in the courtroom and he's been using this, of course, to get media attention, he's very good at capitalizing on those moments. It is extremely limiting. He hasn't been able to go out and campaign. He hasn't been on the fundraising circuit. And this will be the first time next Wednesday when he heads to
One
Michigan,
dark blue,
Wisconsin,
two
that
red,
that
three
middle of
yellow,
the week day off to actually go and
four
hit
light
those
blue,
battleground states.
5 pink.
This is an attempt for him to be able to finally
6
talk
green.
to voters, to contrast his records with that of President Biden, who has been
6
out on the
green.
campaign
And
trail,
why
who
is
has
it
been
wrong?
doing that counter programming and saying, "Hey, I'm out here talking to the people
Why
while my
is
opponent
that wrong?
is in court." So this is his opportunity to talk about the economy, to talk about immigration,
blue,
and
red,
campaign
yellow.
topics that he'll spend time on. And when it comes to
Blue,
a debate with Joe
pink,
Biden,
green.
look, this is something that the Trump
Blue, red,
campaign has
yellow.
been pushing for. They want it. They feel like
Blue, pink,
that
green.
contrast of the two of them up on the stage will be
Why is that
beneficial to
wrong?
former President Trump. Because remember, even though Trump is
Why is that
not
wrong?
much younger than Joe Biden, our polling has consistently
Blue,
shown that
red,
voters
yellow.
aren't as concerned about the impacts of Trump's
green.
age as they are of that of President Biden. And so we'll see when that actually
maybe I'm
happens.
too
But
slow?
the Trump campaign for right now thinks that's a win for them. We'll see whether or not that's the case if and when we do see the two of them debate, Chris.
Dasha Burns, thank you. And in the next hour of Chris Jansing Reports, we'll speak to someone who has known the Trump hush money judge for 15 years. And we'll talk about how Judge Merchan could approach the upcoming gag order decision, among other things. Stay close. More Chris Jansing Reports right after this.
There's got to be a right way to do it. There's got to be a right way to do it. So, Why? 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 Card reader color code. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, what about that code? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here it is. Ah, where is that? Where is the code in here? Where did I see that code at? Yeah, here it is. 331652. I gotta use that code. 331652. That's what I gotta do. Alright. So it's yellow, yellow, dark blue, and then green, pink, red. I don't use the light blue at all. Okay. Let's try that. That's what it was. I'm gonna use the code. So it's 33. Yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow. 331. 1 is dark blue. And then 652. And then 6 is green. 5 is pink. And 2 is red. Ah, there you go. I swear. Alright. I have a great idea, a great problem solving skills. Yeah, I guess. I guess you do. Wish I had good problem avoiding skills as well. Yeah, okay. Uh-oh, somebody's looking at me. Looks like somebody's looking at me. That wasn't there before. Alright. Let's go in there. Is that how that looked? I don't remember that. Yeah. This wasn't there before. This window. Alright. So that means that somebody's watching me. Now. Whoa. Even for today, this looks kind of high-tech. Someone really went overboard. Rich assholes. I don't say me. Alright, what do I got here? Telephone. Abandoned workplace. Shaft. Lifter key. Mine blueprints. Report. Screen. Pencils. Now I'll get pencils. Machine plans. Lighthouse schematics. Tape recorder. Let's look at wouldn't know who to call. Ghostbusters! Even if it worked. Don't want to call Ghostbusters. Tape recorder. Recorder tape. My favorite kind of tape. After duct tape.
It is good to be back with you for the second hour.
There are no telephone poles in miles.
Testimony after
in miles?
The defense tried to
so that's an internal line. Okay.
With the lunch break in Donald Trump's hush money trial almost over.
Oh wow, these must be top of the line.
15 minutes.
Very dusty.
The prosecution will continue its redirect with the witness who has
they're redirecting now? Okay.
For the entire prosecution case.
They already cross-examined?
National Enquirer CEO David Pecker. The defense spent hours trying to trip him up, catch him in contradictions, even introducing several instances where they say Pecker's recollection of key events had changed over time. But the prosecution got the last word before lunch, getting Pecker to admit that Karen McDougal's story would have been National Enquirer gold. And his decision not to run it was purely to help Donald Trump. Joining me now, NBC's Vaughn Hilliard outside the courthouse. Former federal prosecutor Paul Butler is back with me. Former Assistant New York Attorney General Tristan Snell is here in the studio. Also with me, Jeremy Saland, criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor. I'm going to start with you because you're a defense attorney and because you're new to this table. It's a challenge, right? Because no matter how many times the defense keeps going back and back and back to David Pecker, trying to show this wasn't about the campaign. This is what you did. This is standard operating procedure. They said that over and over and over again yesterday. Let me give you one of the later pieces of back and forth. And this is Steinglass trying to, again, disprove what Bovee had just done, the defense attorney. How many, meaning of these stories, did you coordinate with the presidential candidate for the benefit of a campaign? It's the only one.
And there's nothing to do. Oh wow, these must be a couple lines, very dusty, but otherwise it looks fine. Okay.
How do you think the defense is doing?
Look at the screen. Yeah, security was tight.
Scored some points.
Even so, it all went to hell.
But we've heard about Arnold Schwarzenegger.
She's the screen.
So it wasn't the first time this has happened. We've heard about this other times before, and in fact, there was a relationship starting back, I think, in 1998 with the former president, or who then was not the president. So I think the defense did score some points, but not as much as they think, because Pecker came across as a pretty reasonable, regular guy, maybe with some mistakes in his memory, but not some malicious, ill-willed person. So I think they scored points, but not as much as they would like to have.
Whatever they were observing, hear them.
A little recap of what were some of the highlights of the day.
Whatever they were observing, hear them.
This is what happens in trials, right? The prosecution tries to shore up the testimony. The defense tries to knock it down. That's exactly how it goes in every trial. But in this trial,
this camera is
some of the key moments that you
pointing at the mine entrance. Okay.
Over the course of the 3 hours this morning of the cross-examination of David Pecker, the team for Donald Trump was trying to hone in on questions around his own story. There was that January of 2017 meeting, I think it's the best example, where David Pecker, earlier this week, answering the prosecution's questions, testified that he showed up in Trump Tower about 2 weeks before he was sworn in as president, and he replaced the likes of Sean Spicer, Reince Priebus, James Comey, other soon-to-be cabinet officials in a meeting at Trump Tower, and in conversation with Donald Trump that he thanked him for, I should say Donald Trump thanked David Pecker and AMI for purchasing the rights of Dino the Doorman's story as well as Karen McDougal's story. And that is what was testified by David Pecker just this week. But then when Donald Trump's defense team had the opportunity to cross-examine him, they said, well, then why did you tell federal prosecutors in July of 2018 that you did not recall Donald Trump thanking you for purchasing the rights to those two stories? And David Pecker said, I'm not sure why the transcript read that way. All I can tell you now is that I recall him thanking me. And this is part of the defense's efforts to call into question not only the veracity of that story that David Pecker was sharing, but generally his memory about events that took place now almost 9 years ago, almost 8 years ago, almost 7 years ago. And just that one example was the key for the jury's mind of having them question the veracity of his retelling or being recalled versus what he testified today when answering the question.
Anyway, who needs a pen?
Tristan, let me give you another example. Part of the defense strategy was stressing that this $150,000 that went to Karen McDougal wasn't.
It makes sense for the lighthouse.
Hush money here. We're paying about she was on the cover of a couple of magazines. She had ghostwritten columns that were in magazines that were also published by AMI, the publisher of National Enquirer. But on redirect, the prosecution asked this, quote, is that true, Mr. Pecker?
Plans for the lighthouse.
Was that your purpose in walking up the Karen McDougal story to influence the election? Again.
I don't really understand much about these plans.
Is that the advantage of the prosecution being able to have a witness? Is that what witness preparation? Is it maybe that, but also just
a report? You got to be able to. These kind of guys have documented everything.
Of course,
even if they have to get rid of it.
Common sense element to this. $150,000
Thanks for bureaucracy.
Covers and ghostwriting some columns. Column.
Document unlocked.
I hope somebody actually points that out. You don't get paid $150,000 to write a magazine or newspaper.
Final report.
You don't get anywhere near that. You get like a few.
Although casualties weren't that high, the conditions of deaths
it doesn't
themselves,
make sense that it would be that much.
November 7th and December 1st, appeared to be traumatic enough for the other workers to either abandon the project or organize against its chief operations.
For the jury to get around.
Chief of operations, Mr. Palliator.
Yeah, I think that's
Things started to escalate with physical altercations that might have resulted in more violence if not for the actions of Mr.
You don't leave your common sense.
Pelletier.
You don't leave it at the courthouse footsteps. You go in with it and you leave it. So I think that's a fair statement.
Unofficial second hand, according to him. One individual called Augustine.
Very close to Donald Trump.
Some of his colleagues were either hallucinating or letting fear take the best of them, claiming the mine started to lure people inside to eat them. When pressed for further explanation, he commented in a rather crass way that there must be something in the water. It's unclear if this was in jest or one of the superstitions held by his kind.
Trump had been elected.
In turn, Mr. Pelletier himself seemed to have been in some way a victim of the stressful situation surrounding the project. I believe that there was no sabotage involved, but rather a succession of misfortunes accompanied by the mental decline of an older gentleman like him. The lack of reporting from his part, from the accidents themselves to the imminent failure of the project, seemed to be more negligent and misguided than malicious. No legal pursuits against Mr. Pelletier are available, since he had also had a tragic end, albeit seemingly through his own hand. The Augustine fellow, on the other hand, should have never risen to his position. If someone can be to blame for this incident, it should be him, ending any unwanted attention to our company's endeavors.
Spent a lot of time grilling
Regional
David Pecker about
Inspector.
a non-prosecution agreement.
ID number.
The jurors learned an awful lot
This,
about catch
bam,
and kill.
how could they just leave
It's pretty straightforward.
this here for anyone to
Catch
find?
and kill is you find
And it
out
seems
that
like
there's a story
Mr.
that you want to
Pelletier
bury,
was the
you
guy
pay
that
for it,
wrote
and
the
you
journal.
make sure that they sign an agreement that says
Mines
nobody
weren't
else
that
ever
safe
gets
back
this
then,
story.
But
Right?
now they're the only way to
There's
escape.
also a lot of weeds to it. What was the
That's
NDA? What, yeah.
Nothing else?
But basically, on the face of it, do jurors get
Yeah,
what's
that was
happening
it.
here as
Nothing
from what
else.
you've heard so far?
I think so. And these non-prosecution agreements, these agreements to testify, these are not atypical. And Pecker is well prepared to answer those questions. I think there was a line of attack there about AMI wanting to be sold, and you had to clear this up. If it wasn't cleared up, you were not going to get the money, or it wasn't going to go to sale.
Just like a
So
key
that's
for
why
a giant lock.
And that's really, in the end of the day, yeah, that was relevant, but that really
Just
wasn't
like a
why.
key
There was
for a
still
giant
money
lock.
that was going to be made. So these questions, again, it's the little
That's
holes
no
that they're
boomerang.
poking, but does it build it up?
It's all bent up. You can use it on that bending
You keep
machine
talking,
thing, but it
Kristen,
might give
about
me
common
some leverage.
sense. And I've had an opportunity in some
Go ahead and
cases
take
in
it
the
with
past
you.
to talk to jurors after the fact. And I think most people,
Yeah, I
and you
get
guys
that.
can disagree
Looks
with me,
like
but I think
a
most
manhole
people I
key.
talk to, they take the jurors take very seriously.
Looks like
and we heard that
electric
even in some of the cases.
I need one more, right?
Here.
Yeah,
The jurors
five.
said,
I only got one.
I can be fair, right? And they take that into the jury room. Most
I work
jurors
on
feel
with
like
string.
this is, and especially I would think in a case like this, they
All
have
right.
an awesome
Got
responsibility.
the report.
So they look at the evidence, but how much is
The
about
abandoned
the
workplace.
evidence and how
Someone
much of
was
it is
paranoid
about
about
common
security.
sense? Who's going to pay
Or maybe it was
$150,000
all
for a
about
couple of
controlling
articles in a couple of
employees.
covers of magazines that, not to disparage the people who worked on those magazines, weren't exactly
This looked more like a
A-list
security
magazine.
desk than
Even if
anything
they had
else.
the A-list magazines, they don't.
Look at all the monitors.
Everybody in the media industry knows exactly what publications pay, and it's not that. Like, there's too many zeros on that number. Let's just put it
Okay.
that way. But the kicker here is that
Were these plans
you do
from
it with
after the
evidence,
mining?
but
cave?
common sense is what turns
Were they
that evidence
crazy?
into a narrative. and that narrative.
Oh wow! They were looking to expand the mines and by a lot.
Both sides are having their story that they're putting out there.
It's kind of insane.
But the common sense is sort of the connective tissue that allows that juror to come up with that narrative in the jurors' own mind as to what this case is about.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, as we're waiting for Donald Trump to re-enter the courtroom, and it can be in the next 5 minutes or so, we had just reported that Joe Biden, in a radio interview today, said that he was willing to debate. So, of course, it didn't take long for Donald Trump to post on Truth Social. He said, crooked Joe Biden just announced that he's willing to debate. Everyone knows he doesn't really mean it, but in case he does, I say anywhere, anytime, any place. The post went on to say that since Biden is in New York City today, I should say that we saw his motorcade going past 30 Rock
we need
here.
to go look at the vending machine.
Like Trump, who is, quote, stuck in one of the many court cases that he instigated as election interference against a political opponent, a continuing witch hunt.
They must have used this to fix out-of-shape tools.
The pair should debate at the courthouse tonight on national television.
Oh, it's a thing that bends metal. I forgot its name.
Let me get your analysis of this. No surprise about Donald Trump, but it looks like.
For my tongue.
Could we see a debate?
Well, let's use this on there.
Right.
Okay.
First of all, I don't expect that we have
a
Friday Night Live rendition here in Lower Manhattan. It's a little sleepy around these.
Who's watching
Friday evening.
Who's watching?
Look, Donald Trump is looking for a storyline that is not this.
We're gonna do what?
As a general election candidate, he would love to debate Joe Biden, and there is nothing that would preclude Joe Biden from agreeing to debate right now. Donald Trump, though, has made this a case at campaign events. He has brought on an empty podium to signify that he's ready to debate Joe Biden whenever the current Democratic president would like to. Of course, there's typically 3 presidential debates that are organized by the presidential
Speaking of the man, you may not be able to see this, Vaughn,
take place in September and October.
When I click, it disappears. And if I let it go all the way, it just keeps
just
going.
making note of the fact you probably can't see it, but he just walked back into the courtroom. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. So usually those debates don't take place till September or October, but this was notable because Joe Biden has, over the course of the last many months, made the suggestion that, well, let's see how he acts before we make a commitment to the debates, a long-standing tradition for Republican and Democratic nominees to do. And so today, in the Howard Stern interview, Joe Biden suggesting that he would look and seek to debate Donald Trump at the appropriate time. And of course, now Trump utilizing that to say, well, let's do it now.
I was just talking about the fact that, I think jurors take their job very seriously. And Paul Butler,
I don't get it. How do you do this?
When they're told you can't read, you can't look up anything about this.
How the hell did I do that?
Go home and Google, who David Pecker is, or what
I was just clicking randomly.
Any of that stuff.
Now I just need to put it in a manhole. Put it in a manhole? I don't know about that, bro.
What the judge told
and I already regret saying that out loud.
No, they're not supposed to look at any news regarding Donald Trump. It doesn't.
You don't want to put it in a manhole, bro.
The campaign, and certainly not the trial.
All right.
And in my experience, they do take that responsibility.
Let's look at this. It's just like a key for a giant lock.
So, guys, what are you looking for when we restart?
We still got to find one more of these.
Can and should the defense do here?
Well, maybe I'll find it in the manhole.
As much as they can poke in him, I know he's mild-mannered. I know he's coming across as a genuine guy. I know they can't get him on selling AMI for extra money. There are some inconsistencies. His agreement to testify, I think they're in a difficult spot. I think overall,
well, let's go back
to is a win. Whether it's 100% win or 95% win for the prosecution, he set that foundation. He set the groundwork.
Since I found those 4 things over there, I guess they're all going to be over here.
Paul Butler, thank you. Vaughn, Tristan, Jeremy, you're going to stand by. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the judge at the center of Donald Trump's historic trial, how he's handled this unprecedented case so far, and the ongoing attacks from the former president.
Hey, kid, what's up?
Known Juan Merchan for 15 years.
Still here?
After this.
Okay, let's go here and turn this off. There we go. What this has to say? Anything new? Yeah, nothing new. Alright, so now I guess I can go this way. And I'm looking for a manhole, huh? Broken lamps, speakers, security camera. I don't like the idea of having eyes on me all the time. Well, how about if you throw the manhole key at it? Those don't go together. All right. How did he disappear? I'm a grown man. I'm totally not afraid of the dark, but I'm not going in there blindly. I might fall and break my neck or something. She might. Okay, I need the connector box. And I need to put something in there. I need another one of those connectors. Another one of these. I need another one of these. Another one of these. One more. Where can I find another one of those? Broken lamp. Wood cargo box. Why is it in here? More junk they left behind. Cargo crane. I need no such thing, big, expensive crane. Wonder what made them abandon all this. Where am I going to find broken minecart? Is that in the broken minecart? That's a trash. I feel you. I'm not strong enough to put this around. Manhole. A manhole. Speakers. No way anything in there still works. And why do I insist that I need 5 anyway? Where did I get that idea from? I think I got the idea from here. Yeah, from here. And this says I need 5. Electric power must be up for some. Electric power must be on before solving this puzzle. There are 5 connector pieces, only 3 work, so you need to find all of them before trying combinations. There are 3 green buttons on top, select the left one. So how do I turn the power on and get in there? Oh, I can tell her to turn the power on.
Says he'll hold a hearing next Thursday
let's go talk to the little girl.
Violations of the
hey, little girl!
Prosecutors say
she can't reach them.
14 violations, inclling 4 just this week, where Trump referenced witnesses and the jury.
Unless you sit her up there. Talk to the little girl.
Michael Cohen was a convicted liar. He was a lawyer.
The kid was the last thing I needed right now.
And he got in trouble.
If I have to carry her around,
what he did for me.
I think he's going to kill me tomorrow.
95% Democrats.
When are they going to look at all the lies that Cohen?
Hey kid, are we here now? Almost, I promise.
He puts in an invoice.
Have you ever been here? I'll be right back.
And they pay and they go on a legal expense. I got indicted for that.
Joining me now is Jill Conviso,
check something.
retired
I'll be
judge
right
and
back.
former New
All
York
right.
State Supreme Court Justice. She's also known the judge at the center of this case, Juan Merchan, for 15
maybe
years.
if we
Let
go
me
ahead and
start
turn this on
where we left
again,
off there. A lot of people want to know
and
what's
go look
going
for
to
something
happen
else to do.
with the fact that the prosecution is charging that time after time after time, Donald Trump has violated the gag order that Judge Juan Merchan put in place. A lot of them have asked the question, why is he not ruling on this? What's he waiting for? You know him. You probably have some idea of how he works. Do you have an answer for them?
I don't have a precise answer, but I can tell you that obviously this trial is in a fishbowl. Judge Merchan's goal and job, quite frankly, is to bring it to verdict. And there are certain things that are, bumps along the way, and this is one of them. He also wants to take his time and make sure he makes the right decision. The legislature did not give this judge or any of us a whole lot of options with respect to contempt. You can hold someone in contempt by fining them, which probably doesn't mean a whole lot to Donald Trump, or you can send him in jail for a short period of time. That's going to complicate this and slow things down to get to the finish line. So while it appears there seems to be a series of violations by Donald Trump, certainly Judge Merchan is going to take his time to get it right and to keep this trial on track.
I mean, you do make a good point. A $1,000 fine to Donald Trump is not the same as a $1,000 fine to most people in America. Putting him in jail has implications far beyond what it would mean for a normal defendant who defied a judge's order. You have done more than a few high-profile cases of your own. There is no higher-profile case than what we're seeing right now. This is one for the history books. How does being a judge on a high-profile case like this complicate matters, or what does it mean for a judge who is facing this kind of scrutiny?
That's exactly the right word. Scrutiny. Every decision, every move Judge Merchan makes is being talked about on national TV. That is hard when his goal and his focus is to make sure the defendant gets the fair trial to which he is entitled. And so he needs to make sure he does everything the right way and to do the best he can to treat him as he would any other defendant. Of course, Donald Trump is not any other defendant. But at the same time, the whole panoply of rights to which he is entitled, Judge Merchan is going to make sure he gets. But the same thing is true with that gag order. So just because this is the former president of the United States doesn't mean he's not subject to the rules of the court. The gag order is in place because Donald Trump has indicated that he can't seem to follow the rules. The gag order doesn't apply only to Donald Trump. Those rules are part of our landscape, our judicial landscape for anyone who can't follow the rules. And this is where we are, and I think Judge Merchan will make the ultimate decision.
Judges are human, but in addition to that, look, if you feel that there's someone in your courtroom who isn't following the proper procedure, isn't prepared, I could go on with the list, you can understand why sometimes you see judges get impatient. And we have seen that in this case. And one of our lawyers who has been in the courtroom said initially Judge Merchan was much more gentle with Bovee than he was with Blanche, meaning, Tom Blanche.
If I turn the power off,
his impatience increased as discussions continued, but he definitely prefers Bovee to Blanche. That's an observation. Does that happen? You try to avoid it, maybe? But the fact is that the way they accurately present themselves and their knowledge, what their arguments are, can influence you.
That's true, and I like the way you started this piece with judges are humans. That's true, and it's also true that you get more, bees with honey than vinegar, and lawyers should take that to note.
So re-strategize if you see that something that you're doing is pushing the judge in the wrong direction.
I swear I don't remember this window here.
Over and over again.
Yes and no. There are some lawyers who don't follow that rule. They will bait you. They want to be the person who gets in your face.
Look at the card reader.
They think they win that way.
With the jury.
I think sometimes they think that. I speak to jurors. I've had myriad cases, hundreds of jurors I've spoken to over the years, and they do not care for that. They do respect the process. They are part of the process. They take their jobs very seriously. There are exceptions to every rule, but they do. And when they see someone manipulating the system, they don't like it.
Where am I going to find?
Beware.
We just had that conversation about how
the other one of
that,
these.
most jurors, in my case, in covering trials,
The other
is
connector.
that they do take their
connector.
jobs extremely seriously. Having said that, as a judge, when you watched jurors and their reaction, particularly to what might be considered, if not a gotcha moment, a high interest moment in the trial, can you read them, do you think?
I think I can read some of them. Yes, there have been times now that I'm retired, I can say a judge will look at me when a lawyer does something outrageous and roll their eyes, make a face, try not to respond. But yes, because jurors are human too. But at the end of the day, they do want to do the right thing. They do want to follow the rules. They don't want to, go home and do research.
Why do I still have the card?
Break the rules that have been set down. Some of them do, and when they do, we figure it out. We do the best we can.
Why do I still have the card?
To make sure that if they're tainted or somehow impartial, that they'll get off the jury. But the overwhelming majority of jurors do the right thing, follow the mandates of the court.
When it was clear that this trial was going to happen, I thought, who would want to be the judge? Honestly, I mean, the scrutiny, the pressure. How do you think it's going so far? And has there been a moment for you, maybe in particular involving a decision by Judge Merchan, again, who you've known for 15 years, that is notable as you followed the trial closely?
I think the gag order is a big part of this case. And I think it's a big part of this case for probably all the right reasons and all the wrong reasons. We've heard Donald Trump get out
a key for a giant lock.
Say, I'm being treated unlike everybody else, and I have a First Amendment right, and he does have a First Amendment right. First Amendment rights are fundamental, but they are not absolute. You cannot yell fire in a crowded theater. You cannot incite a riot, and you cannot willfully violate the mandate of a court. And that is why I think in the end, Merchan will come out the way we think he might, which is to hold him responsible. Keep in mind that holding Donald Trump responsible by finding him in contempt, it's under the judiciary law, not the penal law, which means it's neither civil nor criminal. It's sui generis, it's its own thing. But another judge, let's say a federal judge whose last name is Chutkin, may look at this and say, you have violated the rule that I told you can't get in trouble. You can't be found in contempt. That's a problem. So if I were Donald Trump, I might be a little more careful.
I'm going to get in trouble with my producer because we're out of time, but I've seen the two of you listening so closely to the judge. Do either of you have a question for her?
That's a lot of text.
Listen closely when there's a judge. As soon as there's a judge, it's like, oh, gotta listen to the judge. So.
Anything?
No, I think she hit it spot on. But, judges are human. And judges' job is to make sure justice is pursued, whatever that means at the end of the day. And I think in the case of Juan Merchan, he's not looking at this to get a gag order decision by tomorrow. That is sort of a sideshow within reason. It's important, but so is important, and far more important is moving the case to a conclusion.
He's not judge trying to get a TV show where he can be the next Judge Judy.
He'd be terrific. He would be terrific.
Jill Conviser, who is both a judge and a diplomat. Thank you so much for coming on the program. Much appreciated. Still ahead. We are going to go back to the courthouse for another update. But first, some insight on what's happening behind the scenes at the Manhattan DA's office from two attorneys who were there. Stay with us. You're watching Chris Jansing Reports only on MSNBC.
That other connector. Wooden cargo box. Broken lamp. Minecart rails. Minecart rails. No? Can't see that working. And in order for this to work, the power's got to be on. How am I going to get in here? How am I going to get in here? There's nothing in there I can use anymore. Unless I missed the wish-granting genie. And I can't put the wig back in it. Nah. But not in that busted old lamp. There's nothing to put the wig on. Getting hot in here. All right. What do I need to do? I need to find me a connector. And I need to figure out how to turn the power on and still be able to get into this place. Installed in mid.
During testimony today at Donald Trump's hush money trial, David Pecker went into detail about how Michael Cohen was actually on the hunt for negative stories about his then boss. He described how, at one point, Cohen wanted to have access to some boxes that were at the National Enquirer to make sure there was nothing in there that was damaging about Trump. Pecker said he wasn't going to let Cohen go through them, testifying that there was no secret trove of information and that everything in those boxes was worthless. Joining me now, NBC's Dasha Burns, senior executive editor, Bloomberg Opinion, MSNBC political analyst Tim O'Brien, who also wrote the book on Trump, Trump Nation, The Art of Being the Donald, during the height of his celebrity in 2005. Kristen Snell and Jeremy Saland are back with me. Tim, I wonder what that anecdote that we just said about Donald Trump tells us about the atmosphere around him at the time.
I don't think this will work very well.
No, I don't think Donald Trump fully trusts anyone, and Michael Cohen was a lawyer, but he essentially operated as a fixer within the Trump organization. He wasn't somebody vetting contracts, and as we know now from lots of reporting and court testimony, he was the point man for Trump on paying hush money to bury any negative stories about alleged sexual affairs Trump was having. It suggests to me that Trump didn't fully trust David Pecker, even though Pecker describes himself as a friend of Trump's. He describes Trump as a mentor. It's always an interesting tell when someone describes Donald Trump as their mentor. There's a certain sort of, I think, class of folk who gravitate towards Trump. and describing him as a mentor is one step even beyond that.
Is there a manhole
but the
there?
other thing that Pecker has been testifying to this week about his
not a bad idea, but this will never fit there.
relationship to Trump.
Okay, how about a screwdriver?
Indicates to me that Trump sent Michael Cohen into the National Enquirer because he
now I know how to get in here. Have power on.
Other information that he wasn't disclosing, and he told Michael Cohen to go find out what
that should work, actually.
I'm just speculating.
Just to keep people up on what's happening, a redirect is over, recross is starting. The redirect was pretty weedsy. I think there are a lot of the details we've already gone over.
Okay,
but I understand what you're saying, Tim. On the other hand, I think that there's a surprise for some people in this so far with David
door's
Pecker.
Ability to close.
It happened just a little bit earlier today, right? Because he's being, I don't want to say hammered, but he's being pushed quite a bit by Donald Trump's attorney to try to get him to say maybe my memory wasn't so good, to find some holes in his story. And they end that part of it before lunch with him really almost sounding defiant, saying, I've been truthful. The same guy who, as you point out, said he considered him a mentor and a friend is not letting him shake that story. I wonder what you make of that.
Now,
well, I mean, it is Trump's defense attorney, regardless of Trump's feelings about Pecker or the nature of the relationship. The goal of Trump's attorney is to undermine Pecker's credibility as a witness.
Go back to this, since I have power now.
Witness for the prosecution. The prosecution is trying to prove a number of things here. One, that there was a conspiracy to
the lights are on. There you go.
Stories, make payments for them.
The lights are on, but no one's home.
Influence the election.
You're mine.
And that all
not your home. See, like that.
And Michael Cohen were all participants, as possibly others were. And that came through very powerfully in Pecker's testimony.
No, neither one of these work.
Team's goal now is to say
neither one of these work.
And his memory is foggy, and these are
be one just like this, except instead of that,
entirely clear in his own mind. So jury should take everything he said with at least a grain of salt and maybe a lot of suspicion. And its performance art to a certain extent. I think in this case, the fact pattern, at least around the alleged conspiracy, is very powerful and it's very damning.
Okay.
Dasha, David Pecker is one of many who have stayed loyal, obviously, to Donald Trump in their own ways. His aide, Boris Epstein, is in the courtroom for the second day in a row, even after being indicted in Arizona for that fake elector scheme there. What more are we hearing from members of Trump's inner circle right now?
Okay.
Well, look, let's not forget that Arizona is not the only state where there have been indictments in a fake elector scheme. You've also got folks indicted in Michigan and in Georgia, and some of the same people are indicted in all three of those states, including Rudy Giuliani, who just spoke out about this. Take a listen.
What's the purpose of it? I mean, do you really think you're going to put us in jail in all those places? Like, after my first 20 years in Atlanta, I'm going to go to Arizona. And then after my next 20 years, I'm going to go to Michigan. No, the whole thing is to scare people so that nobody will tell the truth and come to the aid and defense of an innocent man, Donald Trump.
Now, in the Arizona case, Trump is listed as an unindicted co-conspirator number one, but he is facing charges in Fulton County and federal charges in Washington, D.C. related to attempts to overturn the 2020 election, Chris.
Tim, Rudy Giuliani
where the hell do I find?
I don't know, evidence number one in people who have been loyal. I got to tell you, I mean, for the old
where am I going to find the other one?
Right, it was an incredible shock.
The vendor.
Who lived here,
it's
hard to overstate what that felt like. I can remember ashes settling on my windowsill that came from Ground Zero, that was miles away. You could see the smoke for days and days and days. And this mayor, Rudy Giuliani, emerges. They called him America's mayor for a reason. What he represented to a lot of people who were in that state of shock was, we can come out of this, right, on the other side. And now we see that here's somebody who seems to be completely broke, ridiculed widely. Everything that he had built for such a long time. I asked this question of Vaughn Hilliard earlier, but What is it about Donald Trump, as someone who has
It's fun to
studied
play with,
him,
but
written
I'm not
about
gonna
him for
just-
so long, Tim, that engenders this kind of loyalty?
Well, I think it's even more than that, Chris. You know, it's the Rudy Giuliani who existed before and post 9/11 aren't that different from one another. I think he reached into his soul and became a larger and better person in response to the 9/11 attacks. I was in New York at the time. You could smell the smoke on the street for weeks.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. What was it? There was
Saturday Night Live, and he told America it was.
There was an arrow.
You know, he really was a different person.
There was an arrow.
The Rudy Giuliani was district of the Southern
On the law.
District of New York was a very
Arrow on the law.
A number of his cases fell apart because he
On
pushed the
arrow
limits
on
of
the
the law
law.
in some of them, particularly some of his white collar
law.
Wall Street cases. He is a tough, aggressive
Arrow
person.
on the law.
He's been that person. I think in Trump's orbit,
No
the people
law.
who come into there have their own, I think, instincts to grip,
law.
bend the rules of the law, to break the law. Trump spots that in people, and he tends to surround himself with people who are willing to do that, whether it's Michael Cohen, or Rudy Giuliani, or David Pecker. We could go on and on down the list. What they all end up finding ultimately is it's a one-way street in terms of loyalty, and Trump doesn't usually get out of his way to support them once trouble arises.
The other thing, Tristan, you can't ignore with David Pecker is he's been completely unapologetic about catch and kill, about the way that checkbook journalism, and I don't even like to say that because it's not journalism, but the way his newspaper, whatever you want to call it, operated. But is it crucial in some ways to the prosecution case that this is someone who is loyal to Donald Trump, and yet he's telling you the truth?
I think that's
This camera doesn't work. Well,
and I think that we're going to see that with Hope Hicks as well, where we have folks that have not entirely broken with Donald Trump. But to get to this other question that you've been asking, I think a lot of it is fear. I think people are scared of parting ways with Donald Trump. I think there's a lot of folks who would like to part ways with Donald Trump, but they're scared of the consequences because it's well known he will threaten people all the time who will say, basically he'll say, like, if you ever turn against me, I will destroy you. Like, that's a common thing that he says to people. It's a well-known thing. So I think there's a lot of people who want to break away but are scared to do so. Pecker and Hicks have been folks who have managed to carefully walk that tightrope between telling the truth in these cases and getting to a place where Donald Trump actually turns his bazooka on them. And I do think, though, that being in that position does give them credibility in front of the jury.
We've heard
Where is the camera
at? To repeatedly as
what is that camera pointing to?
By David Pecker. In some of the transcripts we've seen, it was the same.
I don't see where the camera is pointing to.
Handle this, so the boss will take care of this. How does that play, if at all, into this trial?
You know, when I heard that the boss.
The people are calling Rona Graff. Now she.
She's been naming the kid all the time.
What is that reaction for? That's.
So for folks who may not know, really there's a handful of people. Trump Organization is a very, very small thing. We learned about this in our investigation at Trump University, and I talk about it a little bit in the book, but I don't talk about Rona. The inner circle for Trump is very, very small. And it's really, at the time of a lot of this happening, it consisted of Michael Cohen, Alan Weisselberg, Rona Graff, only a few other people really in his inner circle for Trump who are sitting at Trump Tower. Rona's been his assistant for decades.
Since 1987. And she has been described as the gatekeeper, as his right hand. She even appeared on some episodes of The Apprentice. She got, in fact, a little bit of I guess, name recognition because people would actually call Trump Tower looking for her. Tim O'Brien, what can you tell us about Rona Graff?
There it is.
Much more here than simply Rona Graff was.
Where the fuck is that?
Inner circle of Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't use email, and all email
it looks like
into the Trump Organization was screened by Rona Graff. Rona Graff's drive at the
There's
Trump
something there. I missed it.
Gold mine of information
better go check it out.
About the comings and goings on a daily basis of the Trump Organization.
Where is that?
So they've always famously said Donald Trump doesn't leave a paper trail behind himself.
Where is that?
For prosecutors to keep up with what he was doing. The reality is there's a massive paper trail surrounding Rona Graff.
Better go check it out.
Perhaps the Manhattan DA already subpoenaed her hard drive and has looked through it. But she is the sort of communication equivalent of Alan Weisselberg, who is the financial keeper at the Trump Organization. And she's a very material witness.
It was by the mind,
there's very hard documentation behind any fact pattern they may want to allege when they question her.
I know you have to go, Tim, but I have to ask you this last question. If there was one question you think goes to the heart of her knowledge, what might it be?
How often did Mr. Trump communicate with other women who are not his wife? How often did he discuss paying them to stay quiet? And how often in any of the email that you had in your possession did he discuss its impact on his prospects as a presidential candidate in 2016?
Tim O'Brien, your knowledge of Donald Trump is vast and so useful today. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I'm going to go back to you guys. So here is someone, the keeper of the information. It is famous. In fact, Maggie Haberman, who follows Donald Trump closely and knows him, said really only in the past couple of months, I think, he started to text. He does not email. Again, this whole idea of a paper trail. There is almost no paper trail, right, that they can't come up with that Rona Graff would have had.
Let's see.
Well, she is sort of the personification of the paper trail.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Rona Graff is the paper trail.
She is the personification.
She is a human paper trail for Donald Trump.
Yes. And you heard from David Pecker that
there
there
was
no agreement with the former president.
Well, will you look at that?
Donald Trump at the time, not president.
I was thinking with you.
She is that person. She puts people in the Oval Office.
Right.
She puts people in private meetings. She is that paper trail, the personification. Absolutely.
And the last part of what Tim said is he really, I said, what's the one question? And he
goes,
one was about how many women, maybe that there was communication about
this one right
how
here,
many,
right?
They want to keep quiet. But the last part is related to the prospect of the campaign. And that really is the heart of this, right?
That is. And some of that may not be amiss about how many other women. There's issues about tainting that.
And do they need it really?
The prosecution wants to keep this tight. 4 quarters out of that, 4 quarters of that courtroom. Let's just do what we have to do. But she's going to be a gatekeeper, and she's going to show the path and part. Now that we have David Pecker, who set that groundwork and that framework. She'll be the corroborator.
Susan Hoffinger is going to lead the direct examination. She is the chief of the investigation division, and she is a woman. What do you make of that? Do either of you know her or of her?
I do know her. So she was a prosecutor, now a prosecutor again. She's well equipped to handle this. The fact that she's a woman, I don't know if we should read into that too much. Sometimes more so on the defense, you want a woman or a man, depending on what the allegations are. But I don't think that's here. This is a merit-based thing. Again, Josh Steinbest, Chris Conroy, you have the top shelf attorneys at the DA's office handling this case.
One of the things I have to tell you, and this is breaking news, is that she says she's testifying today pursuant to a subpoena. When we were talking to a lot of lawyers going into this, they considered her to be not a likely witness. What kind of witness is she going to be here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yeah, I mean, people think of sort of the term of being a hostile witness. You probably have more to say about this than I do, but I think that I think that we could see some interesting information out of her, but she clearly isn't here she isn't here in a way to bend over backwards to help the prosecution. Let's put it that way. I think it's going to be you're going to only be wanting to ask her questions to which you already know the answers based on the things.
Isn't that true as a lawyer? You never ask a question you don't know the answer to, or not here, maybe?
In general, but it's not, on a direct, you usually want to ask an open-ended question and let the witness go. I would not expect to see that here as much. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. And keep in mind, when someone is subpoenaed, you're not subpoenaed to an office. So she's subpoenaed to the trial. She's subpoenaed to the court. They likely haven't spoken little of any with her before. She hasn't been prepped as you would a witness. So it's almost as
this is harder than I anticipated.
But you can't direct her unless the judge openly says she's hostile. You can't ask leading questions. You still have to ask those open-ended questions. It's a very difficult place to be in for the other side who's dealing with that witness. But here for the prosecution, they can't lead her down that path. They can't give her sort of the answer before she answers.
I want to go back to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, who was outside the courthouse. Vaughn, she was the keeper of the email, the keeper of his schedule. How has this gotten underway?
free. Okay.
Right. David Pecker also testified that it was Rona Graff that allowed him into Donald Trump's office when he had those Trump Tower meetings following the 2016 election and before he was formally sworn in to the Oval Office. Rona Graff, it's two attorneys he says are being paid for by the Trump organization. She retired from the Trump organization in April of 2021 after 34 years of working for the company. She, of course, we should note, is brought forward by the prosecution here. It is not clear the extent to the information she may be knowledgeable of, but as you said it, she was the custodian of much of what was happening directly with Donald Trump, working in the capacity of executive assistant. She's already noted that her office space changed over time. She was there for that entire period here. This is a moment here for the prosecution to note that she kept Trump's calendar. She kept the contacts on Outlook. She handled the emailing for him. Donald Trump, of course, is somebody who wouldn't put words onto paper in so many ways himself. And so for Rona Graff, she was an essential figure inside of that office and somebody that he relied on for the execution of much. Of course, a lot of these questions could come down to, debates over invoices and the extent to which he kept financial records, when checks were brought to him, would he just sign it? A lot of those are questions that we may be able to get answered from Rona Graff.
Let me ask you about the approach to her on both sides. So she says that her lawyers are being paid for by Donald Trump. So let me start with this. How would they have prepared her for this?
They meaning the prosecution?
How would her lawyers, who are being paid by Donald Trump, have prepared her for this?
They're gonna not want her to be too overly zealous and aggressive.
There you go.
Lose credibility that this is a cover-up. That's a concern because then it
looks
more like this conspiracy
that can't solve anything now.
She can't act like a hostile witness.
Second grade teacher.
Out of the gate unless it gets bad, and she
whose name I don't recall.
Obviously, you lose control of your witnesses sometimes, but they are going to go over her time and time again to stay calm and not make this look like you're in this conspiracy.
Anyway,
because that's the theme of this case. If there
I have no need for these extra connectors now.
Election through these
I'll just throw them away.
Falsification of records. But the prosecutions have continuously hit on and follow up from what we heard earlier that Donald Trump was the one who looked over everything. Donald Trump signed it.
I guess that can go into the case now.
It wasn't his kids. It wasn't Weisselberg who signed that check. It was Donald Trump. And yes,
perseverance, folks. Perseverance.
Trump. So she is that next.
So this is what Father felt every day.
I also want to bring in Rebecca Roythe, a former.
It was another mine of curses.
Listen, on the other side of this, how do you approach a witness? And I'm sure you've been.
It was another mine, of course, but it must have felt the same.
And it's close to the defendant.
We never knew when he's coming, when he come back.
It can be a very powerful witness if you do it correctly, because this is not a witness who in any way is, they're voluntarily trying to help out the prosecution. So if the prosecution gets positive evidence from her, that evidence is extremely credible. So
being alone is you have to learn a thing or two just to get by.
As you were saying
even
earlier,
if you're not so smart,
but even more
you learn to handle yourself.
Already prove, so that there's no
the kid's
room
the same.
for this witness to really meander outside of the lines.
Anyway,
and I think that that is probably what they're intending to do, which is
we don't have
a
another
full
option.
sense of what they want to get out of her, and they're not going to give her any wiggle room because they
maybe
have other proof of
I'll
what they want. So
understand
this
Father
is just a
better
way to
once
give
we
it
go in.
color and weight and make the story really compelling for the jury.
So maybe this backs up exactly what you're saying, but I want to tell you what's happening inside the courtroom right now. There is a series of questions that they're moving through very, very quickly.
Old drain pipe.
Again, something that we already knew in Mr. Trump's email while you were at the Trump organization. Not that I recall. They put a number of things into exhibits from a thumb drive, asking if these were indeed some contacts. Were they some emails that involved Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal's emails from back in January of 2017.
Maybe when someone hits
directing your attention to emails that you sent and received, when it was from Donald Trump's assistant at the White House.
Just like all
the
these
fact that
warnings
she
weren't
is
that
moving
useful.
very quickly, that she seems to know how to set this up, is very
Warning,
in line
deadly
with what we were
gases
talking
and
about before.
lack of
You want to keep
oxygen
these
can
questions
be
pointed.
present.
You want to keep them direct.
Lack of
You
oxygen
want to
can
keep
be
this thing
present.
moving.
Okay. How can a lack of something be present? See?
To a certain extent, even if what you're doing is just, as you said, admitting documents, you're giving a face to that, and you're giving a face to somebody who is a Trump loyalist, and that in itself, sends a message to the jury.
Whether this is somebody who came
voluntarily or not, they have information and evidence to give that is useful to the prosecution, and that's good for your case ultimately.
There's a lot of these
folks who are inside the courtroom, Graf is answering very matter-of-factly. Trump is, at least
see that making much of a difference in my situation.
During this sitting
Nothing
in
my size, either way.
If anything,
they're adjustable hats.
Indication that both of them are listening to the lawyers.
He's awake.
Oh, mine is here.
He's finally awake.
Mine was
He might be unfazed
so far,
but I'm sure he's not going to get his afternoon
nap.
It's
filled with ghosts.
He knows the answer. The reality is he knows the answer.
If I'm lucky.
Being asked because she's working with the defense, so she knows what's going on. She knows what to say, and she
totally
knows what not to say. And I wouldn't be shocked if you hear a lot of I don't recall. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Apparently, everything can come falling down over my head.
Witness, which it sounds like she is.
Over my head.
She doesn't want to corroborate and set the stage.
Looks like that used to be a path, but it came
she does not want to be a Trump
much.
and go off on a
I better watch my head.
Yeah,
get one of them hats.
They're showing things on the screen that include, at least at the time, I'm presuming they've changed.
The mine shaft. That's where you put in,
physical addresses,
would have a manhole in it.
emails,
Don't know why.
the inner circle of
checking off boxes.
There's a mine shaft.
Just checking it off. So that's what she's there for.
The heebie-jeebies.
It could be that this ends up not being super interesting. Like I definitely reacted.
Yeah, nothing scary about it. Underground door.
To him, and she is
in
the
an
person
abandoned
who's
death
the
trap.
keys to the kingdom when it comes to communications. However, it could be that it's
There's a
important
slight breeze,
to the case for the corroboration,
which
for
means
the
there's a way
authentication
out.
of these records, which are going to be admitted and are going to be discussed in
Drain
great
pipes.
detail with the other witnesses. But we're not
Must
really
be
going to
to
be
control
talking about
flooding.
so much.
Plumbing all the way down
say,
here.
This material is the material
And a
that we're
collapse
saying
entrance.
So then will they
Watch
take
my
that
step.
material, Rebecca, and
Yeah,
perhaps
that's
use it
what
another
get
time? Now
to those
that,
boulders.
and again, we don't know where this is going.
Let's
We
see if
don't
it
know
has
how
a
long it's
manhole
going to
that you
go
can put
on.
this in.
But if she just says, yes, I recognize this,
Yeah.
yes, this is something that came through my office, that just sets it up to be used with another witness later on.
Absolutely. It could be used with another witness. Now it could be used in the summations. The prosecution is checking off boxes on each element of the crime that they need to prove. And
Things
so
are starting
we may
to
not
look
be
up.
privy,
No,
the jury
you're
may
looking
not
down.
be privy at this point to what
Down, right?
exactly
See?
this goes to. But ultimately, all of these loose ends will be tied back together by the attorneys or by some other witness.
I'll get rid of the
She
manhole
also
key.
said she saw
Shoot at
Stormy
me.
Daniels in the
It's
reception
enough
area
that I already
at
have
Trump Tower.
kids
She was asked that
slowing
question
me
very
down.
specifically. Yes. Did you know
And
she
get
was
rid
an
of the
adult
manhole
film
key.
actress? Well, yes, I did. One might know.
All right.
One might ask the question.
So
how
do
she
I,
knew that. We'll see if that.
looks like I go down- yeah,
well,
go
when
down in
she
there.
knew it. Talk about that's important. When she knew.
Let's see. Let's do a save here.
But I even want to be a little bit more general here. You can already see
So,
sort of a summation by the prosecution and the defense, going after, we'll go back to David Pecker. There was no written agreement. How do you know this was really for this purpose with the election? Well,
In
the
case they want to
prosecution
go take a
response to
break.
that, although they would have the ending bite at this apple. You knew that because you heard from Rona Graff who said he didn't keep these types of records. So there's your answer. So when they're poking those holes,
that one.
now we have that answer. So that's why she's such an important witness.
Even though they're supposed to set aside their feelings.
So I gotta
about
go
Trump,
all the
when
way
you
down
hear some
here.
of this stuff, and maybe many of the jurors already knew it. But Karen
manhole.
McDougal, for example, has said in the past, she's described Trump Tower, his apartment.
Yeah, let's
So
go
now
take a
you
break.
have- We know Stormy Daniels was in Trump Tower. Does that contribute?
And I will be right back.
to
In the
potentially
meantime, y'all can
jurors'
listen to the
views of
news.
him, or reinforcing something they thought they could put
Or,
aside?
well, that's not the news.
It
That's
adds more
the
color to
opinions.
this story and to this
The
narrative.
reporter opinion.
It's by itself not that big of a fact. But again, it kind of gets into that common sense connective tissue that I was talking about earlier. When each juror is constructing their narrative of the case, this is a little detail that could end up being one of the sort of bricks in that foundation.
Again, did you see Stormy in the reception area? A vague recollection, but yes, she knew that she was Go ahead.
It goes to show you that despite what you're hearing all the time, this is not only about Michael Cohen. It's not about his agenda. It's not about his anger. It's not anything about that. It's about a case, and you have a person here, evidence here. This is just part of that puzzle. And that's why the prosecution has to do this now, lay the foundation, and run with it later.
At the end of week one, the puzzle is starting to come together. The pieces are falling into place. Rebecca Royce, Tristan Snell, Jeremy Saland, thank you. That's going to do it for us this hour. Make sure to join us for Chris Jansing Reports every weekday, 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on MSNBC. Our coverage continues with Katie Tur Reports right now.
Good to be with you. I'm Katie Tur. The state has called their next witness, Rona Graff, senior vice president of the Trump Organization and Donald Trump's former longtime executive assistant. Described as the gatekeeper, his right hand by his side since 1987. She just said she is testifying pursuant to a subpoena and that her lawyers are being paid for by Donald Trump. She also just confirmed she kept Donald Trump's calendar and contacts, and most crucially handled all of his emails, since he did not use email himself. Joining us now from outside of the courthouse in New York City is NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. So I know she's testifying as we speak, Vaughn, and she's talking about having contacts for Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels. What else can you tell us?
Right. Karen McDougal, not only physical addresses, but also phone numbers, and then a cell phone number for, quote, Stormy. And this is the most significant here, is that she said that she had, quote, vague recollection that Stormy Daniels, who she knew was an adult film star, she has a, quote, vague recollection about her appearing at one point before the 2016 elections inside of the Trump Tower offices. What exactly does that mean? It is not clear. But she is currently answering questions here from the prosecution. She is also able, through this, she is confirming contacts that she was, as the assistant to Donald Trump, somebody who is just almost always with him there at Trump Tower, was able to confirm the records that she was keeping on his behalf, as well as documents. Already, they are having her verify the legitimacy of emails, for example, between her and the individual, Madeleine Westerhout, who would go on to become the executive assistant in 2017 to Donald Trump at the White House, helping her essentially transition with somebody who's going to be serving in that very formal capacity inside of the White House. But this is a notable that she is confirming that she did, in fact, keep documents and phone numbers, as well as an address for Karen McDougal and phone number for Stormy Daniels as part of her records on behalf of Donald Trump.
And give us a reminder, who exactly is Rona Graff?
Rona Graff worked for 34 years in several capacities, but from executive assistant to the close assistant to him at Trump Tower as part of the Trump Organization, up until she left that post in April of 2021. We could expect the prosecution to ask her the extent to which she maintained close relations with Donald Trump, as well as White House staff through the course of his presidency. There could be revealing information about the extent of information that she knows, or it could be a matter of using her to confirm the fact that some of the records and emails that she is able to confirm the authenticity of, because Donald Trump, as we know, Katie, was not somebody who was engaged in text messages or emailing himself during that time period.
And they're just, the prosecution has admitted a ton of documents into exhibits, and they include documents, emails between Rona Graff and one of Donald Trump's other assistants. This was his assistant, I believe, at the White House, Madeleine Westerhout.
Correct. Madeleine Westerhout is the woman who took on that executive assistant role at the White House. Folks could recall that she was a right hand to Reince Priebus, who was the RNC chair before becoming Reince Priebus, obviously becoming his chief of staff. And it was at Bedminster there that Westerhout became a very notable face, because she was the one in December of 2016, after he had won the White House and before he came on in his official capacity as president, at Bedminster Club, where he was interviewing a litany of individuals from Mitt Romney to Rudy Giuliani to be potentially a part of his cabinet. It was Westerhout who would come and greet each of these individuals at that driveway before bringing them inside to meet with Donald Trump. And so Rona Graff is somebody who we believe to have engaged closely with after serving in such a high capacity as his assistant for literally decades, in her close association with Westerhout, who served in that capacity for in the White House in 2017.
Cross-examination that begins for prosecutors. Defense finishes in less than 20 minutes.
We may hear from her in these weeks ahead as well. Katie.
Von Hilliard, thank you very much. And Rona Graff's prosecution has finished with her. She's already on cross-examination. Joining us now is criminal defense attorney and MSNBC legal analyst Danny Savalos and former New York Assistant Attorney General Adam Pollack. So the direct is over. Cross-examination is happening. She's currently being asked about what it was like working for Donald Trump. She says he was fair and respectful. Why was the direct so short? I'll start with you, Danny.
Because she's not that critical a witness in terms of her story to tell. She's mostly establishing beachheads on documents, places, dates, times, especially necessary with a character like Donald Trump who never emails, which, by the way, as a defense attorney, I can tell you how often people are undone by their own emails or their text messages or their messaging apps or whatever the case may be. You don't have that with Donald Trump, so you have to call someone like this witness to establish things like...
So let's go down the manhole.
What communications he had, even who was in his contacts, because it seems like someone else was in control of his contacts. So I'm
going to have to go in there with
the 90s or the 80s, but this is a witness that won't be nearly as exciting.
You got to bring the kid with you?
Probably why the people put her next.
Oh, well.
Try to stagger. If you have a witness that isn't as interesting, you put the really interesting one and then the less interesting and then back to something exciting.
So interestingly, it's Susan Nicholas, by the way.
Yeah, bring the kid with you,
We
huh?
haven't seen her yet. She's Donald Trump's, I think, only woman lawyer for this case. She's well respected in New York law. She's asking her about her daily life working for Donald Trump. She says every day was different. There was no typical day. 99% of the time, their conversations were about business. Occasionally, Donald Trump would say, go home to your family, which she interpreted as thoughtful. She was invited to the inauguration by Donald Trump. She and her husband sat on the platform. What is Susan Nicholas trying to do with Rona Graff here?
As you said, Susan is a very well-respected lawyer in New York City.
And if I have to carry her around, my back is going to kill me tomorrow.
Fall into that category, and she needs to try to humanize the client. So here's an opportunity.
Hey, kid.
As Danny said, that there's
little brat.
Doing almost nothing for the
Don't touch the fence. We need to go underground. Are you ready?
Authenticating records,
no, don't touch the fence.
Other exhibits, but has no substantive testimony.
Don't touch that fence. You hear?
For the
Why?
defense,
Because you'll cry, you stupid little brat. Well, because I'm telling you not to. See, that's the problem with adults and children. You know, when they ask you why, it's because I said so. No, explain to them,
why
you know?
is it necessary in a case like this?
Anyway.
It's about documents to make
Why?
it seem, I guess, more likable.
Because I'm the adult and I know better.
There has to be some kind of counter narrative. Here,
why?
He did it, right? He falsified.
It's called life experience, kid.
They're not going to be able to get away from that. But they're going to try to paint
why?
a picture. Paint a picture.
Well, I guess it's because only life can teach you some lessons. No!
People who like him, who respect him.
And the more you live, the more you know. Just don't touch the fence, or you'll die.
Is it important for the jury to sympathize with him? And
don't need to be annoying.
Is it kind of risky for the prosecution
Maybe you
to
should
call
touch
her as a
it,
witness
you
if she's only authenticated this?
No, not at all. They need to call her.
Okay, so we need to go down. Are you ready?
His iPhone for all purposes.
So we need to.
Contacts and
where have you been all this time?
Administrative items like
fucking around.
They need to call her.
I'm just
they
trying
need to authenticate
to.
These things.
You're very weird, always disappearing
Probably see those
and doing weird stuff.
In the not too distant future.
I was looking for the way out of here, and I just found it.
I don't think the people
we have to go through the mines. Are you ready?
Examination. The witness is being asked about was he a nice
What took you so long? Let's go.
Object, but it's
we
pretty
have
much
to go now.
harmless in
Be right
their
back.
view.
We have to go now.
Ultimately,
Okay.
they were going to call her anyway.
Go
If that's
now.
the best they
You're
can do in
going to be
cross-examination.
brave,
People are
so
probably thinking,
I
okay,
don't get
go ahead.
scared.
I mean, the defense could
All right?
have arrested without even asking her any questions, but this is an interesting avenue. Why not humanize her?
The prosecution got her rotograph to say that she saw Stormy Daniels in the waiting room, and they weren't able to get out of why Stormy Daniels was there. It seems that the defense is trying to maybe connect that to her time on The Apprentice.
If I can
They're
turn this
asking her,
off.
part of your job duties were to work with the producers of
Can't
The
turn it off.
Apprentice. Graff says yes and agrees that Trump was relatively hands-on, her words, with the
Can't
show,
turn it
which
off.
she says elevated him from being a businessman to a near rock star status.
Ah!
Messenger objects. Mershon sustains that objection. With respect to Stormy Daniels, Trump was involved in finding
Okay, kid,
contestants
listen
for
to
The
me.
Apprentice.
Are you listening?
Right? Graff clarifies that The Apprentice originally involved
It's going to be really dark in there, and it
Trump
might
got
be
involved
scary.
in selecting contestants
Oh.
once the celebrity
So you might need to
Apprentice
be brave
began,
in there.
which Rhoda
But I
agreed
believe
would
that if
probably be
you
around 2007.
try, you can.
Talk about who would make a good contestant with Rhoda and
spooky.
others. She agreed.
So
He
cool.
would talk about people who were
Well,
controversial
right.
sometimes.
Figures.
Rona responds somewhat wryly, according to our reporter in the room. Some more than others.
Why don't you fix the lantern?
To
You know?
get all this Apprentice stuff out of Rona Graff.
I think it's more of the same. How is any of this relevant to the trial? What relevant to the defense of falsification of records? It seems pretty far afield. But it's showing that he's active.
Are you
he's
ready,
busy,
kid?
He's running a company. He's maybe not
You're ready.
involved in the day-to-day record
For what?
keeping, but instead
For
at a
entering
higher
through
level.
this door.
All right, we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah,
When we come
sure.
back, we're going to talk a little bit more about
Silly.
what else has happened today, because David Pecker was on the stand for much of the day
David
today,
Pecker.
cross-examination, and then a redirect. A lot of stuff coming out of
Choose
him
to
on coverage of Donald Trump's
closer to
criminal
the
hush
devil?
money trial continues in 90 seconds. Don't go anywhere.
Are you afraid of the dark? I'll show you darkness. Look in the mirror. You have your father's eyes. Its dark seed lives through you. I see it every day. Its dark seed. I wish I never had you. Uh-oh. What kind of fucking dark, twisted game is this anyway? Come on. Start. At least there's light down there. Ah. This is scary. Cool. You're a weird kid. I can only go places. I can't pick up stuff or look at stuff. Let me see. Can I can't go that way. I can only go that way. And I can't. No, nothing to do here. Just go that way. Alrighty.
Back with us now, Danny Savalos and Adam Pollock. Let's
Don't go
talk
running
about
around
David
touching
Pecker
things,
a little bit
okay?
earlier today.
Well, it's wet down there.
He was
Well,
on the
I thought it
stand
was
for,
wet.
I guess, a day and a
No,
half.
it's not wet.
Oh, no, more than that.
Why not?
If you count.
Because I said so.
Let's talk about what he was able to give the defense.
Wait here a
Did you
sec.
see anything that helped the defense from David Pecker?
Not a lot, but no surprises when it came to cross-examination of David Pecker. We realized, or at least I realized, the only avenues they would really have is
Are we in
challenge his
trouble?
memory, go after
yeah.
him the way you would a cooperating witness. He's a classic
What's
cooperating
going on?
witness. You take the agreement that
Is
you
it
signed
wolves?
with the government, and you
Is
say,
it ghosts?
you're here to perform your end
Is it
of
ghost
the deal,
wolves?
aren't you? And you know that's what
We're
you
in
do.
trouble. Oh,
Every
good.
witness who cooperates, a non-prosecution agreement is a fantastic deal. So you want to exploit
We're in trouble.
that, and then you hit him on the fact that this arrangement,
All
this
good?
relationship,
Yeah, let's go all
far
good.
predated
Everything's
the
okay,
election.
don't
It went
worry.
back to the early 2000s. So that tends to show
Broken ladder,
that the purpose behind
old
these catch and
pickaxe,
kill
pump
schemes
wheel, old
were
shovel.
really related to just generally, personally wanting to keep
That was
these
close.
stories out of the news, as opposed to directly benefiting the campaign. So they made some inroads.
It seemed like the defense was trying to figure out, or trying to cut away at David Pecker's
I can always dig my way out of here.
The conversations that he was recalling.
Just need a couple of thousand years.
Maybe you have
and
to
the
suspect
strength
his
of
memory
Rhino.
because look in these other scenarios, he can't quite remember details.
It's too rushy to be
This is standard defense tactic, right?
Well, shovel?
Start to chop away here and chop away there.
A cool-looking valve
he's
wheel.
not remembering
No,
this,
I was
maybe
looking
he's
at the
not
shovel.
remembering the key facts. But I think he was very clear, and they came back to
Open your eyes, Graham.
about the key facts of the
See where this thing might fit. All right.
Okay, and then there was also this exchange, which I think it's important to get to, on the
let's look at the shovel now.
prosecution. And this is
If I need to dig a grave, I got a shovel.
to get out of David Pecker
That's
that
too dark
the
even for
relationship
you,
that
Graham.
AMI and the National Enquirer had with Donald Trump was unique. Here's what Steinglass
Don't
said.
really
During their tenure at
see
AMI, there were
needing to
hundreds
dig
of
even
thousands
deeper.
of NDAs, right? David Pecker says yes. Steinglass
All right.
says, how many
So I
did you
gotta-
coordinate with the
when I
presidential
still got
candidate for
the-
the benefit of a campaign? Pecker says,
All right.
it's
I'll probably
the
need it
only
later sometime.
one. Prosecutor, did you suppress these
Let's,
stories to help a presidential candidate? Pecker
let's go
says
this way.
yes. Prosecutor, at the time you entered into the agreement, you had zero intention of publication, even if it would have helped the bottom line. You killed it because it would have hurt President Trump. Pecker said yes. During the defense, the cross-examination, they seemed to be trying to get out of Pecker that this was standard practice. Buying these stories, catching and killing, suppressing this was something they did all the time. And here's the prosecution
It's nothing,
trying
just
to say
random
no,
cave noises.
this was special.
Don't worry, everything's fine.
The defense's
Okay.
argument was essentially, you did this for all kinds of
You gotta
different
keep
celebrities,
going
not just
forward.
Donald Trump. So
We
on
need to
redirect,
get
you've
you
been
to
saying,
your
yeah, but
grandparents'
was there
house.
anything exactly
Not
like
this way to check the
with
tap,
Donald
okay?
Trump? The answer, no. And I have to say, as an aside, as
Sure,
soon as David
I'll be
Pecker's
here.
testimony concluded,
Whistling
celebrities
next to him.
everywhere must have been breathing a sigh of
Oh,
relief
you know
because
how to
a
whistle?
lot of them got hit with shrapnel in the last few
Sure,
days
don't
from
you?
David Pecker's testimony. He name-dropped a lot of people who probably would have preferred they weren't being named.
See,
in
I
his
can't believe they
testimony.
didn't put
But
fucking
that was
dialogue.
part
They
of the
couldn't do
excitement
some voice
about seeing
acting
this
for this?
underbelly of checkbook
Just sound
journalism,
effects?
something that most of us know nothing about. And if we were riveted,
You have it.
then certainly
You
the
have
jury
it.
was riveted too. That's why I still maintain. I know we're only 2 witnesses in, but David Pecker may end up being
Because I hate reading this shit.
witness. And realize the irony there. He's compelling.
Ladder X's, wooden boxes. Wooden boxes. Because those boxes were there
and you want
more
to
than
end with a bang.
important.
Put all your boring stuff
They
in the
just
middle.
let them hear it like
Authenticate the
that.
911 calls. Those witnesses, those are kind of like
I
boring
need some
witnesses.
kind of
you
crowbar
start with a bang, you
to
end with a
open
bang.
those.
And so
And then
maybe
I'll
that
probably
means their last witness is
find
Michael Cohen. I don't know.
nothing
Let
useful
me
anyway.
ask you now, going back to Rona,
Oh,
because
you
she's
can,
just
like,
testified to something interesting. She was not involved, she says, in
Big
sending
bunch of
checks
stairs
down to the
shipments.
White House. She
I
recalls,
doubt it.
however,
He
Trump
hides it
signing
well, no?
checks in the office and occasionally multitasking while he was signing them. Why is that significant? Why would the defense want to get that out of her?
Stalagmite?
Important point.
That's stalagmite. What's in this stalagmite?
People bring a check into his office. He signs it. Maybe they will come back to say
stalagmite?
he wasn't really
No, that's not how
watching.
you
He
pronounce
wasn't
that.
really paying close attention. He
Stalagmite
had a
and
whole
a
accounting
stalactite.
staff to take care of that whole
So
stuff.
they're trying to say
Not
he was just
estalagmite
signing
or
things, he was
estalactite.
sending them out. But there's been a lot of testimony,
Estalagmite?
a lot of reporting suggesting that Donald
Or
Trump
on
was
the bottom.
very aware
Right,
of
that's
the
correct,
money
yeah.
that was leaving the
Estalactite.
office, the money that was
They're
going
on the
out from
ceiling.
his checkbook. He was extremely diligent about that, extremely interested in that.
Yeah.
If you're the prosecution,
Look at the
and
estalagmite.
you're going to come
Better
back
be
and do a
careful
redirect
not
on
to
Rona
hit
Graff.
my
Is
shit.
there anything there that you might question?
In one of
Yeah,
those.
you might just go back to, well, you know,
Those
the
take
defense has already
millions of
tried
years
to
to
establish
formulate.
that, hey, he's a busy guy, he's
Then
just
we
signing
just come
checks.
in and
You come
start
back on
drilling
redirect,
holes
maybe you
everywhere.
ask about, hey, did he ever question a check
Right.
before he signed it? Did he ever say, hey,
Oh,
who's
go
so-and-so,
look at
and
the
why
map.
am I writing him a check
It's
for
useful.
$50? If you can establish that kind of testimony, then you'll combat the defense's
A map
theory,
of the
which
tunnels?
is, we always knew this was going to be the case, this is a
I
very
better
busy
keep this
man,
with
his
me.
minions
Oh,
handle
cool. Take
everything.
it back.
One of those minions is Michael Cohen, and
There you
therefore
go.
this was all Michael Cohen's show, not Donald Trump, who was mostly in the dark. I mean, that's
Shit,
the
I know
defense's
this
theme.
is
The
taking a
people
while,
know that they're going to explore
but I
that
promise,
as a defense, so they are pre-butting it. They're
I thought
rebutting
we'd
it in advance.
be there by now.
Grab graph is off the stand.
Calm down.
So no redirect of Rona Graph.
Okay,
so
but
everything you just said,
why are we
Danny, is now
taking
moot.
so long?
You didn't have to point it out.
Are you getting scared? No, just bored.
She's off the stand.
Sure, I
A
see.
third witness today. We're waiting to see who that witness is. While we
It's
figure
all
that
your
out,
fault,
do
Bird.
not go anywhere. We're going to take a very
You're
quick
making
break.
us
Once
late.
again, our coverage of Donald Trump's
My
criminal
fault.
hush money trial continues in
Walk
just a
like
moment.
Grandpa. Well, I'm carrying lots of stuff, including a dumb bird. Here to tell Hannah what I've been doing. We have been trying to find a way we can all get across. Do you need help? Yeah. I mean, the ground here is dangerous. Don't walk around. Pretend like the floor is lava. And I also need you here to watch my back. Don't move, okay? Sure, I'll help. So, do you know how to swim? No? Cool, me neither. Time. I found an exit, but it's flooded. Why don't you? Sorry? Why don't you know how to swim? Why don't you? I don't know. I just haven't learned it yet. But you're old. I'm not that old. Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Well, you should have learned by now. Yeah, I guess. But I don't like water. Ooh, you don't bathe? Of course I do. I'm not afraid of water, of all water. I'm just water where I could drown in. Well, if you learn how to swim, then you wouldn't drown in it. You're a little smart mouth, you know that? A smart mouth little brat, actually. Sure. Yeah. All right, let me see. We did that already. Oh, I want to look at the map. Right click. I guess this is where we came in at, right here. Front entrance, emergency shaft. Okay. Rear mine entrance. Alright. Where's the... I don't see an exit. Main cargo elevator. Control room. Water pump room. Workshop. Emergency pump. Emergency pump. Emergency pump. Emergency pump. So I don't see an exit, just an entrance. There's a front entrance and there's a rear entrance. FB16 mine map, section 3B. All right. Let me see what else we got. We got the wheel, a cool-looking valve wheel. Okay. All right. Gave exit. There was no exit on the. Let me see. Pumping instructions. All right. Main valve. Drain pipes. Water pumps 1, 2, 3, and 4. Something pump. Water pump. W-A-T-E. Yeah, water pumps. Okay. A. In case of flood, follow these instructions to drain mine section.
Court is now in a 15-minute break.
Instructions for the water
clear
pumps.
who the next witness
They're
will
barely
be. Joining us now from the
legible, not readable.
Author of In Trump's Shadow.
But I guess I have
David
to
Drucker.
avoid using the
Good time,
pumps
David,
with the
to
crosses.
Take a step back and talk about the politics
The
of
pumps
all
with the
this.
crosses.
How is it playing?
Well, I don't know that it's having a material impact on the presidential
Righty.
race at the present time, and I think that's what's so interesting, Kate.
Righty.
There are so many
Righty, closing,
real-world
lefty
implications
open.
for trying an ex-president for the outcome of the trial. And obviously
it's
consequential, and yet from a political standpoint,
main water pump
Joe Biden and Donald Trump,
use valve
in most polls, though not
exclusively
all polls.
into the
There's one school of thought that says while he's on trial, he's doing less rallies and he's less active on social media and reminding voters who were exhausted by his first term of all the reasons why they don't like him. On the other hand, we know that this trial, depending on how the outcome of the trial,
faded away, but I think the gist of it is that the water must flow to the
I'm supposed to be able to tell you it's this or it's
and
that.
then the main valve will
wait
work.
and see mode here.
I'll put up a
Okay, I got the valve
that we have in terms of the hush money trial.
I got the valve.
According to Ipsos, believe Reuters Ipsos poll.
And
64% believe it is very or somewhat serious, these charges against Donald Trump. 34% not say it's not at all serious. It is hard to determine what's going to land. Of course, we are still many months away from the election. And this would have been kind of a dead zone in terms of campaigning anyway. Usually in the lead to the conventions, once the nomination is already secured, presidential candidates take a bit of a break. But I wonder,
a great way to get likes.
Is this reaching, or could this reach?
No point in using one of those. If I die, I die. No one will come help us.
How would it do that?
Well, I think it needs enough media coverage. Getting that, I think it needs to penetrate with these voters that this is somehow more egregious than they're used to with Donald Trump. I mean, one of the things in a normal regional barren circumstance, this is a really big deal politically that is basically all bad for Trump. But we're in an era where, number one, the price of admission is already built into how voters are looking at this. Number two, if you look at Joe Biden's approval ratings and their concerns about his age for the next 4 years, they're not thrilled with him. And so the voters are looking at this like an imperfect choice. Now, outside of Trump's base, there's room for Joe Biden to grow and succeed.
Public instructions,
he definitely can make an extremely strong. His organization is better.
I already know I'm in danger.
Is more robust. He's raising more money. He's got so much going for him. He's got a record to run on. But when you look at the numbers, at least for now, what you find is that voters aren't necessarily focused on Donald Trump's foibles, yet another set of foibles. It's not like it's something new that's disappointing them. What they're focused on is the economy and all of the issues that voters are always focused on. So again, it could be very damaging.
Especially,
we just really don't know.
If I'm carrying the kid,
by the way, Donald Trump and Joe Biden have
gotta find something in the mind.
Joe Biden said he would debate Donald Trump on the Howard Stern show.
The water
stinks
too.
Donald Trump has put out on social media that he doesn't believe it, but in case he does, anywhere, anytime, any place. David Drucker, really good to have you. Thank you very much. Coming up next, criticized for failing to restore order and under fire for allowing the NYPD to arrest student protesters. Also, some pretty shocking video that is out today by at least one of the organizers of the Columbia protest. We're going to go live to Columbia University to get the details on that. Don't go anywhere.
Flooded entrance. How the hell are we getting through that? I couldn't try to swim through with the kid, but I have no idea how long it goes. Okay, some water. We're near the water, so some water seeping in that's probably still damn. It smells awful. Smells awful. We're near the water. It's surprising, it's still damn. Alright. Alright. And you can't go in there, huh? Well, let's talk to the kid, see what the kid says. The kid must be scared shitless. He hides it well, though. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. We're okay. Wait there while I figure out our next step. How old are you, kid? What are you doing living so isolated in the woods? I'll be right back. How old are you? So, how old are you anyway? I'm almost 8. 8? No way. 5 tops. How old are you? Too old for running around like this. Yeah, you are old. Ha ha ha. You are a grandpa. Are you a grandpa? I'm not that. No. I don't got no kids. I don't got no kids. Well, I'm a kid. Yeah. You sure are, Hannah. What are you doing living in this city? What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? I was thinking of all I would do if I found a piece of gold in this mine. Oh, I would buy a giant house filled with horses and doggies and have a pool with all the ice cream in the world. And butlers. So me and Mommy would never have to clean again. What about you? Pretty much the same. Something a bit more mature? Well, if I were rich, I'd never work another job in my life. That's for sure. I grew up dirt poor and had to make a living since I was a kid. I'd probably just take it easy and drink champagne every day. Champagne? Ooh, fancy. I guess beer would be alright too. What are you doing living so isolated in the woods? Why do you and your mom live in the middle of nowhere? I don't know, we just do. What are you doing here in the middle of the woods? If you don't like it. I was taking photographs. What, really? Yeah, I was taking photographs of nature and stuff. Oh, I thought he was investigating this place. He's a photographer then. Okay. You know, why? Well, I just like it. Not professionally or anything, and I'm not that good at it. But I really like it. I was taking photos of the woods, and those crazy wolves appeared. I just kept running deeper and deeper into the woods. I found you. Oh, can you take my picture, please? No. Oh, okay. I mean, I can't. I dropped my camera in the woods while I was running away from the wolves. Oh, don't be scared. Don't be sad. I bet you can find it again. Yeah, I bet. I'll be right back. Anyway, I'll be right back.
In Gaza, a premature Palestinian infant who was rescued from her dead mother's womb on Saturday has died, according to the baby's uncle. Sabrine Judah was being treated in a neonatal ICU since an Israeli strike killed her mother, father, and 3-year-old sister. Her uncle says doctors were ultimately unable to save her. There are still near-daily operations in Rafah as Israel prepares for a full-scale ground offensive, but Israeli officials say there is one last chance to avoid it, telling Egyptian negotiators today they are ready to give hostage negotiations another go, according to 2 senior Israeli officials who spoke with Axios. How many hostages are still alive remains unclear. Yesterday, Hamas released a video of one of them, injured Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg Poland, without his left hand and wrist. The video is undated, but his parents say they view it as proof of life at least. Back here in the United States, pro-Palestinian protests are spreading to more college campuses. USC has now canceled its commencement entirely, citing safety concerns. And Columbia University, at Columbia University, protest organizers are under fire after newly surfaced video shows one of them saying anyone who supports Israel should die.
Okay, when I was young, there was a kid named Brandon.
To live.
Go, Brandon!
Let alone Zionists.
In a cave very similar to this hole in the ground.
Way we're very
Malcolm dared him to. That guy was a real joker.
Don't deserve to live.
Brandon never came out.
Racists.
I forgot about that.
Zionists.
Somehow.
They shouldn't live in this world.
A Zionist is generally understood
oil
as
barrel,
anyone who
rusty,
supports the
rusty
existence
surface.
of Israel as a Jewish state.
Closed metal door.
Joining us now from Columbia University's campus, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. So Antonia, give us
emergency light
around that video.
That must have turned on when there was
Katie,
a flooding.
this is one of the organizers
There was a
of
flooding
the encampment,
or
which
an
sort of has a
unexpected gas.
decentralized
Okay.
power structure, but he is one of the people who has spoken at times at
Unexpected
pressers,
gas.
and so our team has seen him here on campus. Although I went in today during the window that the campus allows reporters to enter, and could not talk to Kamani James. He was not present there. What we know is that he released an apology statement last night, saying that he regrets his words, that he affirms the sanctity of life, but also repeated statements, that I'll read right here. One saying, Zionism is an ideology that necessitates the genocide of the Palestinian people. And so as you can understand, there is a community here at Columbia that feels that this isn't really much of an apology at all. And it's coming at an incredibly difficult time. Tensions between students, faculty, and administration, immense pressure on the president, Manoush Shafik here. And so for many of the students there who we tried to speak to at the encampment, they're simply saying that this doesn't represent their views, this doesn't represent what their encampment is about, but that they can't speak for James. And so it's hard to ask those additional questions right now. But you can tell people here in this community are feeling it.
Well, let's also be clear that Zionism does not necessitate genocide of anybody. Those two statements are in conflict with each other. That just doesn't, that's not what it is. Let me ask you more generally about the protest. And is it easy to decipher, Antonia,
Big chunk
whether
of rust.
students fully are all on the same page about what they're protesting?
This part's extremely rusty.
Well, you can tell that they're on the same page on a few issues. So ceasefire, for example, divestment, meaning asking their university to cut ties with companies or organizations that do business in Israel. And their hope is that puts pressure on the state of Israel to stop what is happening, to end this war. Those things are clear when you talk to students. But when you actually talk to individual students, many of them have different political beliefs. They come from different studies. They have different worldviews. And they also come from very different cultural backgrounds. There are international students there, Americans, of course. There are Muslim students. There are Jewish students who hosted a Seder, for example, in the encampment. And so many of them will talk about why they're in the encampment from completely different places. I think the other thing that unites them is that this is a generation, Katie, that is watching a war on their cell phone in a way that the rest of us might not have grown up with. We've talked about these forever wars, and many of us have experienced knowing about these stories as reporters and then as children ourselves, but we didn't have TikTok showing us those images up close. And that's something that keeps coming up in my conversations, that for kids, seeing some of the images even that you showed of the baby moments ago, that these are things that have changed them and led them to join movements like this, even if they do not agree with the remarks that you just heard from the student I repeated there. They see themselves as part of a larger movement. And so that's why it can be confusing, and it's decentralized, and you really have to come and talk to students of all backgrounds here on all sides of this issue to parse the complexities apart.
Yeah, it's complicated. Antonia Hilton, Antonia, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And the courtroom is back in session in the hush money trial. There is a new witness.
If I go that way, I go back
to
to
get back to that in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Lead control room, security monitor. That's for watching late night TV. Let me try to it's either broken or out of power. Pin instructions. Not sure if I could figure that out. Even if I could probably see it. From what I can figure, it's a map of the vet system. Don't really need that. Or this. Gotta be careful not to bump on that desk. Not to bump on the desk. It would hurt. It's a desk, plain and simple. Machine controls. Too dark for me to probably see them. Machines of some kind. Can't really figure them out in the dark. security monitor. I thought that's for watching TV. You just said that about the other one. Let me try to. Bam. It's either broken or out of power. Elevator override switch. A switch to activate the elevator. No power. That should move the elevator up and down. This should move the elevator up and down. But apparently it's in emergency lockdown. Nothing I can use there. Why can't I, I can't find a pump. I can't find a pump. It's locked. Locked? It's locked. It's locked. And I can't open it with that. How about if I use that one? Didn't say there was a card reader there. I guess I can't use the card reader. It's locked. Closed metal door. That's not it. About the card. No use just bumping these together until something happens. Nope, don't see that working.
Damn, that was annoying.
Yeah. Rusty surface. Rusty surface. The crayon on the rusty surface? Nope. I guess the stuffed bird I don't get to fix or repair or whatever or mend until the end of the game, huh? Let's go back and talk to the kid. Too dark. What do you mean too dark? That's how where he came from. I kind of figured out the route. I can kind of figure out the route with the map. Well, you can't go this way, but it's no use if I can't see where I'm going.
Back to the hush money trial in New York City. There is a new witness on stand, and back with us is NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard. So Gary Farrow is the gentleman called by the prosecution, the third witness. Who is he and what is he testifying to?
Yep,
he was a banker at First Republic here in New York, Katie, and this can begin to answer the questions for the jury about that $130,000 wire transfer that took place in October of 2016 from Michael Cohen to the attorney who was representing Stormy Daniels at the time. And there was an email correspondence that at the time there on October 26, 2016, in which it was Gary Farrow, who was the individual, the next witness now testifying, that was a confirmation to Michael Cohen that money had been transferred to his account. Again, there were questions at the time. Michael Cohen in 2018, when this story first reported that this arrangement was made with Stormy Daniels outside of the Trump organization or the Trump campaign. And the email that Gary Farrow was linked to Michael Cohen was using his Trump organization email. So again, this goes to potentially the prosecution's efforts to directly tie the transfer of money at the time in October 2016, just 2 weeks before the 2016 election.
Why is it different
to the fact that Michael Cohen was representing Donald Trump not only through the Trump campaign, but also the Trump organization. And Gary Farrow may be able to authenticate some of those email conversations and his understanding of the transfer of money from bank accounts that ultimately made its way to Stormy Daniels' at the close of October 2016, Katie.
October 2016 was when this email was
warning signs around here.
My birthday. Let's go back to the panel at the table. Danny and Adam.
Warning sign.
All right, so Gary
Farrow must have kept
in
the warning
2018,
sign.
Michael Cohen came out and said neither the Trump organization nor the Trump campaign
getting tired of all these goddamn warnings
between Stormy Daniels and me. But this is that email that was uncovered around that time from October 26, 2016 that shows that was probably not the case, at least because the email was not through Cohen's Gmail account. It was through his Trump organization account, which doesn't really coincide with his statement that the Trump organization had nothing to do with it.
Just, he had his email on his phone, and he had his personal email and his work email, and they're sometimes they send them together. You can get confused.
Sure, you can get confused, and that's for the jury to figure out. I'm sure they're going to bring that up on cross-examination, so that's a significant point. But he's also going to lay the foundation as an objective witness. He's going to put marks in the sand about what happened when in 2016, and that's all going to match up when they introduce the documents and the other testimony of Michael Cohen. By the way, by calling someone like Gary Farrow, you minimize the credibility issues of a Michael Cohen because his testimony will match up with that of a very credible witness who has no credibility problems like Farrow.
How long do you expect him to be on stand?
I think this is a relatively short. Remember, it's Friday afternoon, right? No one wants to be there for too long. Good time.
How about
not so exciting witness? Talk about the facts.
It fits in there.
Money. What actually happened?
If I try sliding it,
those emails and off.
Cross. How do they handle it?
I think
you broke
not much that they can do on cross. They maybe touch on this distinction.
But I'm a master thief.
Business email, personal
email. Thank you for your services, Augustine.
Send the jury home on Friday.
I think they get into the timing here. I mean, October 26 was 2 weeks before the election. Michael Cohen agreed to pay Stormy Daniels, made the agreement verbally, at least the day after the Access Hollywood tape comes out. The dating of this, is that going to come into play later?
The timing is everything. I mean, that's the whole thing. Without the
looks
timing,
like a bunch
it
of
really isn't the case that this was to affect the campaign. If you take this and it happened in 2015, 2014, the campaign has nothing to do with it. They need to show that all of this happened just before the campaign. And the jury can draw inferences from that, which is really circumstantial evidence. You show all this activity leading right up into the election, and the jury can draw its inferences about the people's intent, why they did what they did. And so, even if, and I keep coming back to this, even if the defense's central theme is Michael Cohen is just a cooperator who will say and do anything to benefit himself, it really won't stand up. All of the transactions, the communications, the documents, and the funds
the steal dossier
at that time. And that's key for the people, because that's what they need to aggravate this to a felony. Take it out of misdemeanor land into Class C felony land.
All right, let's bring in co-founder and executive director of Protect Democracy and former associate White House counsel to President Obama, Ian Bassett. And so, Ian, what's interesting is yesterday we got, and a little bit of today, we got testimony from David Pecker describing visits to the White House.
Light it up now.
Can you just give us your thoughts on having the National Enquirer, who's allegedly involved in this hush money scheme, come to the White House after Donald Trump wins the election?
It was the wishing genie kind of land.
I think one thing that's strange about it just wouldn't have happened in the White House, which I started to in prior White House, because one of the things that White Houses have traditionally done is they vet extensively, as you know, anyone who's going to be at the White House with the president, not just for legal liabilities, but because they want to make sure that the character of the people who are appearing with their head of state is sufficient to send proper signals about behavior from the White House. It's one of the roles that I think a head of state plays, right? The president's not just the chief executive, they're a head of state. And I think they set certain cultural norms. And so prior White Houses would make sure that someone who was a salacious tabloid publisher things wouldn't appear with the president. Obviously, the Trump White House,
these guys just have everything laying around here,
represents so many of those characteristics that you want to see in children.
Let me just read a little bit from what's happening right now on the stand. So the prosecution is saying So
I doubt if I could recognize this guy's running by looking at it.
Sure accounts transactions comply with law. Gary Farrell says a wire and an account opening requires multiple layers of review. If I could pose
they're in extremely good condition, all things considered.
Any transaction
a pipe
that would
system
go to a
for
sanctioned country
air,
or a person of interest
water,
list, we would
steam.
not process that
I'm not an engineer.
transaction. Farrell also says there's also lines of business we decided we won't do business with gambling, adult entertainment, check cashing. Prosecution asks adult entertainment. Farrell says there are strict clauses for anything along those lines. Prosecution says what would happen if there were red flags. Farrell
Unstable
says
elevator.
Delay an
That
account
thing
or a wire. Prosecution
it can fall at
asks,
any
could a
moment.
bank shut down an entire account if
cable.
they found something
Cables
that
can't be in that
violated
old.
their rules? Farrell
What
says
made it
yes,
snap?
but we can't just close
Is everything
out a
just rotting
mortgage
away?
once it's agreed to.
I understand
Explain
those
the
elevator
significance.
cables.
Okay,
I
so
feel like
banks
I'm
have
about
some
to
experience
snap.
with this with money laundering cases. The Bank Secrecy Act requires banks
Can you walk
to
across?
have a whole unit, an
Yeah,
anti-money
looks like
laundering
you
or
can
AML
fall.
unit, and they have to check all of
Just
this
like
stuff. You
crossing.
can't just go into banks and
Well,
open
here goes
accounts
nothing.
willy-nilly. At least you're not supposed to be able to. And banks have to have a lot of oversight.
There
They're
you go.
required to now by federal law, and they're required to fill out forms and check where money's coming from or where it's going. And so for that reason, I think this is a witness that's going to do just a little more than maybe set up emails. He's
More
also going
wooden
to talk
cardinal
about,
boxes.
and I think one of the big questions the jury has, this witness
Another
may
pile of
answer,
useless boxes.
is how is Michael Cohen able to get this much money in order to
There
pay
is.
off an adult film
There's
actress?
nothing useful
How did he
here.
disguise it? I think the jury needs to be educated on that. So I do think this witness may give them some of that, in addition to giving us dates and times and documents.
He's also talking about the Bank Secrecy Act.
Yeah, the BSA.
What does that mean?
The Bank Secrecy Act is a federal law that regulates
It's so
how
cool to
banks
risk
do
rubbing
business,
into a
what
bottomless
they know
pit
about their customers, what they know about why the customers
and
are
breaking
using
every
the
bone
banks.
in my
Here,
body.
We have this story,
And I'm going to
conspiracy
have to
really,
risk getting
where
it.
Michael Cohen is using a home equity line to make a
God damn it.
payment to an LLC account to funnel money.
There you go.
This is a
Woo, we made it.
Company.
And exactly the kind of thing that under the BSA banks should be alert to.
So part of it is Michael Cohen can't just put in the notes section, this is for a hush money payment, right?
I need something to make
exactly.
a bottom
and
out
I
of.
think that's what they need to educate the jury on. There are tons of regulations under the Bank Secrecy Act. Forms,
Or the actual bottom
I can't tell you how many. There are
left.
structuring laws. There are all kinds of different regulations that banks have to follow. And so, I mean, if you are a juror, you may be wondering at this
Elevator
point,
access.
why in the heck did a bank give Michael Cohen a loan to pay off an adult film star? And the answer is going to be, well, they didn't. Not specifically. They wouldn't have given a loan for that kind of thing. And this is something that the jury needs to learn about because it adds to the
let's go this
overall. They
way.
need to know how every transaction went down. That's why this witness is an important witness. He may not be the most exciting witness on the list, but he certainly creates some important anchors for the people. Dates and times and how this transaction went down.
So we have a lot of people that could be called to testify. We now have a manager from First Republic. We had Rona Graffy. I'm going to bring you into this. Who was Donald Trump's assistant during his time at the Trump Organization, longtime assistant. We had David Pecker, head of AMI and the National Enquirer. It seems like at some point we're going to get Hope Hicks, who was a member of the campaign, and then the White House. Madeline Westerhout has already been named here. She might be called as a witness. As somebody who worked as a lawyer in the White House, what are you thinking?
I mean, I think one thing I'm thinking is this is something we should actually celebrate.
Elevator overrides.
Because this is our system working, right? What we're witnessing
This should move the elevator
is
up and down.
a court, which is the place that we go
it's
in our
an
society
emergency
to
lockdown.
determine what is true when it's contested, hearing evidence and weighing it under rules that are designed to protect everybody's rights. And one of the things I think that has happened a lot in recent years in American politics is we've had a bit of an anything goes about the truth in the court of public opinion, but that's hard to pull off in a court of law.
I've reached
And so
another place where I have
this
to
week, a split screen
scratch my brain and figure out what to do next.
A former president is being treated like any other citizen in our society with all the protections afforded to them, having facts put out and a jury will decide his fate. At the same time, while in D.C., the Supreme Court is suggesting that something like that could never happen or the sky would fall. I think what we should celebrate is it is happening. It's Friday, and the sky hasn't fallen yet. And that's a good testament to our system.
Let me also add this. Farrow said Cohen was assigned to him in 2015 after a colleague left First Republic. He had been a client of the bank for at least a couple of years, and Cohen had already. Farrow said he was told that he was selected, Farrow was selected for his knowledge and his, quote, ability to handle individuals who might be a little challenging.
I can kind of figure out the route.
And that, frankly, he did not find Cohen all that difficult.
But it's no use if I can't figure out the route.
Urgent, Cohen would call him.
Yeah, you go this way.
Cohen often went to First Republic branch at 56th and Madison, which was close to the Trump Tower office. What is the significance about getting into why Gary Farrow was specifically chosen?
Hey, mister, I found this lying around.
Who Michael Cohen was as a client of the bank.
It's the basis.
It's matches. Oh, you can smoke a cherry now.
This wasn't a relationship like the rest of us have at
what
the
are you
bank, which
doing
is
with
you walk
matches?
in, you fill out a
Well,
form,
I
and
was
you never
keeping
learn
my
the
eyes
name,
open
teller,
for useful
or anyone
stuff.
who helps you. This
I thought
was
this
the
would
world
be
of
a
high
useful
net
stuff.
worth banking, where you get assigned
Oh,
a
yeah,
Gary
it is.
Farrow or somebody else
You're welcome.
who knows you personally when you come in.
Don't go anywhere,
and
okay?
with you, maybe gives
That's
you
too
that
long,
extra special treatment. And the people need
I'll
to
be right
explain this to the jury so they understand, because they may not
No,
recognize
I
this
got some
relationship,
good
because it's
news.
not the one us
I
mere
think I'm
mortals
figuring
have
out
with our
to
bank.
get out
Our
of
bank
here.
relationship is our cards, our online accounts that we look up, but we
Nothing
don't
wrong?
normally have
I miss
someone
mommy.
like a Gary
Oh,
Farrow
okay.
giving us that personal attention. When you're Michael Cohen, circa
Do you miss your
2016
mommy
with
too?
Donald Trump, maybe
It's
those are the
complicated.
people that get assigned to
I'm doing
you.
that
So they
a
need
lot
to
of
lay this
time has gone
foundation,
by.
and it's the basis of
He
this
wasn't
outcome.
that
Farrow also
good of a
testified that
mother
Cohen was
either,
very
I guess.
excited to be working with Donald
But
Trump.
in a way,
Anybody
she
who
always
knew or
was.
interacted with Michael Cohen during those years knows that Michael
It's
Cohen
going
was
to be all right.
extremely proud
Just
to
don't
be
think
part
about
of
it.
Donald Trump's
Okay?
team, that he mentioned it often, that
Think
he
about
felt very loyal
all
to
the
him.
peers
He
you're
behaved
going,
in
all
some
the
ways
pears
as
you're going
Donald
to eat
Trump's
at your
attack
grandparents.
dog. He was viciously
I do love pears.
protective, and I do mean that, viciously
Don't
protective
go anywhere,
of
okay?
Donald Trump while he was in Donald Trump's good
Oh,
graces. Since
what's
then,
so great
obviously, he's been a whole
There's
lot
some
different.
floating
He's
around.
been very vocally
Real icky water.
against Donald
Please
Trump.
stay
because
put,
Donald Trump
okay?
should be held responsible for
Okay,
his
but I'm
wrongdoing.
bored
It's
and I
just the
want
way that
to
Michael
explore.
Cohen was held
I've never been in a
responsible
cave
for
before.
fall for the guy who
And
was
it's
paid
not
for it.
safe.
Getting into the relationship,
There are sharp
and
things
how he
everywhere.
viewed Donald Trump.
And I can't carry you around forever.
Let's have an opening here to
This place
talk
is
about
full of
Michael
death
Cohen
traps.
and his character.
And we get
Perhaps
a
a
better
little bit,
chance
right?
if
Because
you just
they
stay
can
there
make a
safe.
Suez Canal crossing,
And
so
don't go walking in the
let's
icky
talk
water
about
with
the
your
relationship.
bare feet.
Talk about how
But this sucks.
the bank didn't
I'm
know
not telling you again, kid.
Baker on the stand,
Okay.
Farrow will be quick to
Kid,
say,
I'm
"I
serious.
had no idea what the money
I
was
said,
being
okay.
used for. I was
You
being
can
duped by
count the
Cohen.
rocks to pass
Cohen
the
was
time.
using me to make these
Sorry, I guess.
transactions.
One
but I
stupid
didn't
rock.
know about the purpose.
stupid rocks.
He was lying to me.
Three
They can
stupid
start to
rocks.
paint him as a
Five
bad guy.
stupid rocks.
All right, we're going to take a very quick
17
break as
stupid rocks.
this testimony continues. We'll bring you back on the other side.
Not
in
too
a very
long
short
now.
break,
I'll be right back.
With a little bit more from Gary Farrow and our
Anyway,
guests
I'll be
here
right back.
at MSNBC. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, so you got matches now. You get the wick in there. How about you got plenty of matches? Let's waste one match and see what happens. The matchbox is missing that scratchy part. Ah, that unlocks the matches. Got to find something I can strike the match on. I know where you can strike the match on. Where was it? Right here. Let's see, matches. Sandpaper part. That's what I'm talking about. Right. Cool. Now let's go in here. If I get lost in there, I might never find my way out. Well, to hell with it. Oh no! The light got weaker. Oil doesn't last as long as I thought. I might be screwed. I should keep in mind how much I can explore before the light goes out. Right? Well, maybe you can, uh-oh. What did I do? I went the wrong way. Pump wheel. If I'm right and this is the pump, the green light must mean it's draining. It's less noisy. Something turned off. Alright. Go back. Oh, now they're just getting me lost on purpose.
All right, we are back. The hush money trial is ongoing. Gary Farrow is still on the stand. This is the bank manager at First Republic Bank who took the wire payment from Michael Cohen to Stormy Daniels. And what's interesting is I was just handled a Wall Street Journal article from 2018 that flagged that Donald Trump's lawyer's payment to Stormy Daniels, this $130,000 wire transfer, was reported as suspicious by First Republic. So it feels like they are building toward this.
And I didn't leave a light
Why
around
did you
here.
think this was a suspicious payment?
If there was a
suspicious
activity report, that will be significant. These are highly secretive bank documents.
Well, I guess they're not going to kill them off.
Without the customer even knowing about
Because that means they would have to,
an
restart
anti-money
from a
laundering
safe
in the
position.
back office. But it's something that goes on a lot of times, and customers don't even know. In fact, they find out later on when they get indicted. They don't always, and then a SAR isn't always an indication that there is criminal activity. It literally means suspicious activity the bank finds suspicious. So that is a very interesting piece of information to me, but it's not something that Michael Cohen would have even known about if there ever was a SAR filed against him.
All right, well, the color from inside the courtroom from our Lisa Rubin is that this is necessary but dull testimony to authenticate the documents Mangold, as the prosecution wants to admit as business records. And yet she says the jurors are surprisingly attentive. That's going to do it for me today. Danny Savalas, Adam Pollack, thank you very much for sticking around for the hour. Deadline White House starts
That's where I was
right
before?
now.
Yeah.
Hi there, everyone. Happy Friday. It's now 4 o'clock in New York. We are monitoring the ongoing criminal trial of Donald J. Trump. We're on day 8 of this election interference hush money trial. Today brought the introduction of witnesses number 2 and 3 for the prosecution. Right this moment, the prosecution is questioning Gary Farrow. He's a man who was Michael Cohen's banker at First Republic Bank. He helped set up that home equity line of credit through which Michael Cohen paid Stormy and was reimbursed then by Donald Trump. It's the financial transaction that's at the heart of all of this. The second witness was a woman by the name of Anna Graff. You may not know the name, but she was in the room for just about everything. She's Donald Trump's longtime assistant. Graff noted that she worked at the Trump Organization for 34 years. She also noted that she was on the stand because she had been subpoenaed and that the Trump Organization is paying for her attorneys. In a very brief line of questioning from the prosecution, Alvin Bragg's team had Graff authenticate emails, documents, and email contacts for Stormy McDaniels and Karen McDougal. Graff even said that she had a vague recollection of seeing Stormy Daniels in the reception area of her office before Donald Trump was running for president. In cross-examination from Donald Trump's lawyer, Graff also said she recalled hearing about how Stormy Daniels, who she knew at the time was a porn star, was under consideration to be a contestant on The Celebrity Apprentice. Now, today's day in court began with the former National Enquirer CEO David Pecker finishing his testimony. Trump's team continued its cross-examination of Pecker. At times, it was contentious. Pecker reiterated at the end of that cross-examination that he was being truthful to the best of his recollection. When questioned again by the prosecution, it's called a redirect, Pecker confirmed that while he coordinated hundreds of thousands of non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, during his tenure at AMI, he indicated that, quote, the only one he did for a presidential candidate's campaign was the one he did for Donald J. Trump. And he repeated that he bought the story of Karen McDougal's affair with Donald Trump for the purpose of influencing the outcome of the 2016 election.
Okay, let's
so
try that
today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. We have a full table today. We expect Halman to be switching in at any moment, but for now, MSNBC. Oh, he's not here yet, but he will be here. Also joining us, former top official of the Department of Justice and MSNBC legal analyst Andrew Weissman is back with us, and a special treat for both of us at the table. Special correspondent for The Hollywood Reporter, Lachlan Cartwright, is here. He's a former executive editor with American Media Inc., AMI, who worked with David Pecker at the courthouse for us, my friend and colleague, NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard. We start with you, and I heard you tell the story to my colleague Joy Reid last night. But take me inside this Wall Street Journal story. Remind us why it was so important and tell us the role you had in it. It came up for a second time today in this trial.
It did, Nicole. Another surreal moment where I'm reliving this past life of mine where I was the executive editor of the Inquirer and reader online, and it was flashed up to the jury today. And this story, the Wall Street Journal broke just on the eve of the election. I had a phone call from a reporter I used to work with at the host, Lucas Elpert, and he said someone from the investigative team has come across and we need your help. Do you know anything about a woman named Karen McDougal? And Dylan Howard, whose name keeps coming up in the press, was the former editor-in-chief of the Inquirer and chief content officer. He was only sitting a little away from me, so I said, Lucas, I'll call you back. And I went
so I got to start over again or what?
Building, and I called him back and I said, I'm going to risk everything if I'm helping you. And just so you know, David Pecker and Dylan Howard will absolutely ruin me, and my visa's at stake. And then I knew if I used an old school tabloid term,
24,
words a phrase I don't use,
25,
it would give me some
26,
cover. And I said to Lucas,
1358.
this was a catch and kill. And he said to me, what's a catch and kill? And I went on to describe this practice that's been detailed in court this week of buying a story off the market and burying it to benefit someone. In this case,
26, 1503. Yeah, let's go to 1503.
I went back to my office and was sweating, and Dylan Howard raced in a short time later, and he said,
so you can't die. Okay.
He blamed two former employees.
All right.
I went to a favorite sushi place of mine in the Village, and I sat back and just waited. And about 9 p.m. they broke that yarn. And in the third graph was the phrase "catch and kill," and describing it as an old tabloid practice.
Why'd you do that?
I had a moment where I felt this was the right thing to do, and I had over the several months leading up to this,
going that way, let's go this way.
crisis of conscience about what was going on and what I was a part of, as I've detailed in this New York Times magazine piece. And this just seemed like the moment to get this story out into the public domain. As a journalist, it's the kind of story I'd want to break, and it seemed like a matter of public interest. It seemed consequential, and I thought if I used this term, it might give me some cover, and it thankfully did. But it just in that moment, I need to get this across the line.
It's so central to what
better check them out to make
Trump's
sure.
legal team is trying to do, right? They've
I'm on the right path.
Malign Pecker and
Otherwise,
the
I might get lost here in the dark forever.
Conscience and the behaviors and the pattern and practice with Trump and Pecker was different. I mean, that's what Pecker finally got through today when he had a chance to be questioned again by prosecutors. This was different because, one, the transactions were different. They were huge sums. He says dramatically,
and then I went this
am not
way.
a bank, and that's where the financial
but I'm up there.
comes
So
and
this
two,
map
he
is
reiterated
useless.
this again today. This was for the purpose
doesn't
of
tell me
impacting
shit.
the election.
Well, that's key here. That is absolutely crucial to what the prosecutors are lining
go
up
this
here,
way?
which is this conspiracy, this election
Go this
interference.
way?
Which
Go that way?
I've been stressing this since I wrote the piece about there's a bigger picture here than just the 34 counts of falsifying business records. And the Arnold Schwarzenegger situation came up, and the defense were trying to make out that this was sort of random, usual practice with celebrities, and it was. There were other catch and kills. We can talk about that at the juncture. But in this case, it was clear what was going on here was to help get Donald Trump. What has become clear was what was happening here was to help get Donald Trump elected.
What was it like to watch Pecker cross-examine? I mean, to me, it felt
there was a hole here.
Well, we can't get you on the facts because you still claim to be his friend. We'll try to just embarrass you personally.
Yeah, embarrass you and try to undermine your recollection. They were really kind of going in on the meeting that happened in August of 2015, Hope Hicks was there or wasn't there, and they were trying to just give away at him. But I watched him for the last 4 or 5 days. He did a pretty good job, and I think that he was very convincing. I obviously know the story very well, and I'm invested in ways that others aren't. But I looked over to the jury several times when the defense were really going for him, and they didn't seem that swayed. So, yeah.
What do you think?
So I had a question about sort of the
bothered
you, because when Nicole and I were talking about it with others yesterday, we were reacting to the defense cross-examination, which tried to, as Nicole said, be, this is usual practice, this catch and kill that's going on with celebrities, and this is just, everyone does it, it happens all the time. And it seemed to me that what was different here is, because I'm a lawyer, from a legal perspective, is like, it may be heinous to have a catch and kill, but that's not in and of itself illegal. But this was about violating election laws, because you either are giving money, actual money, or you're giving in-kind help that is prohibited by the outset of New York State law. Was that in terms of your what bothered you? Was it that piece of it?
That was the corruption of the newsroom. The fact that we went from running celebrity scandal into becoming a propaganda machine. I mean, they turned this newsroom, David Pecker and Dylan Halbers, turned this newsroom into a criminal enterprise.
But how do you tell where you're at?
Elected. And I didn't sign up for that. I didn't come, leave the Daily News to be part of it. And as we, went further into just an absolute, crazy town of these covers, which we've seen highlighted Ted Cruz's dad, and every other hit piece we were running about Hillary and her health. I was sitting back going, this is not journalism. This is not what I got into this caper for. So, there were a multitude of reasons that I made the decision to help. But, that was key.
Von Hill, you're down there where all of this is going down still.
I went that way, so let's go this way.
Idea of what the prosecution was able to sort of carve out in terms of David Pecker as a narrator, of the ways it was extraordinary. Because and if you get a different read on this, it seems that a lot of what the defense has been doing is talking about how this was just so ordinary. Everybody did it. Jump in on that.
That's the way I came. Yeah, that's the way I came.
Right, and that is where ultimately when they were able to redirect after the defense had 4 hours of cross-examination, and they were able to pretty effectively muddy some waters around, why back in 2018 when federal investigators were looking into this here, FBI agents had come to his home and seized his phone, all at the same time that American media was trying to sell off the National Enquirer and other publications. They were trying to imply to the jury that David Pecker had motivations to give federal investigators whatever they wanted, and ultimately agreed to that immunity deal in order to be not prosecuted so that they could effectively sell off the National Enquirer and he would not be the target. And that is what they tried to paint here over the course of the jury. But then this afternoon, when David Pecker took his stand and answered under that redirect, again, the prosecutors were able to hone in and get him to affirm some very crucial points. Number one thing, that he testified to the fact that, yes, the reason that American media purchased the rights to Karen McDougal's story was to influence the 2016 election. That was the reason. They also got him to testify that the January of 2017 meeting at Trump Tower between David Pecker and Donald Trump, that Trump had in fact thanked him for purchasing the rights to not only the Karen McDougal story, but also the Dino the Doorman story, really setting up the point that Donald Trump's intention before the 2016 election was to subvert having these stories get out into the public in order to influence the election. Another part that he was able to affirm was the fact here this afternoon that Michael Cohen was himself furious and told him that the boss would be angry when he reported back to him that American media would not purchase that third story, the Stormy Daniels story. So this afternoon, effectively, the prosecution was able to lay out to the jury that David Pecker, despite all of the testimony around questions, whether this is normal or not, the federal non-prosecution agreement, all of that aside, ultimately the crux of this is that Donald Trump wanted to keep these stories silent because of the 2016 election.
Vaughn, After Pecker finished, they called Rona Graff, and right now I believe Gary Farrow is still on the stand. Tell us the significance of those two witnesses for the prosecution.
All right.
Right, Rona Graff for 34 years served as Donald Trump's assistant right outside of his office there. And she was the one, Donald Trump is known not to have engaged in text messages and emails himself or even keep his own phone book, but that is what Rona Graff did. And she was able to authenticate for the jury not only physical addresses and phone numbers that she had cataloged for Karen McDougal, but also the fact that she had a contact under, quote, Stormy with a phone number. She also testified that she vaguely recall the fact that Stormy Daniels had even visited the Trump Tower and that there was chatter that she could potentially be a celebrity apprentice on the Celebrity Apprentice herself, which matches up with Stormy Daniels' own public statements in the past that Donald Trump, the night that they allegedly had sex, told her that he would follow up about her potentially appearing on Celebrity Apprentice. And as for Gary Farrow was a banker who worked with Michael Cohen, and he is currently on the stand right now. He worked for First Republic. There is a particular email in 2016, 2 weeks before the election, where he acknowledged transferring money into an account that was operated by Michael Cohen, and he is able, for the prosecution, to verify some of these documents, these emails, and these accounts that have been set up to allegedly have transferred this $130,000 ultimately to the attorney who had been representing Stormy Daniels.
I can only go back. So if I go this way, I die.
I want to bring you in. I want to talk about all of your new titles and roles and assignments, but I first want to show you what Omarosa said to Chris Matthews about who Rona Graff is.
Engraved words.
Who do you think Trump fears most when we brought in?
One name, Rona Graff. Rona Graff, his personal secretary. She knows everyone. She knows the role they play. She knows who said what, when she set up the meetings. If she is called to testify, that will be the end of Donald Trump.
Should he worry about her? Is she safe for him?
I wouldn't be surprised if she pled the fifth. It wouldn't surprise me at all because she's been fiercely loyal to the president.
No.
She's there under subpoena.
Now, who at this table doesn't know the power of a long-time assistant? You know, like the last person you ever want to have to testify against you is one of your long-time assistants, and it could be interesting. Not probably as interesting as David Pecker's testimony. I came in though, every time in the course of this part of the trial, you get people who are kind of like, you know, what'd you expect from the National Enquirer? This is what the defense is playing to. In sense of like, of course, they're catching killers. They're all over the place. There's all kinds of corruption stories about the soul.
Annoying.
And you hear Lachlan talking about
his outrage at the fact that the newsroom, the
National Enquirer, been turned into a criminal enterprise to advance the president's political interest. And I think there are some people who roll their eyes when they hear that, sort of thinking this is totally corrupt business. I will say that among political journalists, and Nicole, I think you know this is true, that over the years, up to 2016, all of us who were savvy about this looked at the National Enquirer and thought, we took those stories seriously, and there was a lot of reasons why. Because one of the things about the National Enquirer, unlike having any kind of ideological bias, for a long time, their attitude was, there's two things that we care about. We care about selling papers, and we care about getting big stories. Big scoops, right?
Yeah, John Edwards.
2008 is the best example of that. We're so aware that Edwards' campaign, not just because they knew that a lot of what was in the Enquirer was right, but a lot of political journalists and others in the public were like, oh, this is like, they're saying, Bill Clinton had 6 babies with an alien. And we were all looking at those stories going, they have something. And I can tell you that if it weren't for this arrangement,
this is where I came in.
These stories, the Stormy Daniels stories, the Karen McDougal stories, the Access Hollywood tape, they would have been the things that David Pecker was all over like a dog on a bone. These are natural. These are right down the middle of the plate, election year stories for the National Enquirer. Whether you want to roll your eyes at it and hold your nose and just get tongue-tied. The bottom line is the National Enquirer in every other presidential election.
You get lost? No, I'm just looking for the right way up.
Devoted resources,
time,
attention to seedy, seamy, unseemly stories that often turn out to be true. The Edwards example is only one, but there are others, and every political communications person that you know lived in fear of a call from the National Enquirer. You couldn't go anywhere, like it's the Weekly World News or something. You're like, uh-oh.
Well, and it may be other,
So,
it may be other
some good
arms
news,
of a
some
campaign
flooding
that looks down their
around,
nose at it. I mean, I think
water,
we're certainly talking.
police
I
put,
grew up, and this dates me, but standing in line at the grocery store with my mother, I knew when the colors changed. That's how often I stared at the color. Do you think that some of the underestimating the power of these facts and witnesses was part of this myopic view about Trump, where people just didn't understand where all his power came from? It was a very powerful tool to have the National Enquirer.
It was, and just to John's point, just for a sec, that's the reason I went there. It was to
Right.
make John Edwards. That was Dylan Howard's pitch for me to go there. And I'm sitting in court the last few days, and as they're going through the Stormy Yarn and the Karen McDougal story, and even Dino the Doorman, if we had have broken some of these stories, we would have dominated. Actually, it would have sold thousands of copies of magazines, and we wouldn't be in this position. Or David Pecker and Dylan Howard and Donald Trump wouldn't be in this situation. But yeah, Nicole, that publication, it was weaponized. It's on newsstands in every supermarket, in every Walmart, in every airport, and that cover, even if someone doesn't pick it up, to see Hillary 6 months to live, Hillary Hoover going to jail, Ted Cruz, that real estate is absolutely priceless. And people at this table have been on politics long enough. Campaigns do favors for candidates, as do media organizations.
And I went
do
that
favors
way,
for
and I
candidates.
went that way.
The media organization, in as far as I've seen, hasn't twisted itself into a criminal enterprise, into a propaganda machine to get a candidate elected, like what happened here with the National Enquirer.
Where is Dylan Howard?
And just add that point about the
newsstand,
I think is important, because we're now like we don't have newsstands anymore.
Right.
We have very little media that everyone shares. The grocery store is a thing, and you see that it's across the country. A lot of swing states where people walk by those counters, even again as
that came up this week at Walmart.
Right.
David Pecker. Where is Dylan Howard?
That's a very good question, and it has a lot of people asking and wondering. We were in court on Monday, and it was introduced very strangely via David Pecker, who even said he hasn't spoken to Dylan Howard for some time, but then said Dylan Howard has a spinal injury and is in Australia. My understanding is he is in Melbourne. I know there's a lot of journos chasing him right now, which is kind of a twist on Dylan Howard's career, when he's been sort of chasing and hunting down people. And so we've given him the benefit of the doubt that there is this spinal issue, but that is why he's not here and appearing, although his attorney is issuing these very long-winded statements to people. So
we wish him the best with his spinal challenges. No one's going anywhere for the whole hour and beyond, maybe. We'll sneak in a quick break. When we come back, more on exactly what went down in court today and how Hope Hicks factored into David Pecker's cross-examination. Was it an effort to cast aspersion on her testimony before it even happens? We'll ask that question. A lot more news coming up as the first criminal trial of an American ex-president continues here in New York City on day 8. Don't go anywhere.
And if I light the lamp, I can't go anywhere. I can't go this way. I can't go this way if I light the lamp. And I didn't find anything of use here. And you can't make the outlet go up and down because the cable's broken. Right? Pipe system. What to do. A bunch of hit and miss type of shit. I hate this. Alright. Up 2 didn't work. So up 2 and either left or right. I mean, up 1 and left or right. Up 1, left gets me there. And then right gets me over there. And I'm out of light. There we go. Okay. So I came in from there. So go up 1 and right. And go that way. That way. And go this way. Only go that way.
We're all back. Andrew Weissman, I want to ask you to pick up on something Bond's reporting about the Michael Cohen's banker who's on the stand now. Just talk about the financial transaction being introduced.
So, big picture, when you have people like Rona Graff and Gary Farrell from the financial institution, this is how trials get made. You have big witnesses like David Pecker, and then you have a lot of this sort of connective tissue. And it seems kind of dull. And, this isn't made for TV. This is made for a jury, and it's how you build a case piece by piece. So, as you mentioned with respect to an executive secretary, I'm sure there's lots she knows, but she was there to basically prove up that there was a Karen McDougal Stormy Daniels. It's in his phone book. It's like you can't deny it. There it is from a witness, who's close to another witness close to Donald Trump. For this piece, the Farrow piece, that has to do with the opening up of essential consulting. And it really fits with what you heard from David Pecker, which is David Pecker's like, okay, the National Enquirer, we're the bank for the doorman. We're the bank for Karen McDougal. But you know what? At that point, there's actually a lawyer who gets involved, and they're like, we're out. And we're no longer the bank. And that means they had a problem.
So if I go this way,
if Donald Trump, you're like, okay,
left to
how do
right,
we silence this next person because we just got from the National Enquirer? The bank is closed.
Okay, so
who's the new bank? You have your lawyer taking out a loan.
And then I go here.
That's something that I think you have a lot of lawyers on the show. I'm one of them.
And then I go right.
To quote Katie Fang, who's
I
like, this is abnormal, and that's where having lawyers on the jury, that will help. Because they're going to be like, they were doing that.
1,
and so this is going to be about the creation of the Essential Consulting LLC, the timing of the creation, what Michael Cohen says about it.
Remind people the timing.
And the timing is right after the Access Hollywood tape comes out. The actual wire, according to the opening, the wire of the money from Michael Cohen through Essential Consulting happens on October 26th, right after 2 phone calls between Michael Cohen and Donald Trump. And so that's, again, that will be a boring part of the case where you hear about a wire, you hear about phone records, you have all of this connective tissue. It's going to come back and close it.
Vaughn, let me read you some of this questioning. These are from notes. It's not technically a transcript, but this is what we understand to have happened inside in this line of questioning. A series of emails, and we're trying to get these as soon as we can to show our viewers what the jury saw. We don't have those yet, but the jury saw a series of emails dated Thursday, October 13th, 2016, from Farrow to his team. Quote, he needs an account opened immediately, and he wants no address on the checks. I guess that's also not normal. The question, was it unusual for Michael Cohen to want something done immediately? No. Was it unusual to ask for no address on the checks? Not really. And then he explains that folks who open LLCs sometimes don't want their address used. Then they show an IRS document showing Resolution Consultants LLC and Michael Cohen sold. After much back and forth, they describe how the consultant's account was never opened and never funded. Then, as Andrew just indicated, on October 26, 2016, Farrow, the witness on the stand right now, received an email from his assistant saying Michael Cohen needed him to call him. Michael Cohen stated he was changing course. He didn't want to open Resolution's consultant anymore. He wanted to open a new account. Was there any sense of urgency conveyed on that call? Question. Answer. Every time Michael Cohen spoke to me, he conveyed a sense of urgency. Question. Was this one of those times? Answer. This was one of those times. This seems like in addition to the documents entered in, this is also just like the January 6th Select Committee did, layer upon layer of the motive. The motive was, as you know better than anyone, Vaughn, the political fallout.
Oh, well, at least I know how to go
Hollywood tape came out.
Motherfuckers.
Right. October 13th is when that first LLC was created.
Okay, so I'm here.
Less than a week after the Access Hollywood
so I gotta
tape
go
was released and became public. And then
up
October
one,
26th, 2 weeks before the election.
Then
I was
right
with
one,
the team here.
then up two.
I know you've been a part of presidential
then right
campaigns.
one,
I've
down
heard
one,
a litany of them now, and usually
and then
the
right.
focus 2 weeks out of a presidential
So,
campaign, just standard, is usually not setting up quickly LLCs and running across
you gotta go
the street
up
to meet up with
one,
your banker to set up
and
accounts
then right
and
one,
checks that do not include addresses and claim to be for real estate,
up
but
two,
obviously we're not intended for actual
and
real
then
estate
right
purposes here.
one,
This is just not normal, but now
then
this is
down
essentially being able
one,
to be entered into the record here.
then
And
right one.
of course, Gary Farrow coming in from this banking aspect here is clearly a credible individual in the eyes likely of the jury here. We should note, Nicole, that we just also
So
got
let's light it
Judge
up.
Mershon, that court is ended officially here for the week. This is going to be the first weekend that these 18 jurors, including the 6 alternates, are going to be going home to family and friends, and they've been given the instruction to not talk about this case at all, despite them having quite a heck of a week here inside of the courtroom in Lower Manhattan.
Up one.
This is the understatement of the century. Tell
And
me,
right one.
you know, what you can. I know you write about it, but just bring us inside this day,
And
this time
two.
period, October 26th.
We're heading into the election, so it is incredibly chaotic, and we are continuing to produce these covers, and the intention is really by this stage we've done with the bulk of the hit pieces, but we've got sort of one or two still left, and a hitman was brought in. Let's just back up a second. A person who alleged that they were Hillary's bag man was brought into the newsroom, and a cover was done up as Hillary's hitman tells all. And so that story was one that was sort of produced around that timeline, and then subsequent to that, right on the eve of the election,
in case I decide to stop here,
David Pecker is purchasing a dossier. He spent thousands of dollars to a private investigator who had done bug sweeps in the office, and these emails are in Italian.
It's dirty and it's not my size
translated, and where this is going to be the cover for the last edition of the Inquirer, which will go out just as the election is happening. And I remember thinking, why these emails in Italian?
Looks like they did some tool repair work
here. To be between Hillary and Huma.
That reminds me of that joke about a kid in a wilderness house. It's a joke about a kid in a wilderness house.
And the way that Dylan Howard told it to me is this private investigator who had connections
I gotta find out.
had got them from his contacts there, so we had to madly get them translated, and then David Pecker decreed that would be the last sort of cover as the election is happening. It was that type of just chaotic, just one just bizarre incident after another.
We've talked so much about what was buried for Trump that we haven't talked as much. I mean, I remember the Hillary cover reaching a crescendo after the 9/11 event that she went to. And I think the National Enquirer, correct me if I'm wrong, went crazy with her health. I think that was sort of the
technical for my
understanding. We used that photo as a device to
for the main mine, for the mines, the solid soil data and stuff.
There were some issues with her health.
So the election interference, and again, I don't know if this is a legal point, but the election interference, if you look back from sort of what we spent our careers doing, it's not just what was suppressed, what was fought and suppressed to not embarrass Trump. It's what was
Mr.
amplified.
Pelletier
that you never really get back.
Pelletier,
if you follow
is relying a bit more on me and giving me more responsibilities than I've seen. He keeps a log, so maybe I should start one too. It might help in covering my ass as he just says I do. Everything is going as smoothly as it can. Acting as Mr. Pelletier's bridge between him and the workers is not that hard. They see me as a bud.
What happened then
and
was
then work is progressing well and workers are bonding. Nothing like
last couple weeks. Enduring
hard work together to make people forget what makes them different.
And in Wisconsin,
tech crew also joined us today to make sure the draining system is working properly. Without regular maintenance, this line would probably flood all the time.
By the Inquirer and others.
One of the workers tried to run out on the job today.
She's got an epi.
He was hysterical.
That she was constantly supposedly
saying he saw something in the dark staring at him. This always happens
Russian disinformation
to some people in mind. Fear is a constant,
the fact that,
and sometimes
gave the Russians
makes you see stuff, especially when the workers keep
these ideas get into the bloodstream.
Talking about their superstitions and telling stories about stuff like demons, Wendigos, and Hillary's dying. 2 months later, comes back. What's a Rugaros?
Really targeted way in critical cities.
If this persists, it might start to pose a problem. It's easier for these people to face death every day than to face the unknown. If they get scared, more mistakes will happen and things will get complicated. Good thing I don't believe in any of that.
Really pivotal.
They're getting angry and more paranoid.
Donald Trump ends up winning
Must be something in the water.
A lot of people who came, a lot of swing voters came out with like, well, Hillary's dying.
We had a close call today. A worker almost got killed by fumes. If he has permanent damage, I bet soon he'll wish he did die.
It's for history.
That he's finding a job like that.
It's a legal issue when the
Otto came to work his shift drunk again.
Yes.
Nothing unusual, and a lot of the guys do it. It's a way to tolerate a job. I usually turn a blind eye to it, but he started driving up the others, rambling about lack of safety conditions, talking about how the fat cats not only aren't paying them enough to risk their lives, they're not even spending spare change on the basics. It's the normal talk, mumbled by any mine worker, but he's trusted by everyone, and he was being loud. I was afraid he might create a mutiny, so we let him go. I'll keep him on the records, though, so there's no questioning about us being short-staffed. I did him a favor. He's getting too old for this anymore. The others felt betrayed, so they think I'm snitched. Guess I'm no longer their bud. Tools are being broken more than usual, either bent or damaged. I think this is the workers' silent way to protest. A way to get back at the company. It's easy to fix, so I wouldn't go as far as to call it sabotage. I would be lying if I said I didn't understand where they're coming from. Yesterday was a tragedy. I knew those men. Not all good men, but good enough. Mr. Pelletier is losing it. I'd say it was stress from these events, but he has been acting stranger and stranger with time. Might be because of the rumors about his son and that girl. Must be hard to be a man in his position. More dead. Others now want to leave. Selfish idiots only thinking about their lives. If we don't have this, what will happen to our children? What other hope is there in this day and age? Our generation is already doomed. Least we can do is risk our lives so our kids get a better chance than us. That's how it has always been. It's a shitty hand, but it's the one we were dealt with. I'll side with Mr. Pelletier, whatever happens. I wonder if this Augustine knew he'd be the fall guy. Huh? A drunk man named Otto. Otto Preginger? Otto Preginger. Is it Preginger? I wonder if it's the one I know. I think workers, progressive workers. Yeah, it's the same vampire. Otto Preminger. You know, the director. Alright. Val. That seems to belong somewhere else. Might as well take it. This looks like it might be turn out useful. Okay? Turn, pause, it's a valve. Alright. What else is there? Sexy poster. Oh, wow, jeez. That's a lady, that's for sure. Collapse mine? What do you mean collapse mine? Mean mine debris. Mine collapse debris. Can't really cross through that. Regardless if the ceiling falls like that while we're here. Can you go over there? We're gonna be doing a ceiling like that while we're here. We're goners. Alright, so nothing useful here. Just got a valve. A cool looking blue valve wheel. And this is a cool looking red wheel.
And we are all back. My colleague Von Hilliard just reporting that Trump's criminal election interference hush money trial has wrapped for the week.
That was it?
Pick up again Tuesday at 9:30. We're back with Von,
so we're here.
Andrew, and Lachlan. Von, let me just bring you in on what happened in court today, which seemed like
we gotta go to all the pump rooms or something?
Impeach the testimony on the record for David Pecker about Hope
I turned it off. I wonder if it's still on. Because it did say that.
And he really testified to her presence in and out of the 2015 Trump Tower meeting. Talk about the significance of that.
Right, the defense team for Donald Trump.
So the rear mine entrance would be the rear mine exit?
2015 meeting between Michael Cohen, Donald Trump, and Pecker.
Okay,
because
we were here
this week that Hope Hicks was in on the meeting, and they got Pecker to acknowledge that she did not directly contribute or talk during the course of the meeting, but made her way in and out. And this was sort of, I think, a good encompassing picture
and then I went
of
this
Hope
way.
Hicks and what role she played in 2015 and 2016. And I think we have to look at her
and if I go any other way,
ahead of her expected testimony before this very jury. You know, she was 27, 28 years old in 2015, 2016. I was covering the GOP race at the time, living in Iowa whenever the campaign would come to Iowa. It was pretty much, it was Corey Lewandowski and Hope Hicks who would fly with Donald Trump in for those campaign events. And throughout 2016, even when the likes of Kellyanne or Steve Bannon came onto the team, Hope Hicks was still that one constant on what was a very small
what about if I
team
go
of
down? There's nothing down there?
And Hope Hicks was a political novice, right? She was somebody who you would email for a comment, and usually she would email back with either a short statement or not a no comment. But you know, unlike most comms directors for campaigns that I had a history of dealing with, you'd be able to pick up the phone and have a little conversation with them back and forth. But she was a political novice, brought on as a former model who had worked with Donald Trump previously, and this was the person who was at the heart of these conversations, right? In the heart of these meetings, being omnipresent at all times with Donald Trump, all the way up to the point that during that transition period, after the surprise victory in November of 2016, I was covering that transition at Trump Tower when folks would come and go, and she would help shepherd people up and down the elevators to come meet with Donald Trump. And I remember going downstairs. There's a little cafe at the bottom of Trump Tower there, and as I was checking out, she was working and very cordial, very kind, but she was also very professional. And she was protective of Donald Trump. She was somebody who would not, in an off-the-record fashion, go, talking about what was happening on the inside. Instead, she was somebody who was very much of a confidant, looked after him as a protector, and she continued to serve in that capacity well into the White House years, to the extent that David Pecker testified this week that she was, in 2018, still involved in conversations, along with Sarah Huckabee Sanders, about how to extend Karen McDougal's contract so that she would not talk publicly about her relations with Donald Trump.
I think this is Trump's biggest trigger. I mean, Cassidy Hutchinson sat where you're sitting and said she was told to dye her hair to look like Hope's. Hope was, you know, a daughter figure to him. She was all those things and more to Trump, and she is on the likely witness list.
Okay. There are, I in that period of time, 2015, 2016, I was in Donald Trump's presence, a decent, I'm like a fair amount. Unfortunately,
what's your favorite verse?
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
Yeah. But if you asked,
don't go anywhere.
As a statement of fact,
I'll be right back.
Who are the names that came out of Donald Trump's mouth more often in private settings, casual settings, not on the stump, but like when he was like in his office, backstage at a political event? The two names were Hope and Rona. Like you didn't hear him talk about Paul Manafort's name.
I'll be right back.
I mean, I'm not saying he never mentioned Paul Manafort, but Paul Manafort, Corey Lewandowski, ultimately Steve Bannon. Those names did not tumble out of Trump's mouth. He would invoke Rona and Hope.
I could try to flip through with the kid, but I have no idea how long
often in the same breath. They were the people who had the most access to him, the most trafficked him, the ones who mattered the most to him, the ones who ran his life in different respects, one more administrative, one more as the interface to politics. But yes, I think, you know, she will be a fascinating witness, and she has she occupies and may still, but certainly then occupied an incredibly place psychically and had an access to things that even Rona, who was more mechanically involved, where is he going, what is he doing, where are things, who does he have to answer, who does a phone call he has to return. Hope was more at that nexus where politics, scandal,
this way, instead of going this way, I go this way.
Politics, external politics,
I can go this way 3 times.
And communications. I mean, she knows
and then this way.
I would say better than
this way.
Anybody.
And it seemed that the defense team spent
this
a lot of time
this way.
David Pecker's memory when it came to Hope's presence in that meeting.
There's no exit. What the fuck am I looking for?
And he's a liar. They didn't quite come out and say it, but
but you're right.
I mean, it was both. I mean, that's, by the way, that's defense is entitled to try and do that, to say, you know what, here's choose from column A, he doesn't remember well, or choose from column B, he's a liar, or maybe you want to think both. That's defense job, is to do that. You have to remember, they also know very much what she's going to say. And it's really important. This is, in some ways, a little bit of kabuki theater in that the parties have full statements from everyone. They've been in the grand jury. They've got what are called Rio 2s from they've been interviewed by the FBI. That's the form they fill out. They have interview notes of state investigators. So you know, both sides are operating with this sort of a full picture. So they know how much she is going to be.
I'll go right instead of left. No, left
where
instead of right.
She doesn't back him up.
Left 3. See what happens.
One thing that's really interesting is the defense correctly, as witnesses are on, tries to say, you know, didn't you think Donald Trump was a great boss? They did that with Graf, and it was like, yes, for 34 years, and they try and get good information. In fact, you saw the prosecution did it with David Pecker because it was useful to say, this guy who's such a liar, he loves this guy. Still. It'll be interesting where Hope Hicks is on that, because there was both a deep loyalty and then there was a very rocky end. And so it'll be interesting who asks those questions about, you know, the sort of, is he really a good guy? And so I think that will be a bit of a tell as to what each side is thinking about where her loyalties are, and also how much she's just decided, I better just tell the truth.
I think he called her Hopey. But Trump might say Hopey was in on information you didn't have access to.
That's correct. And it was someone that was in the orbit of the characters that, you know, I'm sitting next to John Howard's office and Michael Cohen is on the phone as we're doing this operation with Dino the doorman. I'm sort of thinking to myself, why is Michael Cohen constantly calling? You know, we haven't even gone for comment yet. and we had, in place a reporter, trying to stake out the woman involved in the lobbying, as I was calling her at that time, because she was in her
Where you going, asshole?
We hadn't got to a situation where anyone from the Trump organization should have been alerted to the story or engaged, but yet Dylan Howard was talking to Michael Cohen, and I assume was asking for updates, which further goes to the scheme and the people in place that were talking to the Inquirer at the time.
Tell me when you figure out. Tell me sort of between which stories,
so I go up one,
which parts you touch that you figured out that something
smells. So the doorman happens, and then where he sits for the polygraph, he passes, but yet he's passing for something he's heard secondhand. So I'm still in the mind that the story's probably not true, but we haven't gone through all the reporting yet. But yet then the decision is the word comes to stand down, and David Pecker's decided we're going to pay him $30K, which again was a highly unusual, very large sum of money. Plus, then there is a clause that is later installed, $1 million break clause. Both of those I can't stress were unusual. So I'm thinking thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars to sign a source up or to buy someone's story, not $30,000.
And what about the $1 million penalty clause if there's a breach?
Incredibly unusual to put that in place. Most contracts don't have a break clause like that. And the other thing that's highly unusual is all sources are paid post publication. They're paid when the story had run in the magazine. And David Pecker watched every dollar. There was a $10K limit that we had to spend on stories. For, anything more had to go to David Pecker's office. And Dylan Howard had to go and get that approval. So that situation happens, and I'm thinking, okay, this is kind of bizarre, but then we're moving on to other stories. It gets more and more chaotic as we're generating more of these hit pieces. And I can't stress again how much time is going into these covers, because then David Pecker then has to critique them. We're now learning that they were going off to the campaign to Michael Cohen, who was then coming back with suggestions and additions. But for me, in August of 2016, Dylan Howard tells me about a woman by the name of Karen McDougal, that he's gone out to Los Angeles, he's interviewed, and he finds her story incredible. And I'm sitting there going, great, like, when are we breaking this? What do you need me to do? Like, how can we get this up? And then he says, no, we're not running it. And David Pecker's made the decision to buy it for $150K to protect Trump. I think that was one of those moments where I was just like, where am I? This is going to absolutely take me down with it. I thought my career is basically going to be over because of all of this. And my working relationship with Dylan Howard, that was the beginning, really, of the end.
We're just taking a break, but I do want to get your thoughts on how explicitly grateful Trump was to David Pecker, the White House.
Friend and mentor.
Yeah,
friend and mentor. He called him on the stand.
I want to bring all that back as the week comes to an end. The panel sticks around. We will all be right back.
Here. Go up one, right one, up two, go up three. 1, 2, 3. Then left. All right. Okay. Okay, so up one, and then right one. Up three. That's 1, 2, 3. And then left. Okay. So I went 3 and left. Alright. So going up 1, right 1, then up 3, then left. And here I can either go 2 more. Okay. Go left 2 more. Alright. 1, 2. Alright. Up wheel. Seems to fit a large valve. A space for another valve. Let's put the red one down. It isn't the right size. Put the blue one there then. It won't fit. Yep. These go together. If I'm right, and this is the pump, the green light must mean it's draining. Alright. Alright. So, I am where? I am here. And I don't know if
so as the weekends, Halman, I was thinking, what
if that one's gonna be, so I gotta go back to that.
At the end of the day,
so I gotta go 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3.
Story is about great affection.
I gotta go right 3 down.
In terms of friendship among men, and I just keep thinking of presidents have dinner sometimes for veterans or historians or his estate. Trump had dinner for David Pecker.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, Trump declared all of the rest of the press, all of us, enemies of the people.
Right.
You know, in a first kind of maybe glib, cheap way, but later in ways that kind of put targets up people's backs. You know, right? I mean, that's his attitude towards the press. We know that in periods of time he's also really craved the establishment presses in Camacho. He's sucked up to the New York Times in various ways. When Juan was talking about that 2017 period, right when the transition, the thing that I most remember was him going to the office of Vanity Fair and going to Condé Nast to try to see if finally they would like him. And then when everyone had, in his view, rejected him, he called us all enemy of the people. Who's the one person in the press that he's ever done anything with this kind of affection, with this kind of loyalty? Is David Pecker.
Yeah,
there's no one else. There's no one else. And I think there's that's telling. And does the jury, does that get you a guilty verdict? Probably not. But I think the jury comes out of this understanding that this is not a normal relationship between a presidential candidate president and the head of a tabloid. There's something deep here.
And it's not even a crime, right? To have that kind of friendship. No, but it's a person that he was that close to that detailed the criminal enterprise.
Yeah, I think the credibility of David Pecker came through. If you thought, this is just a sleazy dude before you, well, listen to this. The detail of it and the emotional bond that was laid bare, I think, makes you think he may be a scoundrel, but he's probably telling the truth.
The truth-telling scoundrel.
So I'm gonna get slow though, huh?
It's too early to say, oh, this is what
the
jury will be. They're gonna.
I've been here.
Definitely take the judge's instructions, which is, you do not deliberate until the end.
I've gotta go.
Trials are about narratives, and there was a very clear narrative
from
the state here as to what happened.
You see, that's where I'm at right now.
Together, it makes sense. They will
see the
state's job is to put in the corroborative details, but this is like a very clear story. And if I asked you, what was the clear narrative of the defense cause? There was no story. I mean, this was just shots of, but it doesn't, if you are, as we were talking about yesterday, if you're smart, it doesn't hang together as a story. It's like, oh, he misremembered on this day a name. I mean, that's not a story.
You need a counter narrative. Is that what
exactly.
you're saying? Like, what you really want is the defense wants a counter narrative, and there was no counter narrative that you're like, oh, it's not this, it's this.
And then up one.
And that's because I guess by the end of it, the jury will have heard a lot of witnesses, and if that's something that holds it all together, be fun to mind. But we'll see. As we keep saying, every day the jury will decide. John Howard, thank you for spending the hour with us, and congratulations on your new jobs at Puck.
And then right one.
Puck. Yes. Your podcast is moving over to Puck. You're all Puck.
I'm going to be writing about all of you.
No, you'll all be. I guess my question is, can we still swear on the podcast?
Everybody is like, hey, you're restarting the podcast. You got to get Nicole on there and get her to say, drop that bomb.
Let's light up
Done. John Howard, thank you for being here. Von Hilliard, thank you so much for your brilliant
so
reporting, for spending the hour with me again. Andrew and Lachlan, stick around.
Up one, right one, up five.
By two friends who were in court
up
for us today. Sue Craig will be back with her open notebook and all those stars. Harry Lippman will also make a rare appearance at the table.
One.
Plus, also joining us in the next hour, one of the officers on the front lines on January 6th,
up five.
Fanone, will be here on his continued quest for accountability. A very quick break for us today. We'll be right back.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and he died. That's wrong. All right. That's wrong. All right. Why do you keep on going over there? So. It's not 5. So, from here, go up 1, right 1, and then up 1, because it looks like, now it's taking me too far away. 1, 2, let's go up 3. Okay, so up 1, right 1, up 3, up 3, and then left 1, and then up 1, and then right 1, and then up 1, and then right 1. Let's try that. All right, so up 1, and then right 1, and then up 3. And then left 1, okay, and then up 1, and then right 1, and then up 1, and then right 1. Ah! Did I go wrong? It should have been the... Maybe I got it wrong.
Hi again, everybody. It's It's now 5 o'clock in New York, where moments ago, Donald Trump's historic second week on trial came to a close with a bit of a punctuation mark in the form of not one, but two new witnesses. In the last hour, the jury heard from Gary Farrow, who was in 2016 a senior managing director at the First Republic Bank. He allegedly helped set up that home equity line of credit through which Michael Cohen paid Stormy Daniels. And just before Farrow testified, Rona Graff was on the stand. She's Trump's former executive assistant. She worked for him for decades. She finished her testimony. Graff's inside knowledge, her duties, her access to Trump made her a central figure in Donald Trump's inner circle and a nexus in his most private matters. Her testimony followed a busy morning with Donald Trump's attorneys seeking to discredit parts of ex-tabloid publisher David Pecker's testimony in the eyes of the jury by trying to poke holes in his credibility and or memory. After they wrapped up their cross-examination, though, the prosecution got to question him again in a redirect. It's another opportunity to ask questions of the same witness. And Alvin Bragg's team cut to the heart of the case in their questioning of David Pecker. Simple question from that prosecutor, Joshua Steinglass, quote, "Is that true, Mr. Pecker? Was that your purpose in locking up the Karen McDougal story, to influence the election?" The answer from David Pecker, quote, "Yes." He added, the actual purpose was to acquire lifetime rights so the story was not published by any news organization. While Pecker said it was standard to suppress stories to help a friend or to use as leverage with a celebrity, this was catch and kill in order to influence a presidential election. Now, with court adjourned for the weekend, it's all systems go as we head into next week with key testimony still ahead. It's where we start the hour with some of our most favorite reporters and friends, two people with us who were inside the courtroom today. New York Times investigative reporter Suzanne Craig and former U.S. Attorney and former Deputy Assistant Attorney General Harry Lippman. Lucky for us, Lachlan's learning what Andrew already knows. You can check out, but you can never leave. Andrew's still here, as is Lachlan. Sue Craig, I start with you and your wonderful notebook.
Well, I have to say, I think the most interesting part of today was just the continuation of that agreement that Karen McDougal had. And Donald Trump's lawyers really tried to muddy the water on it, just to, I think, put some poison in the jury's ear that Karen McDougal got something for the money that she was paid. She got a cover of a magazine, she wrote some articles, and that it really was payment for service. And on on redirect, when the government's lawyers got back up, they really went, you read the testimony, just full stop.
Shut it down.
David Pecker was calm, cool, and just said, no, she may have got something, but this was a payment to silence her, to keep her off the market.
Wouldn't her main service be the story? In other words, if you're in the business of a huge story, I mean, we have between the two of you, it's like the perfect group, but I mean, wouldn't that be the main way, if there wasn't this private agreement, wouldn't the main reason that somebody would want this is not because somebody who used to work for Playboy is going to write a story, but rather the story that she has to say about a relationship for 10 months with the candidate?
And there was actually a great moment, because that is one point. Then there was another point where Donald Trump's lawyers got up and David Pecker was asked about Karen McDougal, and they said, is she a celebrity? And there was a long pause. Because she's not.
Right.
He goes, and they kept going along that, and it was really funny, because she's not somebody that you would put on the cover of the National Enquirer. Anybody would know who she is, even though I think she was famous in some circles, but not David Pecker's circles.
The other thing worth mentioning is when Dylan Howard first told me about this in August of 2016, there's no mention of, we've just hired this fitness columnist and we're going to move magazines. We've got Karen McDougal again.
Great new app workout.
Those columns, I'm only instructed to get those columns going after the election, after they've told the Wall Street Journal and spun it as it is in the contract that we now need to actually produce these columns. And that's when I get the ghostwriter in.
Right.
And that's when we actually have to start running the columns. So, there is no suggestion that we've paid Karen McDougal $150K because she's going to be the cover star and going to be giving you the best
Here's
fitness tips. Here's her tips for great abs.
Exactly. I mean,
there's a contractual suggestion that's what it is, and that was one of the things that were so effective on Redirect, which is that Pecker, who was oddly credible, as John just said, he's a scoundrel, but they put the fear of God in him or whatever. He was just an affable scoundrel, giving it all up, and he made it very clear. In fact, this would have been, for the reasons Andrew says, a valuable article for the Inquirer to run in its own rights. But they weren't going to do it because they had one reason and one reason only. That was the most effective part, I think, of the whole week, is the bridge they build to Stormy Daniels, who's coming pretty soon.
I mean, what would the story of, I mean, I've seen her interview with Anderson Cooper a couple of times. I have a little bit more of it I'll play in a second. But, she talks about her love for him and his love for her. What kind of story would that have been?
Well, that's the difference between the Stormy Daniels situation and the Karen McDougal matter, is that Stormy was a one-night affair, tryst. Well, Karen McDougal actually had, a months-long relationship, and yes, was in a, love with Donald Trump. And so when Dylan Howard told me about it, he said his story is credible, and that's when I thought, well, we'll break this, and this will be the biggest scoop of the election. It would have been, we had the sit-down interview with a Playboy playmate telling about her love for Donald Trump while he was a married man.
And what she believed was his love for her. Here's how she described, and I want to ask you how this would have figured into the article, their logistics, if you will.
When you say you would arrange to go someplace, how would it be arranged?
I would pay for the flight. I would book it myself. I would book the hotel room if I wasn't staying with him. Usually I stayed with him, but there's been a couple times where I didn't. And then he would reimburse me. So if the flight was, I don't know, let's just throw out a number. If the flight was $500, he'd give me $500 and say, here's, take care of the flight and things like that. So
why would he have you book all the travel and the hotel rooms?
Well, there's no paper trail.
And did you realize that at the time?
Yes, I did.
Because he was concerned about it being revealed at some point and there being a paper trail.
Oh, I was told there's no paper trail. I can't say what his reasons were, but I would assume that's the case, yes.
So just back to your point, I mean, this was a long-term relationship a story that she would have told, and lots of, meets. And it just, as maybe the person at the table who's read the most of the National Enquirer, that seems just like the bread and butter of the kind of stories that the Enquirer broke.
That is manna from heaven. That is the type of cover that we would have sold millions of, potentially, and would have owned the news agenda for weeks. And that was already made for us if it wasn't for this deal that we are hearing about that occurred in August of 2015 to purchase these negative stories off the market. The reason I went there was to break big stories like this in the lead up to the election and not have them nobbled from the market.
Can you quantify how much it would have been worth to the National Enquirer to have that cover story that arguably seems like the kind of story that every new detail might have been another story?
I mean, we would have been running this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and not just in the magazine. We would have rolled it out on our digital properties. It's hard for me to give an exact figure.
It would have been a big story.
But it would have been the biggest story that the National Enquirer has broken since the John Edwards matter, which had an impact on that election. So, it would have been the biggest story for the Enquirer in several years.
DA called it Enquirer Gold, and he agreed.
And this is why I think the numbers that we have to work with, because it's a fraud trial, are misleading. Because when, I come from the world of politics. In the world of politics, this was an invaluable contribution to Trump's efforts
to a company that was in trouble, by the way. I mean, AMI was going through huge financial problems.
Right.
I'm wondering what Dylan Howard said to you when he got back and he says, I have this incredible story about Karen McDougal and this affair. How did he explain that now it wasn't going to be in the paper?
That was
in the magazine.
Something that I was mentioning earlier is that he said we've got this, I've gone out to Los Angeles, I've interviewed this woman, I find her story credible. It's Karen McDougal, she's a Playboy playmate, and I'm waiting for her to say, all right, well, I'm waiting for him to say, okay, this is what I need your help with to help break this story. And instead he said, where David Pecker has made the decision to pay her $150K, and that story's never going to see the light of day. And
we were on the subway for that. So.
Yeah, sorry about that. And I'm sitting there going, in what world would we not run that story? Like, what is actually going on? What am I a part of here?
Right.
It was just this moment, as I was, it was the moment where I just thought, this is going to end my career.
I want to bring the lawyers in. Let me just show you Keith Davidson describing some of these interactions with Pecker and Cohen.
And so when she believed that AMI was not fulfilling the terms of that deal, she was upset, and we scheduled a meeting with AMI. We went and met with David Pecker, and it was an incredible meeting. And there were even further promises that were made to her at that meeting. So the situation actually became worse, not better, and that was really a great source of frustration for everyone involved on our side.
And when we know now what David Pecker allegedly admitted to with prosecutors in the Southern District working with Cohen to protect the president, there was a phrase he used and something he's told Karen at that lunch that you said in our interview. And what was that?
He said, thank you very much. I thank you. I wanted to, out of respect to you, Karen, get you here in New York. I wanted to look you in the eye and have a face-to-face meeting, and I want to thank you very much, and I want to thank you for your loyalty.
I mean, thank you for your loyalty. They couldn't come up with another way of saying it.
Look, they have a problem if you're on the defense. There's no way that you can argue there was no sort of catch and kill agreement, right? It's just too documented, and so you have to argue it had nothing to do with the election. And that's one where it's like, good luck with that.
Cohen went to jail because it had everything to do with the election.
And the timing of it is, this is where you're going to use your common sense. A timeline is going to be put together for the jury in summation, but they can't say there was no agreement. She was not being hired for her work. And it makes no sense as why her story wouldn't be run. So they have to be able to say, well, this had nothing to do with the election. This is just sort of normal catch and kill stuff. And that is where you're going to have a lot of contrary evidence, and the timeline just does not work. As I said, the narrative is right now, the narrative is on the state side. You're not hearing a coherent story that explains all of the facts. And that is a real theme that you're going to hear from the state. Take what they're saying. How do they account for certain facts that just do not fit with that sort of innocent explanation narrative?
Well, and the other would be the amount. It's not a normal catch and kill scheme.
All of these things.
Stories and source agreements that we did were thousands of dollars, and we actually had a limit of $10,000. And that would have to go to David Pecker's office. So $150,000 is an extraordinary amount of money for a story we weren't running. As was the Dino the Doorman payment, $30,000 to pay Dino the Doorman, and David Pecker saying, well, the story wasn't true. We never actually got to the point of learning either way because we were told to stand down with the reporting, but we're paying this bloke $30,000. I mean, Dino had the luckiest day when he called the tip line with this story because he's just earned $30,000, and those sums of money are highly unusual, and as is the $1 million break clause for Dino. And again, to Andrew's point, the timeline here is crucial, is when these payments are going on and when the Stormy Daniels situation happens right after the Access Hollywood tape. David Pecker, by that point, is so frustrated and angry with Trump about not being paid back. He said on the stand, "I'm not a bank," and that's when he says, "Well, these guys, the campaign, Michael Cohen's going to have to handle it."
I know a lot's been made of Michael Cohen's credibility, but what did Michael Cohen go to jail for? Just answer for me. What did he go to? But what was he lying about?
Oh, it's three verses. It's almost hard to follow. What is it exactly? How many times he?
Well, his main perjury was in Congress, and it was for Donald Trump. It was lying about the Russia-Moscow deal.
But let me just...
false fake election stuff was what he pled to.
What's in his sentencing agreement is about what crimes? What crimes does Michael Cohen plead to in a sentencing agreement? Election crimes, right? I mean,
well,
who
that's
was
where the
running for
law,
president? I mean, it wasn't Michael Cohen. Who had sex with Stormy Daniels? It wasn't Michael Cohen. Who had a 10-month love affair with Karen McDougal? It wasn't Michael Cohen.
Although this last witness is because they know they're going to try to say it was Michael Cohen who did this personally. If I'm the jury I know. I'm
trying to pick up on the common sense thing.
But let me just say a Cohen point, which is I think they're right now both sides, not just the defense is taken to calling him Cohen instead of the first name and trying to dirty him up all in a sort of anticipatory way. Even the prosecution has put in a few things about he's a challenging kind of client for that bank guy, and Pecker thinks he exaggerates. So the jury, I'm sure, is very, very curious to see this guy, and I think the DA's main task. They've laid the tracks very well, but I think they know that Cohen's coming, and their main task is between Hicks, between Pecker, and then the paperwork is to corroborate every single hole. So at the end of the day, they can get up and say, look, Michael Cohen, first of all, you can believe him for these reasons, but even if you don't, every single piece, etc. But I'll bet back in the jury room, there's a lot of questioning of, who is this Cohen guy going to turn out to be?
Do you need Cohen?
I think they've concluded that they do, and it's a really good question because if they didn't, I think we wouldn't be seeing him. They called him a tour guide, so I think what they want to do is minimize his role, put him in the middle. You don't want him at the end, you don't want him at the beginning. There are a few pieces, it seems to me, like the actual transaction with Stormy Daniels. I'm not sure how they prove otherwise. It just becomes a bland paper case. I trust their judgment, and they've certainly decided they do need him.
What are you looking toward next week?
I'm looking forward to hearing Hope Hicks, and I think that's what we're coming up for. I think the DA is doing a brilliant job of really kind of creating this narrative. David Pecker was never a journalist; he's an accountant, but he did an incredible job of being a storyteller this week. And as someone who's so invested in the story, knows it very well. I was learning things for the first time, and he really did lay it out perfectly for the jury in meticulous detail. And there was something I learned for the first time this week, which was pretty stunning to me, and that was Keith Davidson, who you just played that recording of before, when on election night he texted Dylan Howard, who was one of his key sources. They had a relationship that went on for some time. They actually exchanged Rolex watches, which is something I had kept out of the New York Times piece. Wow. But on election night, he texts Dylan Howard and he says, "What have we done?" And for me, that was just a moment in court this week where I just thought, oh, yeah, that's what I've been asking that. I was asking myself that on election night. What have we done?
It's part of the phenomenon of the moment, too, to think I must be crazy. And what you realize when any device, whether it's the congressional hearings, whether it's a criminal trial, shows that, no, you weren't crazy. What have we done? I thought the other thing that we learned from his texts were about a pardon for election interference. All of the known criminality on the part of these folks was stunning.
He was texting his mum in Australia and saying, well, at least they'll get pardoned now. And that's
hopefully I will.
That thought process just really went into the mind of Dylan Howard, who due to the spinal condition we probably won't hear from on the stand, but we did learn what was his conscious feeling, what was his what was going through his mind. It was stunning to hear that.
We have lots of great spine doctors here in New York. Thank you very much for being so generous with your time today.
Cheers.
Lachlan Cartwright has spent an hour and 20 minutes of some Andrew Weissmanship. The rest of the table sticks around. We'll have much more on what happened in court today. We'll ask our legal eagles what happens next. And later in the broadcast, more than 3 years after his harrowing testimony before Congress about his near-death experience on January 6th, the search for accountability.
Let's see here.
Those who started the insurrection, the guy who lit the
I'm
match
here.
for Liz Cheney, Donald Trump, continues. Officer Michael Fanone will be our guest. Deadline White House continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
So, I gotta go up one, right one. Up one, right one. Okay. And then up 3, Up 3. And then up 3. And then, left 1. Yeah. And then left 1. And then up 1. And then right 1. And then up 1. And then right 1. Up 1. Up 3. Left 1. Up 1. Right 1. I think go that way. Why did I end up in the wrong place? So, up 1, right 1. Up 3, 1, 2, 3. And then left 1. And up 1. And right 1. Up 1, right 1. Yeah. That's the way it should have gone. Alright. Let's try it again. See why it didn't work. Alright. So up 1. And then right 1. And then up 3. 1, 2, 3. And then left 1. 1. Okay. And then up 1. And then right 1. And then up 1. And then right 1. Right? Why am I dying? Why am I dying? I should be ending up there.
And his statement was, Mr. Cohen, an attorney, received a monthly retainer, not from the campaign and having nothing to do with the campaign, from which he entered in through a reimbursement.
I should be ending up here.
You
Why am
mentioned
I
some
ending up there?
individuals to my colleague from New York, Ms. Connolly, and also in your testimony about Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
are there other people that we should be meeting with?
All right, maybe I can't go to that one yet.
The chief financial officer.
Uh-huh.
No,
You gotta please give us as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is.
Okay, let's go.
Mr. Trump's
Let's go to this one,
executive
And would she be able to corroborate many
which I already
of the
went
statements
to.
you've made
I've been
here?
here, I've been here, and I've been here.
Office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot that went on.
Joining our Mary Gang,
Up
the
one,
host
right
of
one.
Politics
Why do I
Nation
die?
here on MSNBC, the president of the National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton, is here. Harry, I want to come back to you though on the Rona of it all.
All right, up
she was on the
one,
stand
right
today.
one.
Tell me how that went down.
Well, she was on the stand for not very long, and
Up
you're
two,
absolutely
right,
right.
three.
That, 34 years.
I
as
died.
The system knows everything. They obviously concluded that she wasn't
But
a
if
safe
I
witness
go
for them. They used her basically
up
only
3
to,
and right
in
3, I
lawyer
don't
terms,
die. I end up
authenticate,
there.
Be able
Let's
to
see if I
use
do
and
that.
get into evidence who the contacts were,
So-
who the calendar was. At the end, she gave a peon to what a
Up
great
one.
boss he was, and when she walked from the
And then
stand,
right
Trump
one.
stood up and extended
Then
his hand, wanted to sort of
up
hug hug her, and
Three,
in front of the jury,
and then
baldly improper. And the guards actually, came
three.
to
That'll
stop
be
him. But she was
1,
an
2,
ultimate-friendly witness, and the DA decided it just wasn't
three
safe,
gets me there.
notwithstanding how much she knows, I think, and so she wasn't on.
I mean, left 3.
I thought she had some interesting testimony, though. Rona is
All right, let's
the
try that.
gatekeeper. She was for years.
Up
She was
1,
up there.
right 1,
in my
up
ear, I
3,
could hear
left
Donald Trump
3.
yelling, "Rona, get me my messages." I mean, she worked for him for so long, and what Donald Trump's lawyers tried to establish with her is that she did come to Trump Tower, and it's interesting. Just before I get to that, she had to testify about contact names that she put into his Rolodex, and Karen McDougal was entered, and then Stormy was entered, but it didn't say Stormy Daniels. It didn't say. It just said Stormy with a phone number. I thought that was kind of funny. But Stormy Daniels came to Trump Tower in 2007. She writes about it in her book, Full Disclosure, and there was a little bit of information about that she had been there, and they tried to position this visit as she was coming in to try to get on the Celebrity Apprentice. It wasn't a big affair, but that she was angling to get on the show.
And then left 3.
Reporting that NBC was not going to let that happen, but that's how they were trying to portray her as a potential contestant for Celebrity Apprentice, which came after The Apprentice, and it had a lot of sort of kind of interesting characters on it. That Stormy, I don't think she would have fit in, but it was kind of a different milieu than MBA's buying.
Can
for
I make
dogs.
a quick comment on that?
Yeah.
I mean, what's interesting about that to me, in a different Trump has all the way denied having had the tryst at all with her. Right. And a different kind of defense with a different kind of defendant, most defendants, the defense would be, yes, he's a little sleazy, he cuts corners, but he's not a criminal. They can't make that defense because Trump is right there and they won't let him.
If I go right 3,
that weight, and therefore have a whole narrative of, she's just there for The Apprentice. But you add that up with McDougal, with everything they have to deny because Trump is their client, and they have to substantiate what he's done before. And the weight of it, I think, is just too much to bear. The jury will say, not all these things can be lies, and given the way they've defended it, that makes the whole case very hard to defend.
Well, and I think the jury has seen, again, they will decide. They're the only people who will decide if he committed crimes here. But what they've seen is a very, 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 very good friend who still likes him very, very much, right? And so you may and then Rona, who's so loyal to him, he got up in anger, right? And so they haven't heard from anybody whose credibility they would think. I mean, that seems like a pretty good place to start.
Well, look, the defense is pawing the stall, just waiting for this, and his name is to them one name, Cohen, what they call him, and that they'll see that as the centerpiece of the trial. To Andrew's point, it's really true they haven't had a narrative. I think the cross, for example, of Pecker was technically sound, but just didn't get anywhere because they tried to call him, this guy is not a liar. He's a very interesting figure. He's a scoundrel of some sort, but he's not a liar. And they're just trying to sort of poke any hole they can find, but they're not doing it thematically. I think the only theme they seem to be ready for is Michael Cohen is the devil of all devils. With all the corroboration, everything there, it's going to be a hard road to hoe for them.
It just seems like if Michael Cohen gets up there and is what Trump's team plans to call him, which is a liar, then you have to believe that he didn't have sex with McDougal or Stormy. He didn't run for president, but he went to jail because what?
Because of what? I mean, if he went to jail for doing something, then how can you say it wasn't done? And the only way that it was done is he had to do it with Donald Trump, because last time I checked, Michael Cohen wasn't running for president. And I think that if I'm the DA,
so he went up 1, right 1, up 3.
I know the DA, but I've never talked about the case.
Left 1. I'm here.
Want you make Michael Cohen as sleazy as you can, because in closing, I'm going to say he was his lawyer. This is who he paid. In fact, he told you that these were for legal services. Services that we still want to know what they were. What was he paid this money for? This sleazy guy that they told you who he is. That Donald Trump, who could have picked anybody on Fifth Avenue, but he chose this guy.
So,
I mean,
let's
that's
go see if
gonna
I end up
hurt.
here.
And the other
Then I'm
thing
gonna go
that
choose,
I
see
would
if I
say
end up
in
back.
closing is Rona, who I knew
Okay,
because
so
we ever had to go through her. Why would Rona
one,
have a contestant for The Apprentice coming to see
two.
Donald Trump? Donald Trump didn't deal with the contestants. And Stormy,
Okay, I ended up there.
not even a last name. I mean,
we heard today he did for
All
Celebrity
right.
Apprentice. I just
So,
yeah, but I'm saying, but a lot of it just leaves too much. I think they're going to dig themselves a hole.
Go over
The digger,
two.
they deep Michael Cohen. The digger, the
And then go up
sleazy
one.
guy was his lawyer, his choice, who he wrote these checks to. This is his guy.
It feels like with Michael Cohen, and here step in because I'm not
Go
a
up
lawyer,
one.
but
Okay,
it
go
feels
left.
like that they're trying
Go right two
to
and
make
up
him
one.
out like an obsessed sort of
Okay,
Lone Ranger.
right
that
two
he was
and
just
up one.
obsessed with Donald
One.
Trump. Now he's obsessed with taking him down, but before he was the boss. And
Two.
even today there was testimony from this banker. At the time I felt like I was back
And
at
then
the
up
civil
one.
trial. It was so dry. But even the banker said Michael Cohen couldn't stop talking about how he worked for Donald Trump.
One.
And they keep just
Up
putting
one.
that in at every point, and you're hearing it. It's become repetitive.
So left
Very
two, up
quick
one.
point on that. Very clever the way they sort of pepper.
The only way you can go is right one.
Pecker says he couldn't pay for lunch without Donald Trump's
The
approval.
only way you can go is right one.
130,000.
I don't think you
And
can go left
always,
one.
always they refer to Trump and when Cohen. The boss. It's always the boss, and the DA, makes a point of it.
Yeah, you can only go right one.
I've noticed that about Pecker too, or I'm sorry, about the defense team describing Cohen that way.
Yeah.
But we all know the story, and we learned it first from Cohen. The jury's seeing it reverse engineered, right? Because even if Cohen told Bragg where to go, what doors to press on,
You can only go here.
the jury has heard is David Pecker tell the whole story, and I'm really
as a principal,
correct, as a co-conspirator, and then Cohen's just basically running the money back and forth. So, the other thing I wanted to
That's the trial in a nutshell so far. Really effective.
right?
Okay.
I mean,
Absolutely.
just quickly, Cohen is a
And
salaried
then, so he's
employee,
here.
what is the jury
He's
going
got to
to be
go
led
up
to
here.
believe? Why did Trump pay him for legal services?
Well, that's a
So-
that's a huge question. He was
He's
getting
here.
a W-2
Go
every
up
year. He was
one,
paid
left
very
one. See what
well.
happens.
So why was he getting these payments? And they're not accounted for in his taxes through what would we call a 1099 payment, where you get if you
They
get a
can go
lump
up
sum
to.
that's extra like a bonus, you may get
Can
a
you go up
1099 payment depending how it. There's,
Yeah,
that's
that's
not
all you can
there.
do,
There's not to
you
say
know.
there's other ways you can't bury them, but you just don't see them. He was a salary
One,
employee,
you
so
can't go
why
up
was he doing
anymore.
this?
So where the fuck is he at?
Why was these extra payments happening?
Suzanne Craig, for making the trek up here, for being here, and for going to court and making the trek up here. We thank both of you so much. The Rev sticks
He's
around
here.
a little bit longer for the rest of the hour with us. After the break, more than 3 years after he was on the front lines defending the U.S. Capitol and the men and women who work inside of it from Donald Trump's supporters, the mob sent by Donald
right, I
Trump
guess.
to the Capitol. Officer Michael
That's the only way he can
Brown
go.
has a warning now for voters. We are the last line of defense this November. He's my next guest.
He died again. He's here. Up one, right one. And go up 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I tried that already. Didn't work. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. What 5? Alright. Let's try that again then. Up 1. Right 1. Up 5. One, 2, dies. Okay. Up one. Now, he goes up another one. He goes there, to that pumping station. Already been there. And there's no exit. Just go the same way you came. Okay? There. I'm going to get out of this cave.
Someone who would sit and watch that attack on television, who would refuse multiple, pleas by his family, by his senior staff, to tell the mob to leave. We know that someone handed him a note that said a civilian had been shot at the door to the House chamber, and he put the note on the table in front of him and continued to watch the attack happen and wouldn't tell the mob to leave. That's evil. It's evil, and that's a moral issue.
It's here.
Palate cleanser, if you will, a little dose of moral clarity. Truth bomb from former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney talking about what is evil. I'm talking about the disgraced ex-president's conduct on January 6th, or lack of conduct, during the attack on the U.S. Capitol. It was from a conversation that she had with historian John Meacham Wednesday night. It was a conversation on democracy and how leaders should put principles ahead of politics. Wouldn't that be nice? The ex-president and now the presumptive Republican nominee continues not just to downplay January 6th, but to celebrate the events of that day, referring to the rioters as hostages and playing music that they've created at his rallies as he seeks another term as President of the United States. Our next guest, Michael Fanone, who bravely defended the United States Capitol and the men and women who were inside of it on that day, told Congress this, quote, "I feel like I went to hell and back to protect members of Congress and the people in this room. Too many are now telling me that hell doesn't exist, or that hell actually wasn't that bad." Joining us at the table, former D.C. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone. He was one of the brave officers who defended the Capitol from the violent insurrectionists.
Looks like it can only go right.
Who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. His book is called Hold the Line, The Insurrection and One Cop's Battle for America's Soul. The rep is with us.
Left?
How you doing?
No, you go left either.
Yeah.
Getting by.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me on there.
Thank you for being here. I mean, we cover with a lot of horror what Trump says and does about January 6th, but we weren't on the receiving end of what Liz Cheney there calls the evil. You were. What is it like to watch him campaign on January 6th?
Well, I can only go right.
It's disgusting, but it's something that I've grown accustomed to at this point, and I mean, quite frankly, I've come to expect.
Okay. So,
I think what's most concerning for me is
I go right one, up
as a law enforcement officer who, like hundreds of other police officers from D.C. Police and Capitol Police, responded to Capitol on the 6th, watching my former colleagues in the law enforcement community continue to embrace Donald Trump and this MAGA movement.
I forgot where the fuck I was.
Him to pay attention, listen to the things that he's saying about individuals who stormed the Capitol and assaulted police officers. Your fellow brothers and sisters in law enforcement who were there just doing their job. I responded because I heard distress calls coming out.
Up one, right
cops. My department answered the call from Capitol Police, who were under siege. Is this really someone that you believe backs law enforcement?
I'm gonna die.
Donald Trump supports those that support him.
Can I go left?
Evident by myself and the officers that were there that day holding the line on January 6th.
I got you.
He would embrace us had it been any other circumstance other than his supporters doing his bidding at the Capitol on January 6th.
Why do you think members of law enforcement believe him instead of people like you?
I mean, I think there's a whole host of reasons. Is why do people support Donald Trump? There's people that buy into his racist, homophobic, xenophobic, anti-American ideology. There's, police officers and policing is a microcosm of society. There's racist cops that identify with Donald Trump. But there are other cops that just don't have the information.
So,
I've spent the past 2.5, almost 3 years now traveling the country, talking to Americans about my experience on January 6th.
Go left 2.
And, more often than not, I'm met with, I had
left
no
2.
idea. No idea it was that bad.
1.
That's unbelievable. And I think this same, it rings true with a lot of police officers. Just have no idea what actually happened that day on January 6th. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that Donald Trump, his surrogates, and, his supporters
now, do I go
continue
down
to lie to the
or
American
left?
people about the reality of that day.
We make
go
this
left.
mistake, people like me who cover Trump,
Can't go down.
of thinking because he seems
only go left.
so hapless that he's
Left.
not strategic. But it seems that the minimizing of January 6th is for the purpose of what you just said, so that the truth
So
won't
if I
get
go left, I'll be
to
here.
other law enforcement or law enforcement
And
families.
then I can either go
Anyone,
left
someone
again
who's in
or
law enforcement,
down.
Their whole family waits every night for them to
So
get home. If it's
go
their mom
left.
or their dad, their kids do too. And I wonder what you make
I
of
can't go
this
down,
effort.
so I gotta go left.
Republicans against Trump is a big effort that we cover a lot here. Liz Cheney has said she'll spend every fiber of her body to make sure he never gets near the Oval Office. What do you think of the effort to create these permission structures for people who may have liked him before to say, no, because of January 6th and because of his promise to govern like a dictator, never going to do that again?
I mean, listen, I
So
think
here, so
that
now here.
everyone has a responsibility, at
Go
least
left,
those of us
1,
who,
2, 3.
love this
And
country
then
and
down
love
1.
democracy.
Go left
to do
3 and then
everything
down
that
1.
they can in their power
There's
to
1.
ensure the future of our democracy. And right now,
2.
I think the biggest threat is Donald Trump and a second Trump presidency.
Come on!
I thought, maybe naively, that being a former Trump supporter, a police officer, a white guy, that maybe
This was the worst idea you ever had, Graham.
some other Trump supporters.
But now there's no way to
as
go back.
Why, how I was bamboozled,
Smells like gas
so to
here.
speak, lied to by the former president. But unfortunately, their, I guess you'd say, messaging apparatus is strong enough to withstand, even my country ass.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I want to ask you about how those conversations go. I have to sneak in a break. Can you stick around?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll be right back.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet. Meet. This can't be. Answer to us. Hunger is truth. You running from it. But you found a girl meat in cabin. Why not let us eat? Because you're not real. That would be wrong. I think you're already full. Huh. Well, that's not real because they're talking to you. They're already full? That would be wrong. What? No! You're evil! Wrong. They're not evil. We all kill to live. Live. Kill. Live. Die. Fighting for salvation found a business of death. It made meat dollars. Secrets. Will you share them? Yes, I want to help Hannah. Yes, I want to help Hannah. Why? The world is just cruel. I want to help Hannah. The only thing that matters now is me helping the girl. Nothing I can do about anything else. That's right. You found her. She was alone. Are you just going deeper and deeper into our darkness? Daddy! Grasping at matchsticks smells like gas. But you found us. What will you do now? Run away. I'll try not to breathe it in. I'll do what I need to. Yeah, I'll do what I need to. I keep going. There's no other choice. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You up there on your tower thinking you're above nature. But we're here waiting. What are we? Evil? Wolves? Monsters? You're wolves. Can't call you monsters. Can't call you evil quite yet. You're wolves. What a joke of an answer. What? You think you're funny? Funny. By the water, a fawn, all pretty, must come to drink and risk being eaten. How does a wolf trap its dinner? It just does, using the advantages of the predator. The wolf should show mercy. Using the advantages of the bird. Wolves have claws and teeth. They use that. No, sissy Graham. Always overthinking. Yeah, I guess I was. And still always with the dumbest possible answer.
And we are back with Michael Fanone and the Reverend Al Sharpton. Rev, you've got a question.
Yeah,
good ending.
Let me say how much respect
Get eaten by the wolves.
And your colleagues. And
Game
one
over.
of the things that I wanted to ask you, you
Oh,
talked
well.
earlier about a lot of the appeal of
So that was a pretty short game, really.
Racist, he's xenophobic.
All right, let's see what I have to do
I
now.
don't believe everybody voting. Someone said it best. Everybody voting for Donald Trump is a racist, but I believe every racist voted for Donald Trump. And let me ask you though, as one who went through this experience, how do you feel when you hear him call people convicted of what
Or maybe
they
I
did to you and
I
your
shouldn't go that way,
colleagues
right?
hostages? I mean, we're now in the midst of a hostage situation in the Middle East. For him to remotely equate these people convicted in jail for what they did to you.
Nice to meet you.
How do you react to seeing the former president of the United States saying these people are
This can't be.
hostages? Then what does that make you?
Answer to us. Hunger is truth.
You know,
You're running from it.
I mean, it's
Hunger is
outrageous,
truth. You're running from it.
But it's outrageous by design.
Okay, but you
know,
found a girl
you were
meat
talking
in a
earlier
cabin.
about,
Why
I
not
think
let us
the
eat?
The point you were getting at.
Because you're not real. That would be wrong.
Madness.
I think you're already
And
full.
yeah, I think that this is like obviously he recognizes
try-
the fact
that would be wrong, yeah.
These individuals, those that stormed
What?
the Capitol on January 6th,
No,
make
they're
up
evil.
a core group
Wrong.
of his supporters.
We
And this is a
all
way of
kill to
keeping
live.
them in his
Live,
kingdom.
kill, live,
And
die.
so I think he recognizes the value
Okay,
in
so
individuals
that's not the
that
correct
are willing
answer.
to commit acts of violence on his behalf.
Money for
and how
salvation,
that can
dollars, secrets
play
for you.
into potentially a future presidency.
I want to help him.
A potential loss
Wow, this
in
world is just
2024. just like it did in 2020 when he called upon the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and the 3%ers. And we saw what they unleashed on
she was
a small
alone.
group of police officers.
Are you just going deeper and deeper into our darkness, Daddy?
When you
Gasping at message smells like gas. But what will you do now?
Absolute immunity, which is so
Run
true.
away. I'll try to breathe it
Straight
in.
face.
I'll do what I need to do.
And it looks like a criminal trial
I'll
where
try
he'll
not to
face
breathe it in.
consequences
That's
for
stupid.
January 6th is not likely to happen before the election. What do you think of a country that can't pull off
I'll keep
accountability
going.
for next
There's no
president?
other choice. Good boy. Good boy.
Well, I think that, I've always said
You're up there
that,
on your tower, thinking
institutions
you're above
will not
nature.
protect our
But we're
democracy,
here
do not
waiting.
protect
What
our
are we?
democracy, and have not protected
Evil
our
wolves,
democracy.
monsters.
It's individuals that occupy positions within
You're
those
monsters.
institutions. I mean, you have, for
You're
example,
monsters. That hurts my
police
feelings.
department did not
Aw.
protect the Capitol
Where's
on
Mommy?
January 6th.
By the
Individual
water, a
members
farm, all
of my
pretty,
department,
must
of
come to
US
drink
Capitol
and
Police,
risk being
Metropolitan
eaten.
Police Department
How does a wolf
made
trap
conscious
its dinner?
decisions that they were going to
It
respond
just
to the
does.
Capitol
Using the
and
events of the
stadium.
predator, the wolf should show mercy.
Same can be said for the Department of Justice. Individual members of the Department of Justice made a conscious decision that they would not be corrupted by Donald Trump, that they would not submit to his illegal
Wolves
scheme.
have claws and teeth.
Unfortunately, what we see with
No,
the Supreme
Graham.
Court are
Always overthinking.
individuals
Still
who
always
were met
good.
with a moment
The dumbest
and
possible answer.
chose not to rise to the occasion.
All right, so
But in a way,
that answer.
At least in my
When is love a
way,
crime?
I'm a legal scholar, kick the can down the road.
It always is. It never is.
Unfortunately,
When it comes from you,
there's not a lot of road left.
when
to
is
kick the
love a
can
crime?
down. And so, I think
Love is a crime?
Obviously, it was a missed moment. They don't seem to feel the urgency that so many other Americans do when it comes to
When it comes from you?
Accountability for this president and the crimes that he committed.
What have you done?
And it's unfortunate, and I hope that it doesn't have a lasting effect.
It leaves us, right? The only people with any agency anymore are the voters.
Voters, yeah.
That's it. That's the whole ballgame.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do?
I think that, I've said time and time again, every American has an obligation, whether it's this election or any election, this one I think being particularly important, to participate in the process and ensure that democracy lives on for future generations. And in this case, it's making sure that Donald Trump does not become the next president of the United States.
And getting people to vote and see their power. Getting them to believe the opposite is a tactic, right? And it's your life's work to make sure that.
And that's why I have a lot of respect for Michael. The people that are not the traditional liberal Democrats or people perceived being progressive like me, but regular Americans saying we can't have this kind of country. These people are law enforcement, and it meant nothing to them and meant obviously nothing to him to come back
Well
and
done.
say that the people being held
The taste
for
of a
beating
mother's
his
love.
colleagues and
Yum.
worse.
Mining for
Hostages.
salvation. Found a business of death. It made meat dollars.
Imagine
Secrets.
if somebody
Will you share them?
that was leading one of these progressive movements, somebody like me called them hostages, they'd be ready to throw me out of the country, and they should.
Okay, let's go.
And
Yes.
I think that the
Dark
callous
secrets should be
disregard and
exposed.
insensitivity that he showed.
Are you sure, you brat?
Even now, those
Brat.
that defended the country,
Brat.
when you talked about the decisions you guys made, you defended us. I mean, we all don't agree on everything, but you defended us. And I've
Grasping
never
at
expressed
matchsticks smells
even
like gas.
Any the slightest
He
bit of
found
sympathy.
it. What will you do now?
That's something that
Yeah, I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but I'm pretty sure I feel safe saying that Donald Trump is incapable of
Run away?
experiencing feelings of empathy or compassion for anyone other than himself. But keying in on voting and
There's
participating
no
in
other
elections,
choice. Good boy.
I can assure you, no one is
Good
more
boy.
disillusioned with.
You're up there on your
process of
tower
this country
thinking you're above
than I am.
nature, but we're
I talk
here
to a lot of
waiting.
young people,
What are we?
all the time who express the same feelings, many of whom have just, this is the first election that they're going to participate in. And there are already disillusioned. My argument to them is that everybody has issues that they're passionate about. And while you may not feel as though you're being heard by either of these two candidates, you have one candidate in Joe Biden who has a long history in politics
all grown up.
of
Eat.
respecting
When
the
is love a crime?
of
It always
respecting
is.
the
It
peaceful
never is.
transfer of power and serving our republic. Donald Trump has a very short tenure.
Every goddamn
in
time.
politics in American
Just one last
politics, and
question.
already he's incited
A rabbit
insurrection,
family crosses a bear's lair one day.
fraud
The father's
against the
rabbit
bear.
offers his
And
meat
so
to
my
her,
choice
to the
them
bear, in
is
exchange for letting his
you
family
choose Joe
live.
Biden.
The bear agrees.
And you have somebody
Is lying
who,
ever a kindness?
under the democratic process.
It doesn't matter.
Air your grievances.
Congratulations, Graham.
and Try to affect change.
At least we'll still be a democracy.
Right.
Yeah. I hope this conversation is to be continued. Former D.C. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fennell, thank you for being here. The book is called
That didn't make
Line,
sense, really.
The Insurrection and One-Cost Battle for America's Soul.
But I guess if you're into philosophy, I guess it
That does
does.
it for us this week. Thank you so much for letting us into your homes during these truly extraordinary times. Our special coverage continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, game over? Huh? Okay. Oh, God. The wolves again. It's too soon. Can't be. It must have imagined it. Yeah, that's it. My head is killing me. I need to get the kid away from this. Alright, so where am I? Am I here? Go one more and then down? No? I guess go down. There it is. The light is red, so if this is a pump, that means it's not draining. Alright, maybe I can finally find my way back. That was weird. Alright, so why do I still have this? So I'm here. So I need to go over up one, then right 1, 2, 3, and then down 2. Up 1, right 3, down 2. Okay. So up 1. Right 3, 1. There was what happened to the path. Did I imagine the whole thing? That's impossible. It's impossible. That's 2. And one more is 3. Alright. So 1, 2, 3. Two more?
Welcome
One more.
to our special New York
One more.
versus Donald Trump. I'm Ari Melber, and we're going to
Yeah.
get into this criminal trial.
One
Defendant
more.
Trump reeling from the first week of testimony in New York. We're covering that on tonight's
All right.
session. Over the course of this hour, we'll have new reporting on the damning testimony. Experts from law to the sordid world of New York Times. We have experts on that,
here.
believe it or not. We also tonight have a Beat special
And
report
then
on a new separate indictment against a Trump lawyer, Boris Epstein, who first admitted his role in the now indicted elector plot on the Beat. So you'll hear all of that tonight. Now, this week ends with a remarkable contrast from D.C. to New York.
Right one, down one.
In Washington,
Left
you
one.
may have noticed a Trump-friendly Supreme Court
Right down
slowed
left.
Jack Smith's prosecution
Right.
and asked a bunch of Trump-friendly questions about all the potential problems with prosecuting
Down.
the president. If you listen to that oral argument or any of the coverage or
Left.
whatever, you may have noticed it almost sounded like that kind of trial was a futile project.
Okay,
Right
right
up the
down
East Coast,
left.
an actual trial of an actual former president was going forward, and the Republic
Right
did not
down
quit.
left.
It is a
Down.
contrast that hangs over all of this in America and what we're going to get into tonight.
Down.
This very first week of the New York trial was orderly and fair.
Okay.
And it seems to undercut the supposed concern of the Trump-appointed justices that hypothetically someday, somehow, in the future, trials of presidents are a very
Right
bad
here.
thing when they're actually already happening. Now, the first week of this trial shows not
And
only that it's
then
possible,
right.
but it also
And then
gave us
down
the
3.
first real evidence-backed in
Okay,
court
right.
binding version of the DA's story, and we put together a brisk
And
ride
down 3.
through what we're learning.
One.
The prosecution in Donald Trump's
2.
hush money trial drew the sharp outlines of its case against
3.
the former president.
The prosecution started. They laid out a
Okay.
dispassionate, straightforward, very linear, very blunt.
Prosecutors telling the jury of 7 men and 5 women today it was election fraud, pure and simple.
The defense gets right up, and the defense says,
Go
"The
down
story
one
you just
more,
heard
and then
isn't
left
true."
and down.
You hear the prosecution that lay out
Uh,
a clear roadmap.
You had
Down
a reference
one.
to the tape recording that's a terrible tape
Left.
for Donald Trump.
Down.
The defense was
Okay.
like a circus
Down.
leader. It has been striking that there's no family. He is by himself.
David Pecker, the CEO of the National Enquirer's
only go
publisher,
left.
American Media Inc., giving bombshell testimony.
Pecker tells Cohen, quote, "We
Then
committed
down.
a campaign violation." Cohen's response, according to Pecker, said he wasn't worried because, quote, "Jeff Sessions is the attorney general and Donald
Okay.
Trump has him in his pocket."
Acknowledged that he did this catch and kill with Karen McDougal for the benefit of the Trump campaign.
The defense spent hours trying to trip him up, catch him in contradictions.
Rona Graff, senior vice president of the Trump Organization and Donald Trump's former longtime executive assistant, described as the gatekeeper,
Hey,
his
mister.
right hand. Her lawyers are being paid for by Donald Trump.
You heard that word gatekeeper? The problem for the defense
You okay,
is that
mister?
gatekeepers and supposed allies or even friends
Okay, cool.
are talking under oath. And
Cool.
the DA is getting details out of it.
Do you go anywhere?
Opening argument.
Don't go anywhere,
The
okay?
jury was told the case is
Let's go now.
about
I'll be right back.
conspiracy and a cover-up. Tabloid veteran David Pecker has been admitting that. He recounts his dealings with the
There's
Trump
some
lawyer turned of
flooding
course
around.
Michael Cohen.
Real
to
icky
buy
water.
and bury
Please
stories,
stay put,
all
okay?
in order to
Okay,
protect
but
Trump's campaign.
board,
They allege a
been
specific
board,
agreement
it's
with
not
to
safe.
then hide their financial
There's sharp things
footprints.
everywhere.
The DA told the jury this will also be
somehow-
corroborated
yeah,
with
but it
evidence
sucks.
in
Yeah,
Trump, the
okay,
defendant's
count.
own words,
Count.
with receipts
Count.
showing an illegal conspiracy to undermine
Yeah,
the
count the
election.
rocks.
Trump's defense rebuts
Yeah,
that by
stupid
saying
rocks.
there isn't even
Stupid
an
rocks.
actual
Stupid
conspiracy
rocks.
charge
Stupid rocks.
in this
Stupid
case. That's
stupid rocks.
true. The word conspiracy has a
Not too
legal
long
meaning
now.
and also has a more colloquial meaning if you ever watched a mafia
Against
movie.
all
They're
odds,
saying,
I got some
hey,
good
they
news.
conspired
I
together.
think I'm
The
figuring
defense
out
also attacks the whole
how to get
election
out of here.
theory.
Cool.
That Trump promoted an election by unlawful means. That's the
Something
statute.
wrong?
And that would be
I missed mine.
needed to supersize
Oh, okay.
this misdemeanor of financial fraud into a felony case.
Do you
So the
miss
Trump
your money
defense
too?
was kind of said,
It's
well,
complicated.
maybe the DA is just
I'm a
being
grown man
honest
and
about what
has-
it amounts to. However,
A
during
lot of time has gone by.
politics as
She
usual,
wasn't
that's how they
that
argue.
good of a mother
Trump's
either,
lawyers
I
proclaim
guess.
There's nothing wrong
But in a
with
way,
trying to
she's
influence
always
election.
with
It's
me.
called democracy.
It's going to
The
be
DA
all right.
Has put up
Just
3
don't
witnesses
think about it.
The testimony
Okay?
this week. Now,
Think
the
about
Fire chief we mentioned, David
all the
Pecker,
fairs you're going to eat
was clearly
and
the
your
hardest,
grandparents.
unloading these details.
I do love
dishing
fairs.
on that original sordid meeting that formed this Trump inquiry.
I'll be right back.
alliance, which involved a heavy dose of defamation against all sorts of people, including Ted Cruz and his family.
Okay,
Details
so
about
let's
how
see if we
the
can
Inquirer
move this
acted
way
as a
now.
kind of arm of the campaign. meaning that its so-called media decisions were actually phoned in by Cohen himself, and that the money to silence women came from both the Inquirer and Cohen, who of course was
How the hell are we going to get through that?
Playboy model Karen McDougal, as well as Stormy
I've been trying to
Daniels.
swim.
They got money from different places, but it all went back, according to the DA, to the original campaign motivation.
I've been trying to swim.
And Pecker told on Cohen for how he tried to hide their contacts back in the day by using some secret messaging app. How secret is it if we're all hearing about it in court? Obviously it didn't work. The DA also showing how the Trump side knew this was wrong.
All right.
That Pecker got nervous.
So the pumping station's there, that pumping station,
and
this
Cohen
pumping
claimed
station,
that Trump
that
had
pumping
Jeff
station. I
Sessions
went
in
to
his
the work
pocket
bench there.
over at DOJ. The DA is arguing that
Water pump room, I haven't
that's the
been
evidence
there.
that Team Trump knew they had criminal exposure from this. And their thinking was not, we didn't do a crime. Their thinking was, oh, our appointees...
That's the room that I can't get to because...
Pocket, you can see. I don't know how if Jeff Sessions would fit in there, but it's an analogy. But Trump's DOJ didn't actually shield...
Okay, so I gotta go up one.
He was convicted and imprisoned by the very independent SDNY prosecutors.
Let me see if I can remember how to do this.
Prosecutors during the Trump era. And by the end of the week, the prosecution
From
turned
there, I
to
gotta
a
go
Trump employee who appears to be on better terms with him than, say, Cohen. Trump is notoriously frugal, but the defendant, his company, they are still paying for her lawyers. You take this all together, and what you see is a lot more evidence against Trump than reasonable doubt on his behalf. That doesn't mean he's losing this case. We are in the DA's side. The burden is on them. But for a first week, this wasn't exactly a slow rise or a lot of accounting spreadsheets. This was a 2x4 swung repeatedly at Donald Trump as a defendant. And while some of that came from those prosecutors' tough talk in the opening, which I read you, as we get into this in the special tonight, you got to remember, a lot of that tough talk and incriminating information came from his buddy, tabloid chief David Pecker, who said by the end of his testimony, he's not personal. He still counts Donald Trump as a friend.
And then
he's
left
just telling the truth under oath
3,
about
4,
their
5.
campaign crimes.
Left 5.
How bad is it? Well, we have two.
And then when I get there, I'm gonna see if I can go down.
We're back in 90 seconds.
All right. Probably the wrong way. Okay, so turn on that, and then go up one, and then right one, up 3. On up 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, where am I now? So it's up 1, right 1, up 3. 1, 2, 3. And then left 1, up 1, right 1, up 1, left 1, left, yeah, okay. So, 1, 2, 3. I've got to go left 1, up 1, right 1, up 1.
Welcome back to our special Trump on Trial, New York versus defendant Donald Trump. We are joined by former U.S. Attorney Joyce Vance and Morgan State University Professor Jason Johnson, both analysts for us. Joyce, I went through some of what we got out of this opening week. I think it's fair to say if you're on the jury, it feels like the DA is up. They're in the lead. I was careful to say it doesn't mean the outcome. What do you think they achieved in this first week, and what do they have to worry about?
Sure, it's a great question. You know, if you're the prosecution and you're not up after your first witness, you're in big trouble, right? But the prosecution really did start off, I think, with an unexpected bang. No one knew what to expect out of David Pecker. We learned that he had been cooperating with prosecutors, and he brought Trump straight into the essential conspiracy, the election fraud conspiracy, which is necessary to turn the misdemeanor that's charged here into a felony. important testimony. He stood up pretty well on testimony and on cross-examination. They did not seem to come after him with a lot. They tried to pick away at his credibility, question some of the key pieces of evidence he came. But he was thoroughly rehabilitated on redirect examination. Prosecution has to be feeling good.
And then
Jason, I don't want to be
1, 2, 3.
unkind to the defendant, and he's legally presumed innocent. But his family's not there. The jury can notice that.
I'm here, right?
These are his friends and
I'm
allies.
here. Let's
Some
go down
of them have gone
2,
so far, they're like
and then
Michael
right.
Cohen, who's so angry at Trump that it might
Now
affect his
get to that
credibility.
room.
Some, as I emphasize, are like Mr.
Go
Pecker
down
was
2,
saying,
1.
friendly. I mean, the guy's a liar, but we're friendly.
2.
I mean, he may have committed campaign crimes. The jury will judge, but that's what I thought we did. But we're friendly.
And then right.
And he's got a whole backstory of, shall we say, really complicated allegations, but we're friendly.
Right.
If these are the views of his friends, how does that hurt him both in not only the jury but in the court of public opinion?
Well, that's the thing, Ari. That's why this is such a bad week, because we can go
But this
through
looks
all
pretty
this
straightforward.
legalese and jargon, but really the average person is picking up every fifth word.
I remember
And what they're
seeing
picking up are
something
things
about
like
a drain
adult
system
film star,
at the
payoff,
flooded cave
family
exit.
isn't there, and falling asleep during the trial. So the
Deep
outside
mine,
world is like, okay, this doesn't
more
look good.
miners.
He doesn't sound alert. We're not seeing anything that gives us the opportunity to think,
That
oh my
was
gosh, Trump
those
is alert. He's
cool
paying
light
attention to
bulbs
this.
on top.
And, look, it's the old song, Friends, how many of us have them, right? But if you heard someone say, this room was filled with people who are supporting Donald Trump, and they
I know by now I should
and
take
Melania
any
is there,
kind of
everything
key I
else
can
like
get
that.
my hands
it gives
on.
the outside public the impression, well, these people believe in him, right? So even
Val
if
wheel
he's guilty,
broke.
his family is still with him. So the fact that he
Wear
doesn't have
down,
people
wrench,
who are down with
misuse.
him, that's what the public is picking up. And
Sent to the workshop to repair through soldering. Temporary fix.
That's a pretty
These
classic.
valves are necessary to operate the machines and successfully pump excess water in case of flood. Spare is needed.
I'm going to let you marinate on this one. This is a classic. I'm going to let you
All right.
Well, I'll tell you here.
Oh, I love that. Look at that. In TV, they call that a deep tease. He's like,
Yada, yada, yada.
Joyce is coming back for Boris Epstein breakdown later. That's
It says here that one of the valves is broken.
For the public, we showed this earlier.
And I went for repairs, and it went for repairs to be voted back again.
To say nothing
Yada,
about
yada,
the
yada.
world where they don't have a vote, but
Yada.
it's ricocheting.
Yeah, and that's pretty
What do you
much
think
it.
about the fact that it does take a level
Mine
10
report,
Richter scale? This
moldy
report, and you say, oh
shovel.
my God, this is such a big deal. It's a big deal, and it's happening.
I need to dig a
To remind
grave,
people of what it is like.
don't think about
if
that,
Donald Trump
Graham.
is in the center, whether he's in power.
I'm gonna dig
or the
my
center of the
way
story.
out
People
through this.
may have forgotten what 2019, 2018,
Moldy
2017 was like.
jackhammer.
Does that hurt him? Just the
I've
feeling
used
of
one
what this
before.
is like.
Well,
They're a killer for your
because
back.
after a while, people started thinking, well, what
Oh,
is this guy?
maybe
not in
if I
court,
use
right?
the
Like,
jackhammer,
he's
I'll
in court for
make this
documents.
whole
He's in
rotting
foreign
mind
affairs. He's going to be gone
collapse
until
on
November.
me.
Like everybody
All right?
thinks he's going to be in trial the whole time, and that's what makes people
Pump section
worried. But
lights.
here's the
I
other
think
thing.
these lights up
We talked
for
about this
each
before.
pump.
I don't carry
That
too much
is
weight
working.
in polls, anything this early. But what I can say
More
is
light
the
bulbs.
number of Americans who have said that if Donald Trump is convicted
valve
of
socket?
anything, that it will affect their vote has stayed steady at like 20
I think I don't need to use all the valves,
there is a
actually.
risk here. This is not a situation where
That's
just
for
Trump
valves,
supporters
but
are
a
gonna
lot
say, you know what,
are
no matter
missing.
what happens, and Democrats will say, no matter what, there is a core of the population,
Okay.
and it tends to be independents, that if he is convicted in something like this, they will say, you know,
Main
I
pump
just don't
light?
think I can do it for this guy, and that is a real consequence of this
It's
trial.
telling me something, but I don't know
the
what.
precision of your mind. I appreciate that you dropped a second reference.
No light must
onto
mean it's
November,
off.
Fuji's Wyclef. I'm reminded
Main
of what
pump
Michael
wheel
said.
socket?
We all have been in the danger zone.
There's something
The
missing
judge
here.
hit the hammer. My brother ain't coming home. And that's something he's got to worry about with Trump. Will you now unveil your earlier reference?
No. I'm going to wait.
It's just a
I want
hole.
this to be teased, and I'm going to have you.
I can't do anything with it.
Oh, wow. All right.
Pump site info. Reading closer, it looks like
Wait, was this planned?
there
Was
are
this
four
scripted? I didn't
main
know
pipe
you were gonna
paths.
say it. I didn't know you were going to hold it. So we'll all
Says
be in
here the
suspense.
valve only moves when the main pipe paths are switched
Beautifully
on.
put. Joyce, I did want to include you in the legal
Destroyed
breakdown
pickaxe.
because these Arizona charges
Great.
are not only a big deal, they involve
I
more
can't always
charges.
dig my way out of here. Just need a couple of thousand years
Joyce is going to come right back as we
and the
get into
strength
that.
of a rhino.
As these cases collide, we'll show you
It's
more
too rusty
Epstein.
to be of
Remember
use.
him. We have that breakdown with Joyce Vance.
Closed metal door.
Next.
When God closes the door, He opens more problems on the other side. Of course. Locked. Alright. Why wouldn't it be? I think we'll try to save it here and see what happens. Auto save. Ah. Oh, wrong one. Save. Okay. Well, let me save. Save game. Save. Save 4. Save 2. Save 3. Save 1. Auto save 4. 1709. Okay. Back. Load. It won't let me save. Ah. Well, let me see. How about if I put that here? All right. It's complete. Whatever I do, it doesn't turn. All right. Is that the right place? Is that in the right place? Okay. You got 2 of them? Yeah. So, one, two, three, 4. Let's see if we can unlock the door. Keys. Yeah, let's try to see if we can unlock the door. Good enough place to try it. Yeah, works. Yeah. Yet another door I have to open today. Got a feeling it won't be the last. Alright. So, it's either a turning wheel for a valve, or there's a very small car around here. Either a turning wheel for a valve, or there's a very small car around here. Alright. Dr. Hannah.
Welcome back to our special Trump on Trial. This
I'll
month
tell
is
you when
actually
I
the
figure
first
it out.
time ever Americans have watched a former president.
Not too long
be put
now,
on
I'll be right
trial.
back.
Trump at that defendant's table
Anyway,
with his lawyers, including
I'll
a
be right
prominent
back.
one, Boris Epstein, a veteran of the Trump White House.
Let's see if he'll let me save now.
And campaign, who has become central to Trump's activities since 2020. He was in court with Trump, as you see there, along with the lead defense counsel, 2 days in a row, just as he was at the defense table at that first New York arraignment. His work quarterbacking for Trump comes after he joined and led many different efforts throughout 2020, attacking those election results that showed Trump lost.
1920, okay.
We've been reporting on those efforts for years,
Okay.
including how, contrary to the initial impression, they
This
involved not just mainly
has been an ordeal.
but a host of other plots over those
I must have been playing like 4 or 5 hours.
and
So,
fraud. And we've pressed Epstein on his
another
in those
day
efforts, as well as
of
his legal views, which of course are relevant as he
of
is involved in
gaming.
all this. And now here we are in this extremely busy week. As he is there, you see him working on his phone with the lead counsel, trying to
And we shall call it a
stay
day.
out of a New York prison.
I thought that was the end of the game when those rules popped up.
What we can tell you
But
is
I guess
part of our
not.
special.
I guess
All
I'm
this news, you may
like
have missed
maybe
it.
halfway
The
through.
First time Epstein joined the ranks of Trump lawyers.
But so way,
criminal lawyers of their
it's
own.
been
Arizona
kind of
prosecutors
challenging.
indicting him for
It wasn't like, puzzles.
Charges for a host of Trump allies.
There weren't, there were like,
continues to have a prominent role.
you need to be super smart to solve.
Rudy Giuliani, Boris
Just all you need is perseverance, basically. It's not gotta try different things and stuff.
He's been indicted,
So,
but also a
I guess I'm beginning to like the game.
remains to this day his closest
so
advisors.
let's call it a day.
For Mr. Epstein, this is obviously a big deal, and like anyone else indicted, he's legally presumed innocent.
Until, let me see, tomorrow is April 27th in Louisiana and the rest of the world.
And in reporting on these issues, we have
voting tomorrow.
when those
I'm a poll commissioner, so I won't be able to play games tomorrow.
When you say
I gotta be there from 6 in the morning until 8 at night, and helping people to vote. So Sunday I'll probably be back
to try to force a vote in the House to
and
reverse the election outcome.
I had absolutely no idea that there was going to be any
and
violence.
that'd be it for me for today.
Absolutely.
Oh, let me see.
And a process for there to be challenges to the electoral count.
you
votes.
just-
As
is
you
that a
know,
yes? Is that a yes?
The Electoral Count Act lays out a process to challenge electoral votes. Okay. There was a process that was undertaken.
And the challenge electoral. Oh, that's all news. All right. Trump stock closed high again. It closed above 40 this time. Let me see. 41.51. 41.51. Well, it's gotten back some of its value, but it's still not at what it opened up at. Let me see. Even if stock goes higher, Trump's still a crook. Why can't you use emojis? You must adhere to the standards, which is wrong. This worthless stock is pump and dump. How can anybody invest in lies and disinformation? Money laundering. To all the negative people, nobody is asking you to invest in a stock. No. Nobody is. We'll be on the pink sheets in 2 years. We'll be on the pink sheets in 2 years? What's that mean? It's on its way up. But that doesn't mean anything. It's a lot of fun to buy this. It's a lot of fun to buy. Put on this pose and pay for my sunroom model. Whatever. Enjoy it while you can. If you're making money, I suggest when it stops to drop, if it ever drops more than $4, sell. Because when it drops $4, that's when it's starting to tank. This is in my part explains the DJ Stockmore, a part-time pastor who can't even vote in November's election, help boost stock prices for Donald Tech's company. Chad Nidohin, a huge fan of the former president who invested in publicly traded shell company after it announced plans to merge with Trump Media more than 2 years ago, donned a pirate costume and invited his 1,400 online followers to step up shares as soon as the company went public last month, reported the New York Times. Okay. They just issued 38 million more shares to Trump. You would have to be totally delusional to trust this venture. Pulling something out of thin air and selling it, accomplishing that it will be first. It's like buying a hot air move. You think DJT is the next Microsoft the way MAGA is crowing now? Just wait. Watch it bloom. Watching it bloom. Locking my fucking ass off. Let me see. No, I said, oh no. Yep. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye. Get it? Yeah. It's having its resurgence. But that's just to lure you in. It's going. Some more. Some more of the stock. It can only go up now. It's going to be over $100 within a month. Buy it. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Oh well. Enough of that. Until next time. Bye.